Good evening, everybody. How the devil are we? I think sound is okay this week, Damien.
That would be good. I mean, I think it was good last week.
I
It
can
was the week
I can
before that
see
was good
lines.
last
I
time.
can see lines bobbing up and down. So I'm confident. I'm confident. I am very confident.
That's good.
Yeah. How are we all? Welcome to Battle Streams in Middle Earth, episode 34. We're on, are we? 34. I think it is. Flipping heck, 34. Today we are going to be looking at issue 28 of Battle Games in Middle Earth, which features this little gentleman here.
Haldir.
Haldir.
Is it
Haldir.
Haldir week, Steve?
It's Haldir week, mate.
Would you like me to introduce it through the medium of S Club 7?
Well, I know if I say no, you'll be very upset, so I'll say yeah.
Thank you. I never held a dream come true. Oh, this is from the point of view of one of the Uruks on the walls of Helm's Deep, okay?
Yeah, do it.
I never held a dream come true until the night that I stabbed you. Now my friend has stuck his sword into your gut. I'll stab you in the back, and that must suck.
I would like to apologise to all the new viewers.
We need to do a big shout out to Mr. Nathan Talbot for spotting the correct answer to how to get Haldir into an S Club 7 song was never Haldir Dream Come True.
Yeah, and it was a belter, to be fair. It was a belter.
Absolute belter.
A lot of chat about it on the Patreon chat group pre-stream for the last hour.
Turns out, if you ask Alexa to play Never Haldir Dream Come True by S Club 7, she will play Never Had a Dream Come True by S Club 7.
Well, there you go.
Must be true. Must be true. Must be true.
Must be.
Must be true. Sound is good. We're all right. So they haven't missed the S Club 7 song. Indeed. Welcome, 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 as always, to Battle Streams in Middle Earth, our fortnightly stream where we take a wander through an issue of the early 2000s part work Battle Games in Middle Earth. And as Steve said, we're on issue 28, which is Haldir week. So we'll be taking a look through this magazine at some point. We'll be taking a deep dive through the history of Haldir's profiles. We have a look at Haldir in the books. Yep. We'll also be talking about all sorts of other nonsense, anything that's gone on in the hobby, and we encourage you to get involved.
We do.
And the point of Battle Streams in Middle Earth, the point of this very channel, is to help you clear your backlogs. And the way you do that is by painting up unloved models. So Stephen Crow, how do they get involved?
So over on the Great British Hobbit League Facebook group, there is a thread that you will find. It'll be somewhere near the top because it's always quite an active thread once a fortnight on a Friday. And it basically says this is the Battle Streams whip thread. There'll be a link to the stream. Whatever you're working on, post it in there. If you are on topic and you are indeed working on a Haldir this evening, now bear in mind you don't have to finish, you don't have to start and finish. As long as you're working on it during this stream, you will be entered into a draw to win one of our Battle Streams dice, which Damien will show us now.
They always roll sixes.
Yep, we can just see your name at the moment, Damien.
Yeah. That is what the dice looks like. It's just
there
my
we go,
name,
baby. Yep, purple.
As you can see, these are the purple patron dice. You don't get these. That's the small print, but as you can see, they all roll sixes. And this is the dice you could win tonight. Are you ready?
Go on, do it.
It's a 5. It's not bad. It's not bad. It's not bad.
You're winning a roll off of that. You're winning a roll.
Yeah, exactly. As long as you're good.
Yeah.
You're either winning or losing your roll off.
Yeah.
But there it is. There's the 6 rolled perfectly naturally, and that dice right there will be shipped out to someone at the end of the stream.
They are really nice. I received mine this week, as well as some of the Patreon ones to be posted out, which will be going out, I think, Tuesday.
Awesome. That is the last of our posting commitments.
Yeah.
Steve's been delayed by me. I take full responsibility for this, but yeah, all the patrons of Fortitude have their dice, and patrons of Valor and Legend will be getting their t-shirts and their dice this week, apparently.
Imminently.
Indeed.
So where were we? So yeah, if you are working on a Haldir this evening in the Facebook thread, you will be entered into a draw at some point later on in the stream where you could win one of the dice. But don't worry about it if you are not working on Haldir. In fact, even if you are watching along and you're painting something that's not even Middle Earth, we still want to see what you're working on. We will be visiting the Facebook thread at some point this evening and having a look through the thread and commenting and seeing what snaps you're having, etc. On the subject of snacks, Damien, beer of choice, drink of choice, snack
I am
of
fully
choice.
loaded. I am fully loaded. I have my start of stream cup of tea.
Nice. Mm-hmm.
Delicious, tastes like tea. And I've been saving a couple of treats for this one. What I have is twas Easter. It was Easter since the last stream, right?
I think. Yeah, it was last week.
Yeah. So I got a Whisper Gold egg. So I saved a Whisper Gold.
Nice.
Bit of a twist on on my usual there. Been in the fridge. It feels cold. Delicious.
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to that. And then I thought that wasn't quite enough. So I've also got a massive Easter egg.
Oh my God.
Yeah. And look at that. Do you know what that is? You know what that is, don't you?
Is that chocolate orange?
It's a chocolate orange egg. Do you want to hear that first crack?
Yeah, it's always a good one.
It's always a good one, isn't it? It's like when you open a new box. You ready?
Yeah.
There we go. And of course,
very nice.
The appeal of chocolate orange egg is that it's indestructible. For one thing. It's good, isn't it?
Is your plate cracked?
Oh my God, look at this, look at this, look at this. This is what you come here for. You ever seen this in nature?
I'm waiting to see a little dinosaur claw come.
Look, it's coming. It's coming. It's perfectly coming off halfway, as long as you don't look over there. Look, that was perfect. There we go. So I'm back in. So yeah, I've got that, and I do need a bit of booze.
Yeah, you do need a bit of booze this week.
And my booze, I've got to give him a shout out. It's an old friend, not been seen on battle streams for about a year.
He's on the spirits, people. He's on the spirits. It's been a long week.
Hey, happy Friday. This is some Whitley Neal ginger and rhubarb gin. That is my second gin. I won't say it's the first. I won't lie. The second gin I've had in nearly a year.
I don't drink. Do you know what? I could not tell you the last time I actually drank gin.
So good.
Do you have what's in that? So what's gin and what? What is it? Tonic water?
Tonic water, yeah. Slimline tonic water.
Slimline.
And if we were better prep, there was ice in it. The ice is melted under the hot studio lights. Mm-hmm. And a slice of lime in there. I'd normally go for.
Yeah, big time. Yeah.
But Whitley Neal gin was sent to me by hero of legend, Mr. Dan Collister. So cheers, Dan.
Is it good?
He did. He sent us down to. This feels like the natural time to make. This was wetting the baby head because in our if we jump across to what have you been up to? I had a baby since the last stream. I know, right? I mean, Emma would say that she did most of the having the baby, and I think
they always do. They always do. They always take the credit.
Classic lady.
You know.
Yeah, classic lady.
Could you do it on your own? No, but will you take all the credit? Yes.
She was phenomenal. Absolutely smashed it. That woman is so good at giving birth. I literally crushed it twice now. So yeah, that was, and it was really well timed, babe. It was a week ago, so it was a week. You know, we got through end stream. Yeah. And we've had a week.
Give you a cool down after the last stream, and give you enough time to warm up for the next one. Yeah, it's perfect.
It was, a week in. I was starting to think, are you going to hang on till HALDIR stream now, or what are we doing here? Yeah, so she arrived a week ago, remarkably, at 3:20 in the morning, which was a disastrous time to tell baby. But yeah, she arrived, and she's great. Her name is Olivia May,
and she's absolutely beautiful, mate.
Yeah, thanks.
She's a little
she's a good one, and she's well, and Mum is well, and they are now next door, and this is our first. She's all good. We're like, I think we can do 4.5 hours without Emma's doing the feeding and the nappy shift for the next 4.5 hours. So she is a hero. On the off chance she is watching along next door, I don't know, but thank you. But yeah, so my daughter had the good grace to not interrupt battle streams, which I thought was very decent of her.
She's obviously been listening along. That was the thing.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, probably more than my mum. But yeah, so that's where we are. I will give you. I haven't told you this. I hinted at it to you on one of our Zoom calls in the week, I think, or maybe a couple of weeks ago. But we liked Olivia as a name. My first thought was Charlotte Arwen, and Arwen was kind of, obviously influenced by Lord of the Rings. Olivia, we just liked, right? Yeah. And then I think it was Em was talking about shortening it, and she was like, and I really like Liv. And we kind of started laughing, so that's Liv Tyler. We've got Liv, we've got Liv, and we've got Arwen. It's like that, and that was honestly accidental. And then when we were still debating it, do you remember I said to you a few weeks ago? I said our contender means something, and you won't believe it, and it was Olivia. You look it up. Olivia means elf army.
Mate, if it's meant to be, it's meant to be.
Yeah, I know, right? And I can't stress enough. Didn't go the other way around. Didn't find that out and picked Olivia. But Emma read that out. She was like, "You're not gonna believe this." But it means elf army. I was like, "Go on, elf army. We'll have it." So there you go. My daughter's name is Elf Army.
No, it's a great name. That's a really nice name. And Liv, the shortened version, is a really nice name as well.
I like that.
Really nice.
So yeah, thank you for all of you for your really nice messages from the patrons and stuff. Thank you to Dan for sending a bottle of Whitney Neal. Both me and Emma really appreciate that. Emma loved it, her first drink in a year. And also, I want to say thank you to the patrons and Carl Daly in particular, I believe, organised it. So I got a lovely card today with some chocolates from on behalf of the patrons to all of us, which both me and Emma and Charlotte will appreciate when she eats all the chocolates. So yeah, there you go. We've dealt with baby news.
It's amazing news. It's amazing news.
The important business about what we're eating. So that's me. I've got a Pepsi around here somewhere as well. Should I get through those? But I've got some gin. I've got some tea. I've got some chocolate. What about you?
You know me, mate. Old school. So the standard. Friday night's become a bit of a thing now because my 7-year-old has found a bit of a taste for Chinese takeaway. So every Friday now she demands Chinese takeaway. So we got Chinese takeaway. I've already started. I did have 12. I think I've got 8 left. So
right, you had 4 beers. That's not starting.
Yeah, but
that's a night.
But Chinese food does make you very thirsty. That's
they get you. So they get you.
I've had 3. This is the 4th. It's almost full. So I had 2. I had 2 with my meal, and then I had 1 whilst I was waiting for you. You know how it is. And then oh yeah, here it is. White Big Twix. Yeah, boy.
That's a twist, isn't it?
Yeah. So normally I go for a Lion Bar, and I pick the Lion Bar up, and then I realised the shop where I get my chocolate from had these, and I thought,
why is it extra? Is that size?
It's bigger, yeah. Look at it. It's like the size of my head. It's a big one. But yeah.
You like a white chocolate?
I do like a white chocolate, yeah. Not too much. Do you know what I mean? Not too much. I wouldn't eat like a full solid bar of white chocolate. The fact it's mostly caramel and biscuit.
Like a snowman.
Yeah.
If you get, I really like the snowman. Came out the year I was born. I've got a few things about. Sometimes you get a snowman for Christmas. The white hollow chocolate.
Yeah, it's too much.
Too much.
Yeah, it's too much. Even if they make the nose brown chocolate, it's still too much.
The orange, isn't it? What are you talking about? His nose is an orange, isn't it?
That's true. That is true. But yeah, that's me for tonight. I'm on Moretti and Twix. Very healthy diet. And yeah, I'm looking forward to tonight. It's been a busy week. Work's been kicking my backside as per usual.
It's been busy, is it? You tired?
Yeah, it's been busy, mate. I am tired. I had a nap before. But what I did do was realise that I should be painting on stream, and I had this HALDIR,
very nice,
which was perfectly fine. It was painted well. It was all right. Like I didn't paint it that long ago. It was
oh no.
I used it as a test model for a Galathrin Force that I was going to build pre-lockdown, and I stripped it.
For God, you're doing it wrong.
Yeah. So,
you've done this before. We've talked about this before. You're meant to be clearing your backlog, not adding to it. It's like the opposite of what you're meant to be doing. Don't strip models. You won't finish that.
No, but do you know what the annoying thing is as well? Well, not annoying for me because I kind of like to do it now just to wind you up. But I have got other HALDIRs that are not painted. So I've got HALDIR with a sword, and I've got like non-armored HALDIRs not painted. But the thing is, in my mind,
you stripped a model from your collection just to upset me, or
yeah, pretty much, yeah. Well, the thing is, like I say, pre-lockdown, I was going to do a Defenders of Helm's Deep army, Legendary Legion. So I ended up getting all the Galathrin that I had, the metal, and then buying a load more extras. When the made to order come out, I got some. So they're all sat there. So it is an army that needs painting. So I did paint this, and it was all right, but I wasn't 100% happy with it. So it wasn't wholly being an arse.
If that was me, I'd get another, because he's quite a cheap or commonly available model. I'd get another version of that and I'd paint him again, and that way you've added to your collection.
I have got probably 3 other versions of him, but I just can't be asked looking
You're
for them.
absolutely sick.
I just can't be bothered looking. I
couldn't strip it. There's no way I could strip a model. I'd rather buy a new one and paint it again. That's cool. I am working on this HALDIR.
Yes.
Sword HALDIR, released, I believe, in month 1 of the strategy battle game. If not month 2, it was absolutely early, very, very early release. I don't like this model at all. I've never liked it. He's the worst HALDIR.
It's a weird pose, right?
It's really odd. The pajama HALDIR with the bow, who I've got, he's here somewhere because I'm using him as test colour. I painted him, I believe, for the GBHL GBHL Fellowship of the Ring campaign. He is awesome. Yeah. That's a cracking model.
Yeah, I do like that.
And I quite like the metal one as well. But I've never liked that sword one. And he's obviously just come back out in as part of the re-releases, isn't he? And we were just chatting either on here or on the Patreon chat, and Larry mentioned that he wanted the bow one because that's been the harder to get one. And so Larry Miller, you'll love him, bought both of these. We split the pack, and he sent me this. So we are working on our HALDIRs tonight. So Larry, let this be the hour that we paint HALDIRs together. Standard. I don't like this model. I don't need this model, and I don't want this model. But I am painting him up for Battle Streams of Middle Earth, and that is bloody wonderful.
The pose, it's just like he's going, haha, I have a sword. Look at it.
Yeah.
It's weird.
It's too big for the scabbard. Don't pay attention to that.
No, at least you're getting painted. You can whack him on yourself. Yeah. So
okay.
So yeah. What I would like to say, because I have forgot to say it in the last couple of streams, welcome to everybody who is watching at the moment. If it is your first time in the stream, or if you have been here before but you're always very quiet and you don't say much in the chat, it's fine. No one's expecting you to...
We're not angry with you.
Yeah, we're not angry, but it would be nice, just say hi, let us know who you are, where you're from, etc. It's always nice to put names to the numbers that are watching, and it's always nice to get a bit more chat going in the conversation. So do make yourself known. Let us know who you are and where you're from. Have we covered all the intro stuff, Damian?
I think so. We haven't done a kind of what have you been up to, but we can always do that after the first chat catch up if you like.
Yeah, we can do. I'm going to change to live chat because I forgot to do it like an idiot.
Oh, you do some painting. I'll jump in the chat.
Yeah, I'm going to get some gold on this, dude.
I normally get to go first. So let's see who's in. We've got 53 of you. Oh, now. See, that's the 4 beers talking. We have. This is the pre-start of the stream chatter. This is in the green room. We've got Tom Macklin and Joe Holzman and Dan Coster and Sophie Wilkinson and Dale White is in. Frederick Schultz. He's still working on his events. He's just finished his tree building. That's beautiful. Nathan T is in. Nice little HALDIR palette cleanser for me. Lovely. Chris from CB Miniature Studios in. Remco, good evening all. Hope you're doing well. We are indeed. Tom Macklin, I'm not painting HALDIR tonight. Boo, he's working on Iron Hills Dwarfs. Wonder why that is.
Yeah,
Green Tree. Hello again, or happy Friday stream day. Peter Freeburn is in. I think also giving Macklin a cheeky tickle about what might have inspired that. I'd love to give Tom Macklin a cheeky tickle. Rhett, my HALDIR is in the mail. Probably won't arrive for another month. I'll come back then. Like that. George Sutherland says, hi guys. Skeeth says, even though Frederick Schultz sends somewhere in the region of 50 baby emojis, which I presume are for used to.
Obviously.
Josh Bryant says, all right, everyone. Dwalin is in. Michael Haskell's in. He made it to the end of the working week relatively in one piece and to the welcoming archway of a B-Sime live stream to the weekend. It sounds like he's been on the red already, doesn't it?
Yeah, standard. I'd love
classic,
with him.
Classic Haskell, yeah, he goes wild, Destro's Extras is in from Houston. Frederick Schultz is referencing our we have Battle Streams karaoke. I don't know how many of the patrons joined in, but I was in the chat. I was sending voice notes for Alexa to then play for the patrons Alexas, and Frederick Schultz has said, Alexa, play Battle Streams Middle Earth episode 34. Ashley Fisher says, good evening everyone. Happy pub week to everyone in the UK. Indeed, we can go out and drink. It's wonderful news. Go and see your friends and please do be careful. George Galway says, hey, everyone, it's my first time I've ever actually made it to one of these lives.
Whoop, whoop, whoop.
Congratulations, George. Lovely to have you in. Dan Collister says, the only HALDIR I've ever painted or likely will paint now lives with Michael Haskell. Of course, because Michael won the wonderful raffle that Dan did to raise money for Calm. All right, Grizz. Evening, guys. Hope you're both doing well. A food-grown adult with beard, child, and house. I'm enjoying chocolate milkshake and strawberry laces while painting Eowyn. Brilliant. Would never change. Green Tree says, so we've started at this point. Sounds good. Quite green in there, Steve. It's a bit down the Harrow in there.
Spooky, mate, spooky.
Yeah. Zarfa Engels in, Frederick Schultz, never how did dream come true. Doug Waters, it says, evening all. Jonathan Phoenix says, good evening, gents. Nathan, I'd have gone with slew you. It was more of a slash than a stab. Sorry, I'll work on that next time. HFG brought a tear to the eye. I think that's the wonderful rendition of Never How Did Dream Come True. Chris says, Damian for UK Eurovision entry, I think. Michael Haskell says that the HALDIR is safe and snug in his figure case, pondering what tournaments to give him an outing. Maybe Harry's Imps in July. Colin Higgins says, happy Friday, massive congrats to Damien Amma, thank you so much. Dan Collister, may he bring you victory, to Michael, or at least an honourable death for Nathan. Josh Bryant, massive hobby news. Oh, I think we can't. Can we? I don't want to get derailed yet. There's some massive hobby news apparently. Maybe we'll talk about it later. Michael Curtis says, I wanted to see a giant egg obscuring Damien's face. I must be in the right stream. All right. Hi, guys. Just had a nice day of hobbying and pizza with a mate. First time about 5 months. Well done. Nice. Congratulations. Second day of gaming since the start of lockdown over a year ago. Wow. Reese has just grabbed a cold one. How are you, Steve? And congratulations, Dave. Thank you.
Very well, very well.
Nathan agrees that Rhubarb and Ginger Whitley Neal gin is a solid choice. Jing jing. It is new. Dan Collister, the sender of the gin, says always slimline. I'm glad that I've not desecrated the gin. James says, James Minister, I'm here by some miracle. I'm actually here. I'm totally unprepared. My snack is team biscuits, free sherbet, lemons. I'm painting whatever's on my desk from the last time I sit down. It's HALDIR. Can you imagine? Green Tree says, congratulations. This must be when I was chatting about baby. So congratulations. 19 crimes uprising to drink tonight. I don't know what that is. Snyder's jalapenos and Frodo Face It. Oh, Frodo Face It is nice. Some congratulations. Nathan says that his wife laughs at him. Congratulations again. Drinking good health. Cheers, Dan. Thanks for sending it. James says, congratulations. Damien had a haircut. Emma had a full-on baby. I think haircut was last stream, I believe, but still probably less painful. Larry says, congratulations, Damien. 11 more to go. That'll put me up there with Sam. Frederick Schultz absolutely smashed it, crushed it. Damien, that's not what you're supposed to do with baby. Remco says, congratulations. Glyn says, congratulations. And Damien, Josh says, Olivia May. And he puts a question mark. Yes, that's what we went with. M-A-E. It's a lovely name. Keith says, congratulations. Chris says, congratulations. And Frederick Shaw says, also big news for me this week. My brother secretly got married yesterday. What? He told no one and then posted funny pictures on the family WhatsApp group. Congratulations, brother Schultz.
Well done, yeah.
Sounds like a monk, doesn't he? But yeah, wonderful news. It's crazy what this world's kind of made happen, I suppose, rather than having a big party. But hopefully you're all happy, and that's a good news rather than something they've been kind of forced to do, I suppose. Sounds positive though. Scott Newman, hope all is well. Not able to join you tonight. Hope you have a great stream. See you in a few weeks. Oh, thanks. I love it when people do that. When they drop in and say, I can't come in. It's nice. It's lovely. It's lovely. Hope you're well in the future, Scott, if you're watching this on catch up. Daryl Groves, evening all. Congratulations, David Noah. My eldest name is Olivia. Good name. She will be mind blown by the elf army. Beats going Olive Groves. There you go. It's a free gift. Enjoy. Larry says, another news. I found what I've been looking for that I've forgotten to get ready for this week's stream. That sounds cryptic and promising. Frederick says, don't re-backlog your models, paint the unpainted ones. I couldn't agree more. And he says that you should look for the unpainted ones in your HALDIR box. That's where they should be.
They're in the Galathrun box in the attic.
The Galathrun box. I don't know. How do you? Why? Well, I don't want to get into your headspace too much, but why does Boromir get like a Boromir box?
I'll tell you why. Because I was in hobby. What's it called? What's the hobby shop called?
Element Games.
No, sells
Games Workshop.
No, like a hobby. What it sells all like
Hobbycraft.
Hobbycraft. I was in Hobbycraft, and they had an offer on, and they were selling really useful boxes. But they only had two sets of the little boxes that are about they big. But they come in a wall mount, So you put them all in, and I'll tell you how many's in it. There's
hot box content.
16 in each one, right?
Right. Yeah.
So 16 each one. So I've only got 32 of them. So there's only 32 characters that can get their own box.
Of course.
Yeah. And then the others just go in.
So you've got 32 heroes that you deem more important than HALDIR.
Yeah.
Wow. Poor HALDIR.
Yeah,
I think we'll see a bit of that tonight, actually, even from HALDIR himself.
Yeah, but to be fair, there's like Urukai Siege Ballista box. What other like random one? I'm trying to have a look from here. We've got Cave Troll box, which is not a named hero as such, but they're big, aren't they? So yeah,
they're big. There should be less reason to put them in the small boxes.
No, but I didn't want to put them in the Moria box. Everything else in the Moria box is plastic, and they'll just smash them up.
I just feel. No wonder your HALDIR's sad. Wow.
I'm gonna have to. I need to put my sexy glasses on because I can't see. Make me eyes get worse.
Wow. Will Rob says, I like that HALDIR. I presume he's talking about the one that I was slagging off a bit. Larry says, I did what Damian did. I remembered being quite pleased with my old armoured HALDIR, so I got a new one to repaint. Yes, that's the way. He said it's ended up being cheaper than getting him on his own to get something special with him. Oh, what? So to buy some... Oh, I see. So I think he's bought... So this is the thing that he was waiting... You right there, Pickle?
I lit my brush, but it was full of paint.
Test the paint. I think Sir Larry's got a bundle deal with something with HALDIR, and he's going to be painting that as well.
Okay.
Joe Holzman says, so Steve stripped a model and Damien's bought a new model. Very peaceful. Larry made me do it. Eric Schultz, hello. First time here. Always quite quiet. Socks, cutlery, stomachs. Michael Curtis, I like pajama HALDIR with a sword. It brings back happy memories of the old days. Yes, that is a great point. Toggy Ebert says, congrats to Damian. Emma, Joe Achille is in. Congrats to the O'Byrne family. Hope to meet you all someday. Thanks, Joe. Hopefully, if there's an event where I think Joe's about 15 or 16, so if there's like an 18 plus event in a few years, we might be able to meet. That'd be awesome. Joe Holzmere, HALDIR horses. Is Steve painting on a string? HALDIR horses. Is Steve painting on a string?
I like it.
Good, it's good.
Yeah, it took a bit of thinking.
I didn't think HALDIR was going to be a big pun week, to be honest. I thought we were going to, peak and then with never HALDIR, dream come true, and then tumble down. Ian Whitehouse, no HALDIR for me, but I do have a bottle of red. Similar. Tom Christian, even though thanks for getting that S Club 7 song stuck in my head, Damien. Not a problem. Literally anytime. Stephen Ryan, even though had HALDIR Prime for about 2 months, so good to get him started. Fine, that's awesome news. Michael Breer says, evening all. I'm gonna embarrass myself. Michael Breer sounds like a new name.
No, he's been in before.
Damn it, I told you I was going to embarrass myself.
Yeah,
sorry, Michael. Joshua Crosby, this could be the only time in my life I have a quadruple task. Finishing a workout, got food cooking, watching B-Sam, and have Man United catch up on me. Did you watch the match from catch up? I've never done that.
I watch Match of the Day. If it's that night and I've missed the goals, I'll watch Match of the Day.
Yes, but beyond the day, it's always about the kind of tension about stuff I don't know for me. I've never got. It's the same with any sport. I've never got. Oh, I don't know.
Especially now with social media, like what the outcome is.
Yeah, it ruins it for you. Yeah. Oh. 8 points, isn't it? 8 points. Come on, Burnley.
The double's on, mate. The double's on.
It's all fine. Nathan T, how long before you sing May O'Byrne's The Sound of Bee playing? Good. Oh, you can hear Emma thinking, like, that was that Star Wars thing where I felt disturbance in the force, like 1,000 souls screamed out in horror. May O'Byrne, May O'Byrne. She's awesome. She'll be thrilled. CB Miniature Paint Studio, Josh Crosby, don't forget typing your message. That is 5. Oh, that's the multitasking. Ashley Fisher got 2 unpainted HALDIRs, but unfortunately, due to a combo of being mid-moving and a bit tipsy, I'm unable to give them a go. We'll be cleaning and assembling Quick Beam instead. I like that. I can't paint an elf, but I'm going to assemble a massive tree.
And it's a bit fiddly, Quick Beam as well.
Yeah, it is. I actually, to jump ahead, but this will save time later, that was on my things I did this week. Oh. I assembled Quick Beam. Got him done. Don't worry about looking up. It's fine. There you go.
Sexy, mate. Sexy.
Yeah, cheers, thanks. He is fiddly though, isn't he?
Yeah, fiddly.
I only lost one leaf, and I consider that a great victory.
Mm.
I suppose the good thing is, if a leaf pings off, it doesn't really matter.
No.
It just becomes a branch. But he's also, when he goes together really, really well, like the way the bits slot together and stuff. I haven't grease stuffed anything on there. Yeah, so he's super, super cool. So do enjoy, but yeah, I found that you do what looks like 90% of the model, and it's really, really quick. You do like the legs, the body, the arms, and the head. Then you spend 15 days cleaning up leaves. But try and enjoy. Perfect for when you're pissed. Skeeth148 says those 16 box ones are awesome. He has 3, Steve.
3 what?
Boxes.
Oh, the boxes.
So that means he's got 48. That's how you get HALDIR a box.
Yeah. It was all he had left, man. Oh. It's all he had left, so I just bought them.
Nathan says HALDIR top 40, surely. I don't know if that's a joke or if he's saying he would be in your 33 to 40. I'm not quite sure what that means. Frederick Stultz, 32 minis more important than HALDIR, where HALDIR episode is episode 34. So, that's a great point, Frederick. But episode 34, issue 28. Specials, my friend, specials. So really, there should only be 27 models. But, then that's saying like 12 Moria goblins are more important. 24 Moria goblins are more important than HALDIR, quite frankly. So perhaps it's not the best metric. Josh Bryant, at least the Siege Ballista has an attendant hero. Yeah, I suppose. Step up from the troll. Josh says, sadly couldn't carry on exercising and typing at the same time. Oh, you gave it a good go. Dwalin says, no half it for me either. I think that's probably an autocorrect for HALDIR. No HALDIR for me either. Pointy-eared princess. I'm working on Bayon. Oh, that's a cool model. And then, yes, he does confirm it was HALDIR. Larry, I think he might have the wrong thing muted.
Who?
I don't think that's us, is it? No, it can't be us because they'd be kicking off about the sound. That must be a joke. That must be a gag.
Yeah, it sounds cool.
Sounds cool. Sounds like a sort of Larry Mellon joke. Joe Holzman, I've done it like that style where I've recorded it and avoided the. Oh, is Larry's thing about the United game? I might have the wrong thing muted, maybe. Joe Holzman says that he's recorded it and avoided the score until I can watch it later, but never watch it back after knowing the score. Dan Costa says 32 models more important than HALDIR. You say 32 Moran and Orc Shamans. Indeed. Nathan, not idly do the leaves of Quick Beam fall. We'll probably go back anyway. Larry says, I once spent half my life avoiding spoilers for the last few episodes of Friends. Oh, such a great sentence. I once spent half my life avoiding spoilers for the last few episodes of Friends. It obviously depends how old you are at the time, but that means like potentially if he's 20, he spent 10 years avoiding spoilers. They all die at the end. It's really surprising. Leon,
it's all a dream.
Yeah, Leon K says, really happy I'm now able to catch the stream live. Woo-woo, we're
welcome,
happy to have you. Larry, in reference to Nathan's top 40, he says, HALDIR top 40, surely. That was Nathan's comment. Larry says, I think he meant HALDIR, never HALDIR Dream Come 2 should be a top 40 strong. Yes, quite possibly. Larry says, right. So Larry said that Josh was watching battle streams while he had the football muted. And that's why Larry then said, I think you've got the wrong thing muted, winky face, because he's, he's a horrible, horrible person.
He's a card.
Yeah. Starts with the same letter. Has the same number of letters. Ashley Fisher, HALDIR puns? HALDIR, oh dear. I'll let myself out. You let yourself in, Ashley. You let yourself in and you sit down. Rich Taylor, really like the HALDIR styles, even though my sword unarmored. Larry Miller says, I spent about 13 years avoiding it and watched it when I was 26. Oh, he is a card, but I do love that man. I've caught up with the chat, mate. I don't really get what the issue is. It's quite easy to do. I've got huge news.
Go for it.
I haven't done this, right? I've just been breaking this chocolate egg open. I'm just going to hold this up so that I don't influence you. Look at this piece of Terry's chocolate orange.
Yeah.
Don't just say, yeah. What is that obviously looking like?
I mean, it looks a little bit like a Mirkwood shield.
Kind of. Or, oh God, it's getting sticky. I'm going to have to eat it in a minute.
What does it look like?
Yeah. think Mirkwood Shield. You're not far away. It's HALDIR week. Oh, it's getting really sticky. Gone now.
I couldn't see it. I couldn't see it proper. I couldn't see it.
It looked exactly like the Lothlorien brooch.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm glad you agree.
I wasn't far off, mate. I wasn't far off.
Oh, exactly.
I wasn't far off, precious.
I've got like melty chocolate dripping on my computer. I wonder if there's a problem if I press H when I'm on Zoom. Oh, it brought up Line of Duty stuff.
It's getting tasty, Line of Duty, isn't it?
Oh, so good. So good. If any of you are accidentally not watching Line of Duty, go and fix that. Boom, 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 boom. So yeah, there we go. Must be fate. Got some HALDIR themed chocolate in. So I thought that was pretty good. So we'll caught up with the chat. Steve.
Yeah.
Why don't we start with you? What have you been up to?
Let me wash my brush. Let me wash my brush and take these funny glasses off. So this week has been a very non-Middle Earth week for me, really. After doing a lot of Middle Earth and painting up a lot of Ents and the like. Curse City was released last weekend.
Twas.
Great set. So I have been frantically painting up some of the miniatures from there with every spare second that I've had hobby-wise, so I can get the whole box painted and then don't have to worry about it. I can do content later on. So I've been working.
You did a stream, right?
Yeah, we did a stream. We did a giveaway a box.
Give it away to the wrong person, I know.
Which was proved very popular, very busy stream. It was cool. And there's a lot. It's that thing. We're used to it in the Middle Earth community of that thing, you know, where people assume a thing and then kick off on the internet about it. You know that thing.
I've decided the next supplement will be the rise of Khazad-dûm, the fall of Khazad-dûm.
Yeah.
It's actually Quest of the Ringbearer, and they get really angry about it.
Yeah, they kick off.
That's just a thing you've made up. There's no thing that was ever going to happen. That's just something you wanted to. What happened? What happened? What's the news? What's the
so obviously, we're in this weird situation, aren't we? But with lockdown and COVID and things like that, a lot of different things have happened. But I think the two main things that have happened in the sense of our hobby community, be it Middle Earth, be it another system, is the fact that a lot of people are at home and can't go out and socialise. And a lot of people, I think, who left the hobby, and this is gauging off conversations that we've had in this stream and on other streams over on Top Table Gaming. People have said
streams are available.
I've not played for 10 years and I've come back into it. It's happened a lot. So people have been at home, they've dug out their old models, they've wanted to do something to kill the time, and they've started painting and going online and re-engaging with the hobby community. So I think in general, a lot of the hobby community has grown through COVID, and obviously GW forecast these releases, and Curse City would have been forecast at least 12 months prior to release, I'm assuming. And it happened with the Indomitus box set, which happened in the first lockdown. They hyped it up massively, built this, you know, they've got a really good sort of marketing strategy, GW. They're really good at building hype. They did it really well. Everyone was waiting for Curse City to come out. It came out and it sold out within like 10 minutes or something stupid like that.
Yeah, really?
Yeah, and then obviously, you know, you've got the people who are saying, I went on Sunday afternoon and couldn't get a copy. Yeah, well, it was released at 10 o'clock. You should have been there. You knew it was going to be busy. You weren't there.
I know, man. You don't know. You don't know.
But the thing that
over, man.
Put her in charge. The thing that I've not seen before, which I was quite shocked at, and I think this probably happens more on the bigger systems like AOS and 40k, was so alongside this release for Curse City was they released a novel for the game. Black Library, which I've been which I've been listening to today on Audible.
Steve. I was saying it was.
I got it. Yeah, I got it.
I don't know if you got it.
I tried to carry on, so we just slid it in. Yeah. And it was like
I was just worried you hadn't noticed.
No, I wanted it to be an Easter egg for people watching back, but now it's not an Easter egg. Now it's like a massive.
It's an Easter egg, mate. I don't
But yeah, so they released a novel as well. Now the novel obviously is very limited run, and they've ordered so many copies to be made because it's paper stock. So they, as far as I know, you might know a little bit more than me. GW buy that stuff in, so they've got the capabilities of making their own miniatures. But the stuff like cardstock and books, they obviously create them on a software and then buy them in from somewhere like China or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, I can pretend I know that if you like.
Yeah, so that's happened. So they people have been asking about the novel. At first, it was a kickoff about people not being able to get hold of the novel. So they put a tweet out about the novel saying, literally saying, there's not going to be any more coming back in stock. What we had. It's done. There's still some out there in stores that you can search and find. This was an official tweet. But what somebody did was edit the tweet. So cut off the bit that it was about the novel and then redistributed it across the internet.
So it's about the game?
So it's about the game.
Wow, how incredibly well adjusted.
So it's just like, why would you do that? That makes zero sense why you do that.
Why did you do it?
Because I've got about 70 copies I need to get rid of it.
No, but we'll go with huge news about
£500 each. But the I couldn't get my head around that. I was just thinking, why would somebody do that? And then it was like, I'm in a lot of the Curse City groups. There's one main group, and it just feels like now it's every thread is the same thread. I can't believe GW have done this. Oh my god, and it's just. I replied a few times, saying, "Well, just hang on a minute. Calm down. Wait till you hear something official." That's obviously not official. If you go to the Warhammer Community Twitter page and find that tweet, you'll see there's a big chunk at the top missing, which says it's about the book, not the game. And yeah, it's sold out. I understand how people are frustrated. I get that. That's fine. But just give them a chance to, respond. Either there's going to be a reissue. Blackstone Fortress you can still buy now. It's still on the shelves in stores. It's the next incarnation of Warhammer Quest. I really can't see them releasing this box set for a handful of boxes and then just stopping. Yeah, it's just not going to happen. It's just
I don't know. It's not like a Middle Earth thing that I'm on, but I didn't think that was meant to be like a Space Hulk Dreadfleet thing that went away. I thought it was meant to be a sort of thing that if they ran out, they'd make more of.
Yeah, and then worst case scenario is the only thing that you can kind of compare it to is they did make the genuine mistake with Indomitus where they just didn't make enough copies, and that was a splash release.
Yeah,
but when they realised the extent of people wanting it, they then straight away did it as a made to order. So they could say, right, you've now got like 2 weeks, whatever it was. Get your orders in now. We'll basically make you a box. And everyone was happy. Pretty cool. And I don't think that they're going to need to do that. I think it's going to get reissued as normal. And the funny thing was as well, I went on the Games Workshop site today, considering these threads have been going all week. I went on there today and bought the novel from Games Workshop.
It wasn't even sold out?
No. I bought it today.
People be crazy.
Not that I want it. It's for a prize.
No, obviously not.
It's as a prize because I've got the audio book. That's it. I don't want the novel. Ain't nobody got time for that.
You can't read either, can you?
No. I can work out it from if they put pictures in the middle. I can see where the story's going. I don't know how it ends.
You get the right character points, don't you?
I know what the characters look like. But yeah, so this week, basically, I was going to say long story short, but it ended up being a long story.
Long story long.
Yeah, so it's in the background. I don't know if you can see it there. Look, my boxes are over there. I've been painting up the skeletons. The models are absolutely insane. They're beautiful. The pictures look great online, but when you've got them in hand, they're great. And none of them needed gluing together. They're all just push fit. It was great. Great models. Fantastic.
Really?
Lovely, lovely, lovely. So that's been me. What about yourself?
Oh, don't. I'm doing eyes. Do a few comments.
Where did you get up to?
I don't know.
Let's have a look.
The last one I read.
I'm going to turn my painting lamp off because it's blinding me.
You've given it a good go. Yes. That's it for the
night. I can see Larry spending half his life not avoiding Spoilers.
Yeah, it was something about Larry's. I think it was Josh Bryant saying, "I wish I'd avoided Friends all my life" or something.
Line of Duty. Bit of Line of Duty talk.
Yeah, we haven't done that.
HALDIR puns. HALDIR, oh dear. You said that one, didn't you?
Done that.
Spent 13 years avoiding it. Watched it when I was 26. Yeah,
that's
Josh Bryan.
about it.
Wish I'd managed to avoid Friends. I quite liked Friends. I watch it now and it's very silly when you see it now on like Dave or whatever, but at the time I didn't mind it. Dan Nelly says, evening all. Ashley Hampstead Reed. Hi all, I'm late to box ring party. Can only hang out for a little while, but still going to put some paint on HALDIR. Good man, make sure you get a picture in the whip thread. Just Brian, I do enjoy Line of Duty. I refuse to pay a TV license, so I'll get it when it hits streaming services. CB Miniature Painting Studio. Did anyone else pause the screen at the end of Line of Duty and tilt your head to see who was in the image?
Everyone in the country did that.
That is such a cliffhanger. Who do you think? Let's not, because we'll get sidetracked.
But the picture's not a spoiler. Everyone's done it. The picture's Joe Davidson. The picture's just her, but it's meant to be that it's written down like her surname or something.
Yeah.
So that you can't work it out. But everyone did that. Everyone paused it to see who it was. Oh, it's just her. It's just her.
It's going to be one of the sort of villains from a previous series, isn't it? It's got to be.
I think it's going to be Tommy Hunter.
Yeah, Tommy. I've seen a few things with people.
That's our kind of family. Yes, I think it'll be Tommy Hunter.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Interesting season. Only 2 days to wait, mate. Is Sunday the last one?
No, the 7th, longest series ever. So this is the 5th.
Oof. It's getting exciting. Reese says, Damian, what you need to do is bring out a Christmas CD with all Lord of the Rings themed songs, including greatest hits ever have a HALDIR come true, and Hey Hey We Are the Hobbits.
Done.
Do it, man. Do it with a calendar. Ashley Fisher, I'm one of those people accidentally not watching Line of Duty, but after every season there's another season to catch up on, which seems even more and more like a Herculean task to catch up.
For sure.
It's a great series. It's great.
There are only 6 episodes before this one, so then it's not like an American show. You've got to do that. It's so worth it. And you got to start from the beginning. It's so good. Yeah, it's so good.
It is good. It's gonna be one of them where when it ends, like, you're devastated.
Yeah, genuinely, because it's normally about 2 years before the next one, isn't it? So you're like,
yeah.
Oh, what?
Todd Egbert, did anyone else watch Damien's hobby vlog number 14? HALDIR episode.
Not recently.
HALDIR episode. Do you remember?
Oh, is that? Well, I presume that's this guy. I presume that's him. I couldn't have told you that. What on the G? That must be on the GHL. So
I remember when you painted that and you posted it up. I really liked it. I really liked the greens.
Did you play the Lothlorien game with me? You were in the Amon Hen ones.
Yeah, the Amon Hen.
Did you do Lothlorien? I can't remember who did Lothlorien now.
I can't remember, mate.
But that's what he was paying for. Oh, that's cool. No, I certainly haven't gone back to it. But tis the season, I suppose.
Yeah. Larry says they should do that for SBG. I'd love to see a novel set in this universe.
I've said it before.
I reckon they could get more than one out of it, Larry. I'm not going to lie.
Stretch it out into a trilogy.
Yeah. Agreed. I'm one of those people who played and painted in my early teens, along with battle games in Middle Earth, and I've rejoined the hobby through a lockdown boredom. Good man, Ashley. And you proved my point exactly. Josh says, well, Larry, do I have some news for you? Ooh. Yeah. Dan says,
there it is.
Okay. I'm a few beers in. Dan said, I picked up the Cursed City novel on Saturday. Excited to read it. I've listened to the first 20 minutes of the audiobook today. It is good. It is pretty good. It really has a good, like, old school, like Warhammer and Mordheimy vibe to it. It's cool. Larry Miller says, weirdly though, the game has disappeared off the website, but I reckon it's just a mistake. Yeah, we've had it, haven't we, where it said like no longer available and stuff like that on things. There's weird things going on with the GW and Forge World websites at the moment, and I think it is just glitches that just need ironing out. In Whitehouse, personally, a reference to Cursed City, I think GW are a very customer focused business, and I really respect them. They have hurdles to get over due to external factors. It will be back surely. Totally agree. I think someone put a post on which you know when someone just writes like a couple of words and it says everything that you were trying to say in a lot more words than he's wrote, and he just said basically that GW would not want to be in a position of being at the blunt end of the junk that would come their way from doing what people are saying they're doing. Why it just makes no sense.
What's the phrase? The artificial scarcity. Where I just don't buy it at all.
Yeah, it's just so many people. It's worse than Middle Earth. Like Middle Earth, you get one or two, don't you? Very negative and post things before actually having facts. But people just kind of fill in the blanks themselves, and like it's like where have you got this information from? Like where's this information come from? Please post where this information's come from. It's like, oh well, Dave said it. You know.
Is that when you were watching your Friends repeats?
Yeah. Colin says Curse is no longer available on the GW website, which I think has caused a lot of panic speculation. Yeah, and I think that's all it is, panic speculation. Nathan C, novel still available to order. People can complain about anything. That said, some people have missed out on Fangorn dice, apparently. Well, do you know what? The Fangorn dice were available for a long time. Like, there was plenty of time to get them. There was plenty of time to get them. And yeah, they did. Are they available again now, or did they come back and then
I'm not sure, but I've seen the post that apparently some people are like getting their orders cancelled now from GW, which I don't really know. I don't know the details of it, but that's what that's in reference to.
Right.
But I know there's some in Warhammer World, or there certainly were at the start of the day. So if you know a friend near Nottingham, they've got a big stack of them.
There's some on eBay at a couple of quid more than retail. So if you don't mind paying a couple of quid more.
I've got these ones that I'm meant to be sending to Julian Hammond because he won them last week. But if anyone makes me a decent offer, I'll have to deal. What would it be worth? I'd have to deal with a lot of hassle from Julian. So probably about 20 quid, so maybe 30 quid, something like that. I'll let them go for because otherwise
35.
Yeah, all right, 35. Yeah. I don't want the money. It's just I want the hassle to not bother me. It's not scalping. It's looking after my emotional well-being.
Yeah. You want paying for putting up with the crap, basically.
Yeah.
Joe says
you sold my prize dice. You said I'd won them. Come on, Julian.
Joe said there's at least one independent who are claiming GW have told him directly Curse that he's not returning. As a result, they've refunded all outstanding pre-orders. I think that's I've seen that as well, and I do think it's just misinterpretation of. I don't know why they do that, because why would GW tell them that and not put that post out generally? Like, why would it make zero sense? All I can say is look back at Blackstone Fortress, and I remember I wasn't as interested in Blackstone Fortress as I am in Curse City, but I remember thinking I want to have it on the channel. I really want to play Warhammer Quest, and I bought it. I've got it. I've painted it all up, but I think I've said it before. By the time I got the box painted, an expansion had been released. And I'd kind of moved on to something else, Middle Earth. I think we'd had a new release from Middle Earth or something like that. But I remember everyone saying, you need to get your hands on it quick. And that was Blackstone Fortress. And you can still buy Blackstone Fortress now. So they did sell out originally when it was first released. And then
you never know, do you? I think there was a Space Hulk thing and they all went. And then I remember when Dreadfleet came out and everyone was like, this is going to be like Space Hulk, So you got to go and buy it, and then that I don't think ever sold out or whatever. And it's like you never know. I think there are all these splash releases. Like some are just more popular than others. So you just.
I think the line or the Warhammer Quest line is less likely to be a splash release.
Yeah, I agree.
That's my opinion, and it is still available in stores. You can still walk in Element Games.
Element Games have loads of them, right?
They've got them on the shelf. They're not going to sell them online. They're having them on the shelf. For people to walk in and get them. Now, judge that how you will, whether you think that's a good thing or a bad thing, but I understand why they're doing it, and they're well within the rights to do it. I think a lot of stores are doing that as well. It gets you in the door, and hopefully buying more stuff. They have been shut for a long time, and it's their prerogative. Where was I up to? Julian Hammond, evening guys. Oh, he's in, mate. He's in.
Oh, he's off, someone's texting him. Someone's like, they're selling your dice, mate. You want to get on the stream.
Evening guys, looking forward to a few hours painting. Good man. Larry Miller, I picked up the fancy version as I'm an idiot and it looked pretty. I'm assuming you mean the book. Sophie says, can I just highlight that regardless of something's range status, local gaming stores and GW retail stores have a lot of stock. Before assuming that something cannot be acquired, look properly. Totally agree. Totally agree. Dwelling Grudgebane. Hey, Dwelling, how you doing, mate? He says, so who else bought Dane and Thorin today? Well, I bought 2.
No.
Why did I buy 2, Damien?
Did they come out today?
Shut up.
You know what happened at 10 o'clock when they went on sale? Do you know what I was doing? Nothing, mate. Nothing. I was like this. Because I thought somewhere in the world, someone, hang on, I had my 10 a.m. gin. And I was like, that feels like someone in the world.
He's milking this, guys. He's milking
buying me dwarfs. And I didn't put anything in my basket. I didn't pay.
What I'm going to do when they come, I'm going to get a scalpel. I'm going to make a little hole in it. And lose the weapons and send them to you. And you won't be able to swap them because you don't have the receipt.
What did you do at 10 o'clock, Steve?
Paid for 2 blisters like an idiot. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
I'm a man of a word. What can I say?
Steve, yeah, you know what? There you go. Steve, I believe he certainly tells me.
It's only because GW were wrong and didn't release Treebeard at Christmas. That's all.
Yeah, my pack, my twin pack has been paid for. Well, my good friend Steve.
Yeah. So anyone who doesn't know, I was convinced Treebeard was going to arrive in time to purchase or at least pre-order around the Christmas period, and it didn't happen. I was wrong. We had a little wager on it, and we said the next sort of twin pack blister that came out from Forge World. He did try and wangle, and then a Forge World went off me, but I was having none of it.
It's Merry and Pippin, all right? It's twin pack.
But no, we said the normal like sort of £25 blister, and this is
21 quid though, isn't it?
Yeah, so it saved me £4.
But you owe me £4? Does that mean?
No, because I didn't rack my my order up, so I had to pay £3.50 postage. So we'll just call it that. So I had to get Damian the Dwarves, and the weird thing, this happens a lot with me with GW stuff. I much more like the way they look now than I did when I first seen them.
All right.
I didn't dislike them when I first seen them. I was just like, they're all right. But now I've looked at them closely again because I was stewing because I had to pay for 2.
Why'd you have to pay for 2?
I had to buy some idiot a pet. I don't know, But I really like them. I think it's because they painted the armor gold, but the armor is exactly the same as Giant Hill's armor. When you look closely, there's a lot of detail on it.
Well, you also get to see the resin picks, right? On like release day, you get to see the bare resin.
Yeah, so they do look really nice. Looking forward to getting some paint on them, and it gives me an excuse to. I've got quite a big Iron Hills army, which I've never really used. I think I used them at one event, but other than that, I've not really used them. So it's a good excuse to start doing different builds with those and getting them out again. It'd be interesting to see what else they can ally with.
Their allies have been released, haven't they? The experimental rules are on there because God knows people are angry.
But when the book comes out, when the source book comes out with Legendary Legions and stuff like that, that'll be quite interesting.
It always cracks me up. We can obviously earlier on someone mentioned these releases, and we were like, well, let's maybe we can talk about that a bit later. And this is obviously the time we segued. Happy release day, everyone! It does amuse me when I don't think the rules change much. You always get people, and I think these are quite positive comments going, this is rubbish. And then some other people go, yeah, but they're only experimental. It's like, let's be honest, the rules don't change a lot. No. I think they write that, but I think these are the rules.
Yeah, I think they write that just in case something glaringly obvious that we see that they don't.
And if you just think about production times, like the books, I love that every now and again someone goes, well, look, we need to write to them and tell them it needs to be changed. It's like the books, whatever book it is, will be coming out in what? 2 months, 3 months. It's like it's sitting in a factory, mate. It's like you don't get it into the book. Like
you can get Tipex. You can get them the Tipex mouse now, where you can just draw a line.
Dave said on Facebook, get in the factory. But there seems to be like every time. This is a bit of a rant. It's like you've had your Cursed City rant. Every time something comes out now, there seems to be a real outcry about it's not good enough.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
And there's a long thread on the competitive forum page.
Did you see my answer? Did you see my answer to that on there?
Yeah,
because it kind of ties in with what you're saying now.
I think we're aligned on this about it. I do. Yes, I know what you're going to say, and I think so. So I'm going to leave the competitive thread one aside because fair enough. It's like that forum is the competitive forum. Maybe on there you should be saying literally the conversation is, are these top table worthy? You know, are we going to use these to win tournaments? Fair enough. But there was a couple of other threads like on the GBHL stuff where people are going like they're just not good enough. They don't compare well to Thrain. They don't compare well to Thorin. It's like, and they're talking about, you know, well, maybe he's 5 points overcosted, and maybe why would you take him when you could take Dwalin? It's like, I don't know when this changed, but you shouldn't be. It can't be perfectly balanced, even if you're right. The idea that there's no situation where every single profile will be an equally viable choice. There's going to be some, and that's the history of the game has always been full of that. There's always been like, you know, in the Rohan list, like Aomer was better than Theoden and better than Theodred and stuff. And what's weird is it's changed, and I think it's Facebook, because if you go back, you can actually see the threads on the One Ring from when The Hobbit came out. And you can read those threads. It's the One Ring forum before the Facebook group. Yeah. And people, you know, some people are, I don't really like this, don't really like this. But there were far less comments. And I think it's because it took more effort. I think you have to log onto your forum and write your comment and then post it, which is harder than putting an angry comment on Facebook.
It's a pain.
And I think it's now. And I don't really like it. It's like if I get those models and I want to use them, it's like, when I'm getting them because I want to do a War of the Ring Dale Force, so I'm obviously going to use old Dane and Thorin and Bard or Brand or whatever. So that's why I'll take them over Dwalin. And if you're going, well, Dwalin's a better profile, then you're in the top table club who wants to win at all costs, which is fine. But for everyone else, I just don't get why it matters.
No,
I just don't understand why. It just doesn't bother. Like I've looked at the profile and I thought, oh, those rules are fun, but it didn't cross my mind to start, I don't know, comparing them to other profiles and say to try and eke the most out of every last point. Because what I would use, essentially where I am in my gaming life, is I will use that Dane whatever he costs when I want to use him.
Yeah, and
I won't use him, but then I admit I've kind of retreated back into this kind of very narrative kind of focused play. So it's like, well, if I'm meant to have Dane in the army, I'll have Dane. I don't care if he's 120 points or 130. But do you agree? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I totally agree. I think a lot of the more chilled out thematic players, which is weird because I reckon in this community it's probably around the 70-75% mark. You know, we were more chilled out, more relaxed, more about building an army because of a certain theme rather than it's going to destroy your opponent. They're the quieter voices on Facebook because I think a lot of them look at a thread like that, and it's the right way to think. They look at a thread like that and they think, "Oh, that's not for me. I'm just going to scroll past," which is the right thing to do. But then, unfortunately, you know, that thread, everyone who's not like that, the other 25% who are quite competitive, are all screaming in that thread. And because they're all screaming that thread and they're replying to each other and they're starting discussion, that thread will always stay at the top of the thing. That's why sometimes, I don't often do it, but every now and again, I just try and offer a little bit of perspective. And I think, you know, and this is coming from, well, it's coming from me, you know, probably the worst person to try and add a bit of, you know, common sense to a conversation, but it just gets a bit silly. And it's like everyone wants every new profile that comes out, they want it to be the best profile there ever was. And it's like, they've done that with 40k and it ruined the game. They pretty much had to scrap everything and start again. You know,
as soon as they do that, they'll then be like, this is too powerful. That's the catch-22. It's like, these are far too good. They're better than the other profiles. It's like, what do you want?
Oh, this is too good. He's better than Aragorn. It's like, well...
but then if he's not better than Aragorn, it's like, he's not as good as Aragorn.
Yeah.
It's going to be one of them.
It should. Oh, they're there to keep the game balanced. They have to have some sort of restraint on how good they make these new profiles, and I much prefer it that way. I much prefer it that they do it the way they're doing it, And when new profiles come out, what it does is it gives you another option, another way of building a certain list rather than it being an auto list.
I grant you that, as I said, I have stepped back from competitive game, but I saw an awful lot of people comparing them to Dwalin and Thrain were the ones that, comparing it to one. I was like, were Dwalin and Thrain winning lots of tournaments? Like, I don't know. And the answer might be yes, but I was like, I don't really remember like kind of Erebor armies winning loads of events. So it's like, so in which case it surely doesn't matter in the slightest, because your top table players are going to go, well, Dwalin and Thrain aren't good enough, so I won't take them. And equally, Thorin and Dane aren't good enough, so I won't take them. Yeah. But for everyone else, I just literally don't understand it. I don't get why it matters.
No.
So I looked at those profiles and I was like, they're cool. But it's like, oh, maybe I won't have one more. Maybe he should be 120 instead of 130, and I'll have one less dwarf. Oh well, I'm sure I'll be fine.
I think they look cool. I mean, they do look cool. They do look cool. The special rules very situational. But
I think Thorin's got a really cool, useful rule.
Yeah, that them times when you're able to use that rule and it comes off, it's going to be awesome.
Yeah.
But if every time, if they make a rule that you're just going to auto use all the time, it's just become really boring to play, and B, really horrible to play against.
And a model that's an auto include as well.
Yeah, you're just going to get the eye roll. It's just like, oh god, I've got to play.
I think you should have to choose.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll put him in. Maybe I don't think Dane's good. He might be a bit pricey. He's only got one fate, I suppose, but it's a battle-wide standfast. That's pretty cool.
Standfast's good. I much prefer the Thorin profile. I think it's a lot more sort of combat-y. It's I like them. There's nothing wrong with them. I don't think they're overpriced. I don't think they're underpriced. I think they could have gone 5 or 10 points either, on either side, and I'd have still been like, yeah, it's not going to.
You're not going to win a tournament or lose a tournament. Those aren't the margins that make the difference. Yeah. Just get better at the game.
Yeah, so I think, from my point of view, just keep doing what you're doing, GW. You're doing it right.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're doing it right. There's 85% of this community which are a lot quieter than the other 25%.
Yeah.
And concentrate on them. That's
Did you say 85 and 25?
Yes, 110%, mate. I put 110%.
I wonder your conservatories fall down.
No wonder I'm doing well. So you paid 85% deposit, right? You owe me 25%. You know what I mean.
But yeah, I think we probably talked about them because I think we would have seen them last time, but I can't always remember. But the models I think they're great. Yeah, I think Old Dane's beautiful.
Yeah. Like I said to you, I much prefer them now. I've looked at them yesterday, than I did originally. I'm not a massive fan of gold armor. He says painting
gold armor,
but I'm not a massive fan of it. I struggle to make it look good myself, and there's very few models that I look at that have got gold armor that I think that's awesome. Unless you like Golden Demon winner or Tommy Sewell or something who can do like NMM like amazingly.
Well, yeah, Golden Demon. I mean, it's in the title, isn't it? Demon.
That's how they roll, isn't it?
It's got to be gold. It's got to be gold.
You don't get a silver demon, do you?
I also thought, again, you can never please everyone, but I was like, when that Old Dane came out, I was like, the classic people all like that because that looks like an old school dwarf king. No, rubbish. But I think they're both beautiful, and I really look forward to getting them and painting them. Like sitting there cackling, probably in my pants, thinking about how free they were. Just like sobbing and laughing and sobbing and laughing. But I think,
everyone, all the competitive players will be like, type in, these are overcosted. You're like, didn't cost me anything.
My biggest annoyance is I love those heroes. I love those models. I do have a Dale Force that's hopefully coming soon, and I love like the Champions of Erebor, and I've got the Dave's converted ones in the Chariot, and I love those ones. I cannot bear the idea of painting an Iron Hills army. I love their heroes,
it's difficult.
But I've got no interest whatsoever in doing Iron Hills, and it's really annoying me because I really like that era.
Yeah,
if we go in there in that area, I'm quite interested in that, but I just can't bring myself to paint the Iron Hills Dwarfs.
Well, I think we spoke about it before, where I've said Ministerial Farmers and that you can get away with the shortcuts, and you can get away with doing it quite quick, as soul destroying as it would be to do. You can get a pretty decent finish and doing them like speed painting them. But the Iron Hills Dwarves, when I painted them, I suppose you could, but there's so much detail. There's so many little buckles, like tiny little buckles. and little tiny bits of leather that when you're holding it, 3 foot away, you don't see. It's when you're painting like this, you're like, oh.
I did wonder if what I might do is, I don't know what stream it'd be, but I might try and take the kind of battle streams approach. Like on this, I've got 20 Moria Goblins, 10 Uruks, and 15 Mordor Orcs painted that I never would have done. And I'm almost thinking maybe I'll go down that route. I'll find like one of almost like your old Minas Tirith video you did, and do that from, and actually just find what these models are currently unpainted. I don't really want to use them on the table. I've got no plans of doing Nine Hills Army. Let's just find a quick way of getting them painted up.
Because they are really nice models. They're beautiful.
Yeah, they are. They're lovely. But yeah, so I mean, it's super cool. And it was cool to see the rules coming out from the hints of, still can't remember it, Brand and Bard, is it?
Yeah,
I think.
Yeah.
It's Brand and then the next Bard down.
King Brand and Bard the second, is it?
Yeah, he's his son, yeah. And what that might mean for the future, and the ally-in thing, which is kind of cool. But yeah, I think they'll be cool, and it's nice that people can start using them in sort of Erebor reclaimed armies straight away. And who knows when that's something that will be coming out, but it's cool.
Yeah,
it's really good. So yeah, I might paint up. I feel like I might paint Dane as a one-off, just to stick him in the cabinet because he's such a cool model.
Yeah.
He reminds me a lot of kind of Thor and Thrain, and I really enjoyed doing those ones.
Yeah, it's good. I think the mention of them was quite a nice touch. I think again, I always say GW have got a really good.
They know what they're doing.
They know exactly what they're doing. So that it's nice to know that's coming. It bodes well for some new units in the book. We might get some new units for Dale, which would be nice. We'll see what happens. At least I don't have to buy a triple pack. I'm glad the two dwarves came out first. So yeah. Did you jump back in the chat?
Yeah, well, I've just realised I've stopped the colour, and you were doing comments while I finished off a colour.
So back in the chat
I'll do my what I've been up to, and then jump back in the chat if you want to get painted.
Yeah, no, I'll paint. Yeah, yep.
So yeah, primarily had a baby. Took a lot of time. I also managed to finish this dude, who I was working on the last stream. This is Fur the Power Tailleaf. I think it was on the last stream someone suggested that he looks like he's playing darts, so I decided to name him another. I was quite pleased with him. Me and you had it was after last stream, didn't it? We had a painting session together. We had a Zoom painting session where we worked on cements and stuff.
Yeah.
And Steve gave me some help with the new Artist Opus dry brushes, which is quite cool. So I was quite pleased with him. Got him knocked out of the park. And I have been working away on the big boy, Captain Treebeard. I know this won't show up very well, but he is so close to being done. I reckon he's about an hour or 2 hours away, and baby has properly interrupted. It's really irritating because he's like, oh god, he's so close. And I found fungus. We've been laughing about this a few times on the Patreon stream where you find bits on him.
Yeah.
I don't know if you had any of this. There was a leaf on his finger that did me in.
Yeah.
I'd done all the other leaves, and then you just come back and you find there's one leaf. And there's fungus on his right leg. The one that's leaning back. And I had all the fungus on his left leg, and I had all the fungus on his body, but I missed the fungus on his right leg. And I was like final highlighting the moss, and I was like, that's weird. What are those? Oh,
for fungus sake.
So he's very nearly done, and I truly hope he'll be finished this week. But I'm quite pleased with him. So thanks for your help with that.
No problem.
I do think he's the best of the ends I've done, so that's pretty cool. And then I did him, and then as I said, as well as I'm always preparing the next in the Ent train, so I assembled Quick Beam, which I got him done, and then I prepped Haldir for this week. I got him primed and got his base colours and shading done, so he was ready to go. I also primed up at the same time 6 of his little mates. These classic metal elves, which I actually really love these models. They're beautiful.
6 of them.
There we go.
I've got 6 of them here. 6.
Perfect number. Perfect number.
Found them in my Wood Elf box.
Of course. Where else? You've got a Wood Elf box. You don't have a Haldir box?
No.
That is.
I like Wood Elves.
Oh, poor Haldir. So yeah, and that was about it. But in all honesty, I'm going to say Treebeard's finished. He's not, but I've done a lot of work on him. And I'm going to say finishing 2 Ents, a bit of work on HALDIR and assembling another end is pretty good going for a fortnight which I had a baby. You know what?
I think you should give yourself a pat on
I'm
the back.
pretty happy with that. I think I'd have to go back and look, but I think it took, after Charlotte was born, I think it took me 3 months before I painted anything.
Yeah.
And this time I managed to get back at the table about 4 days later. So I'm quite pleased with that. And I'm actually enjoying doing this little HALDIR chap tonight as well. So all good there. We've got some fun stuff that arrived from the patrons, which was nice. Thank you guys very much. But I also wanted to shout out to something else that arrived, and I will need to distract you because we'll need some pictures.
Just let me finish these fingers and then I'll get it up for you. 1 second.
Well, I can talk about it beforehand anyway, so you don't need the pictures up yet. So, I'll tell you a little story. On the trade group, I don't know, about 2 weeks ago or something, a bunch of posts went up by a guy, and the username was Zahir Z. I think it's Perez. Forgive me if I'm saying that wrong. And I'm sure lots of people here saw them. And it was for Moria scenery. Did you see it? There was like 4 different posts. One was for a Balin's Tomb modular set. One was for some chasms. One was for some columns, and one was for the Dwaradelf set for the scenario. Did you see these?
Yep.
So there were 4 posts, and they looked great, like really, really good looking bits of scenery, and really, really reasonably priced. And the one that really drew my attention was the Dwaradelf one. So this is the kit that allows you to play the Escape from Dwaradelf scenario. So it's the long 12-inch columns that butt into each other and you can run along. It's a very specific piece of scenery you need. And I was wanting to build that for the Fantasy Fellowship. And it's a relatively simple build in terms of, the blocks, but you have to make sure they are flush with each other and that they're the right height. And it could be kind of problematic. And I've just had a baby. And I saw this set come up and he was charging 60 quid for it.
Yep.
And I looked at it and I thought, that looks banging. And if that is 60 quid delivered, as he said, I'll bite his hand off for that. And so I messaged him, but then it turns out an awful lot of people had thought the same as me. And so he'd had loads of messages and it had gone. But he then said, I will make them to order. So it was a beautiful, it's not 3D printed, it was handmade out of polystyrene. And he said, I'll just make them to order. So if you want a set, I'll do your set. And I'm going to put my hand up here. And I thought that sounded initially a bit strange. And I was like, that is a one-off custom-made piece of scenery that he's flogging. You can't make another 6 of them. Like surely. And obviously he said, to be fair, well, if I'm going to make it, you need to pay. And I was like, I just thought, I was like, this feels a bit weird. But you know what? I like to believe in people. I'm going to take a punt. So I sent him the 60 quid. And I got work in progress pictures, and it's amazing. This guy I've seen the photos from his dining room of making 7 of these sets at the same time. And he's just got this production line of making them. And mine arrived today, and it's bloody marvelous. And so I've got it here, and I've had it all set up, and I've been playing with it. But I'll give you some examples. So this is what you get in basically. So if you imagine that is made, I think maybe if I put this one up, it might get a bit less glary. A bit better?
Yeah.
So we've got this. So you see, you've got the kind of archways. It's 2 inches wide, which is what the scenario requires. You've got the kind of dwarven shape to it. And you get one of these, and then you get another one of these. So they'll butt up next to each other. They'll butt up perfectly that way. Then you get this one down here, which will go onto there. You get 3 of those at that height, and then you also get 3 pieces, which make either you could start off with this, or in the scenario you get broken bits.
It's on screen now.
What is
the pictures you sent me?
Oh, okay. So can I not see me holding bits up?
Oh
now?
No. Do you want me to do you want them to see that?
Yeah, ideally. Well, I mean, I'm holding them up. Otherwise, it's just making my arms ache. Unbelievable. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's so you get a broken version of it as well. So you get enough for, I think it's 72 inches worth if you put it end to end.
Yeah.
And it's a bit vague, but the scenario requires about 60 inches of it. So if you put it all next to each other, you get about 72 inches worth, which is, you know, more than enough. And not only do you get these bits, but you then get, you've done staircases like this, which you pop onto there. No, you don't. Pop a staircase on like that. And then you pop that onto there. Look at that.
Very cool.
And you get all these staircases are like modular, and there's a whole bunch of them. There's big ones like this. There's then smaller ones, little ones like this that fit in between some of the other gaps. And then there's a couple of massive staircases like this, which are your exit points from the final. So that's your lowest level. And then you get staircases which butt up like that, that will allow you to kind of run off and escape the board. You can also have them along the top as your entry point and so on. I think this is bloody marvellous.
Do you want a picture?
There's a staircase as well. You can see the kind of, you know, all the stairs are like hand cut out of that.
Yeah.
Like sliced out of it. There must be about 10 different staircase pieces. And as I said, 70 inches of this stuff. And then, yeah, if you pick up the picture of the smaller picture, I guess.
Yep.
The one where there's less of it. And obviously I won't see it until the future.
Yeah, it's up now.
But that's my set. So that's, you know, one, it's obviously completely modular. But that's, you know, one way you might set it up for that scenario. And that was 60 quid, including delivery, in the UK. And I think it's bloody marvellous.
It's very good value. Very good.
So that's what you got. And as I said, I've got the details here. The poster buys are here, Zed Carez, if you want to get one. But his profile name or whatever is Zahir Carez, and that's Facebook, Instagram, and Etsy. So if you kind of see his stuff or whatever, or you're interested, you can hit him up there. But I would heartily recommend it. And as I said, he's got lots of other things. And honestly, if I was watching this now, I'd just buy one of those instantly. I was like 60 quid for that piece of scenery, because it's really tough to make, you know, to have all that stuff to balance and be the right width and the right height and everything like that. And so I think, you know, you're paying £60 to save yourself the hassle of having to make it, really. And I think he does a bloody good job of that. And then what he also did, because he had to make, I think he made 7 sets. Have you got the other picture?
Yeah, don't put it up.
Yeah, he then laid out, he said he couldn't resist, before he posted them out, he laid out about 3 or 4 of them, and you get this. Can you tell me when it's up?
It's up now, yep.
I mean, that is something else, right?
It looks very cool.
And so suddenly I'm now sitting there going, how many is that? And as he said, I think that's between 3 and 4 sets. It's like, oh, I'm quite tempted to get. You could get another 3 or 4 sets and have this entire like Dwaradel board.
See, I think that would also make quite a cool. You know, if it was at a tournament, but it was on a board, so like it wasn't like you didn't drop into a chasm; it was just on top of the board. It's just going to make a multi-level board.
Yeah, well suddenly really cool. I think that suddenly looks like the Dwaradel Hall, as opposed to the Escape from Dwaradel bit on the staircase for me. And suddenly it was like, oh God, that's really quite tempting. I was chatting to Tom. I sent Tom Harrison pictures, and I was like, we're sorted for this for the mag. And I was like, you should get one, and then we'll have 2. And it was like classic Harrison. He was like, haven't you already got one? Like, yeah, but if you got one, we'd have 2. And then I sent him that picture, and he was like, oh, that does look cool. I was like, yeah. Anyway, are you going to get any more then? I was like, hey, you get one. But he will make these. He'll make these new for you. It will custom make them for, you know, I can't promise the price in case he decides to put it up, because I think he could. But yeah, I paid 60 quid, and that was delivered. It was within 2 weeks.
Yeah, it wasn't that long ago you told me about it.
Yeah. I've got 2, like, just in full disclosure, I'd say that I'm not going to say complaints, because that's too harsh, but Can you see? You can see the polystyrene. Can you see that? I don't know if that's coming up on screen.
Do you want me to get rid of this picture now?
Yeah, maybe if you want to do.
Yeah,
Do you see what I mean? You can see the hexagons, but I'm going to be absolutely clear about this. That's in his pictures. Like when you look at the pictures, what you're buying, you can see that, and I knew that. And it's like, I think that's where you're saving your money or whatever. It's not. I don't know. It's not textured, I suppose.
Yeah. Could easily be though. You could do that yourself.
Yeah, well, you could do it. I mean, I think what he's done beyond anything else, this is a starting point. If you wanted it to be, I could see you doing one of these, like buying this and then sectioning it up no end. But you could buy that and then turn it into something permanent if you wanted, and not modular. And what you've really got is the pieces that are guaranteed to, like slot into each other and fit at exactly the right height. Should you then want to push it further? Yeah. But again, for 60 quid, you just can't argue with that. You just can't. It's like, as I said, it's right there on the picture. It's like, this is what it's going to look like, and it looks exactly like it looks like. And I'm over the moon with this. I think it's brilliant. And then my other thing is, you'll have to do something before you play with it. If you imagine the big one, right? You've got that, and on that, you've got your. Have I got anyone on? Oh god, there's Metal HALDIR, and he's sitting on there with all the other fellowship and a cave troll. That's going over, and it's going to be like a domino effect in the Dwarradelf, And so I think, again, that's your problem, not his problem. But I don't know if you might mount them on bases, or if you'd put skewers in them or something. But maybe even blue tack, or double-sided tape or something on the board or something. But
you could pin it. You could pin it, couldn't you? Because it's polystyrene, so you could just mark where the bottoms are, stick pins to your base, and just.
Yeah,
well, you could put it on a base.
Yeah, you could have that on a black kind of bit of hardboard. Yeah. You'd obviously have to. It'd be a bit tricky because you'd want it to be able to be assembled in any number of ways. Slid up. You'd almost need it to be like have gaps there, so it could you could slide one in there. They'd almost have to be like almost like memory sticks, wouldn't they? You'd need a bit that comes in there.
Yeah.
And a bit that sticks out there, but I think it's brilliant, and I just wanted to kind of give him a shout out, say thanks for the service, and to kind of point it out to people, really, and sort of say, that's out there. If you are interested,
Battle Streams approved.
Yeah, Battle Streams approved, absolutely. And he's got other stuff, and I'm quite tempted, in all honesty, to look at some of the other bits, like the chasm bits, to kind of enhance it a little bit. But I'm really tempted to get another set, even though you don't need it for the scenario, just to kind of dress stuff and stuff. But I think it's super cool. So thank you, Zahir Karez, and I'm super impressed. And he's got posts up on the Lord of the Rings trade group at the moment. So feel free to go over there and check them out. And I believe that's me. That's my sort of hobby, what I've been up to, and so on and so forth. Shall I jump in and catch up in the chat?
Aye.
Let's see what we've got going on. So loads of dice chat. Dane and Thorin, I literally just ordered them. Larry got Gundabats to get free postage. I did that the other week. He said they're his go-to order for those. Must have loads of Gundabats. Dwalin is excited about Brandon Bard, as we are. SAW Painting Studio says, evening both, can't hobby with you tonight, but the best for your painting tonight. Congrats again, Damien. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan.
Dan Collisty. Dan Collisty says, don't want to be a misery, but if you look at the requirements to make a box like Curse of City, even if they do bring it back, you won't see it within a year, if at all. Okay, well, maybe. Who knows?
Don't be a misery, Dan.
He says he doesn't want to be a misery, to be fair to him. He doesn't want that. Frederick Short says, Fangorn dice came back multiple times, probably because some retailers started limiting orders after their pre-order started. Dan says, stock provision from Fangorn dice was amazing. Yeah, it was really, really good. Absolutely nailed it. You can't make enough for everyone, and you certainly can't make one you need. Unsold stock is dead money in October. Absolutely. I think they smashed it this time. I think they got it just right, like available for most of the first day, and then there were still plenty of others in other places. Frederick Schultz is saying, check the Battlestream's patron chat. There you go. There's your incentive to join the patron scheme. Apparently, there's all sort of links about the Fangorn dice in the chat. Warhammer World, Larry Miller says his local had a couple on Wednesday. Frederick says they're in stock at 7th City. Dan Collister, I bought Dane and Barlin.
Dan was very excited about Dane and Barlin.
He must mean Thorin.
Thorin, yeah.
That's embarrassing for young Dan because he's been super excited about those releases as well.
That's probably the excitement that got to him.
Yeah, it's probably too much. It's just one of the dwarves. I'm so excited. Can't wait to do some bits for the podcast. Out of the Frying Pan, magnificent podcast if you haven't checked it out. Nathan says, again, we're without spoilers. Read into that what you will, but I've heard the license is gone. Yeah, because of course now we've seen everything. Those dwarves were teased and then released really quickly. That's nice. I've had a lovely message from Zahir. I'm watching the stream, but wasn't sure how to chat to you guys. I want to say thank you for the feature and thanks so much for the feedback. Definitely worth thinking about for the future. It's on YouTube, so you just need to jump in the chat if you want. But
he might not be he might be watching on YouTube but not have a YouTube account. So you've got to have a Google account or a YouTube account to be able to comment.
Got to be in it to win it. That's how you do it.
Yeah,
man. Nathan says, Joe, we're only about spoilers if you don't count the references in the rules. Yeah, because you got Brandon Bard. Shadow and Flame, presumably Dave, just popped in to say hello, fellas. Can't stop tonight, but we'll watch all the shenanigans tomorrow morning. I'm still a week behind. Have ends to paint. Good lad. Nathan says, good point, Joe. The license must be extended for a couple of weeks. Dwalin, now that you have to buy some, you like them more. I think he's talking about the dwarfs for you there. Joshua Crosby says, he's the uncatcher. I was like, is this spoiler? He says United are through. Indeed they are. Good game, well played. Yeah, hot off the press. Joe Holzman, Thorin's rules are bad. He should cost 20 to 30 points less or have an extra wound and cost 10 points more. Nathan, long may GW keep releasing profiles that aren't all I take. Power creep is unavoidable, but choice is far better than most. Frederick is constantly updating with the dice here. Dice is stuck at Glasshammer Gaming. Dan says beautiful models are beautiful and enrich the glorious tapestry of the game. Oh, that's a quote and a half. People need to stop being boring. Best thing I bought for MESBG. Are you ready for this, Steve?
Go on.
Dane and Thorin are the best thing he's bought for MESBG other than his Battle Streams Middle Earth patron.
Boom, boom.
What a lad. And some Whitley Neal gin for me. Nathan says, Dan managed to paraphrase my thoughts fairly eloquent. That's a bit like a while ago when you said, someone strolls in and says what you were thinking, but better. Dwalin, Grudgeman, agree, Dan, let's have fun with the game. Thematic Army is definitely the best, true to Tolkien. Ashley says, I think you're drilling, I think this is when you're talking about Curse Zero. It might be when I was moaning about people as well. I think you're drilling into is the toxicity of social media in general and the rise of the angry entitled minority. As far as I can tell, though, the MESPG community has less than other communities. Dicing stock at Ints Gaming, James mentioned, I think for me with the GWHL threads, I think part of the issue is whenever someone new joins, they look at the threads and assume that's the type of content that the group is for. Yeah, maybe. That's interesting. Or at gigs, I love that there are a few overpriced, not as balanced characters. Nothing beats playing different options. I hate the idea of always playing against the exact same force. Completely agree. James is miniature space. And because there are fewer works in progress or painting or tournament posts, all that's left is people's opinions about models rules. That's a good point, yeah. Maybe we haven't got as many outlets at the moment because of COVID.
Not long.
Woo, woo. So we have to moan about rules. It's all we've got, people. Or gigs, I'm not a great player though, and just use the models and profiles I like. I agree. James Mitchell, best way to combat is to post more of different content. Yeah, I like that. Nathan says, my next event, I'll be taking Faramir as my leader. I'll lose some, maybe win some, and have a couple of pints. That sounds all right to me. Ashley Fisher, my theory is now these are the people that in normal society you'd ignore or move away from on the bus. Well, they wouldn't be brave enough to say anything, but on social media, it's harder to ignore. I think we move away from everyone on the bus, don't we, at the moment? Why are you near me? The banner says, has Damian played Bolt Action? I've never played Bolt Action. I wonder, is that because of the community or the game mechanics or something? But no, I haven't played it. It intrigues me. That's got the alternate activation, doesn't it? I think the tokens in the bag. I'm sure Bolt Action has that. Dan Cole says, nailed it, James. People should think about what they wish to portray to those outside of the community. The MESBG crowd are the nicest, most welcoming group in GW gaming. It would suck to misrepresent it. I agree with that. Some of them send me gin. Delicious gin. Joshua Bryant, yeah, having new profiles that are genuine choices are definitely the way to go. I quite like the profiles, and as you well know, I'm one of the guys who loves the Elder Scope, and he does love the Elder Scopes. And Josh says, I adore the new Dane. it really helps that his beard covers a lot of the armor. I think he's saying he doesn't like the Iron Hills armor there, but we'll take it. That's a win, as Josh is saying. He likes the new Dane. Reese says, I agree. A lot of people were the same with the new Dragon Cult being 11 points. Yes, exactly. I love, yeah, it's 11 points. He should be 10 points, and now I won't win tournaments. What are you doing? It's axes all over again. It's the new axe.
Yeah.
Slight point adjustments are the axe of the new edition. I need to put axes on everything, and then I'll win tournaments. No, you won't, mate. Diamond graduates. Oh, this is how to paint Iron Hills walls. Silver spray, Nile oil, contrast beards. You're welcome to borrow my Iron Hills Dame. Oh, then Dan Collar says, you're welcome to borrow my Iron Hills Dame. Yeah, it's cheating, no. Thank you. It's just cheating. Got to paint them all. Joe Osman says, get Calvin to paint them for you today. Also cheating, commission painting. I mean, don't get me wrong, love commission painting. I think it's a wonderful thing. But for me, for my Middle Earth stuff, I've got to paint it all. That's my rule. That's my rule. I'm going to open myself up to some criticism to being taken for a free ride by Steve here. I just realised that I'm going to spend a large part of the next hour reading about HALDIR. So as and when you finish your next colour, you fancy taking over, and I'll.
I'm just get the I'm just going to get the base colour on his cloak.
Fair enough. Josh just says, still not sold on Thorin as a model. Likely I'll buy the pack eventually, but use the old metal Dane and convert a Dwarf King to be Thorin. Fair enough. Dwan thinks that's a great idea. Leon says, sometimes I like the whole COVID. Sometimes I feel like the whole COVID stuff means lots of people can only discuss profiles, yeah, and aren't actually able to play the game, so you get more negative comments maybe. Yeah, maybe. I think you might be right, but I also think it predates COVID. So I think maybe there's an element of making excuses for silly people. But perhaps you're right.
We've always had that very small strain of negative posts. I think a lot of people are right. It's there. We just don't get it as much as other systems.
We were getting it with like Huron and the Dunland stuff and all that. Pre-COVID, we were getting it. These are rubbish. These are too rubbish. These are too good.
It's a problem of the group growing and more people playing the game, which you want that. That's how the game's going to survive. But you're getting other gamers coming from systems where it's quite the norm to be very power list oriented.
Yeah, maybe. I just want everyone to be happy, man.
Yeah, just enjoy the game, man.
Can't we all just be happy?
I'm happy, mate.
The acolytes are points too expensive. All right.
Yes.
Okay.
On that point, just to bring a bit more positivity into the chat, can I just give a shout out to the customer services at Forge World yet again? I've had a few.
They're always in. They're always watching.
I've had a few issues in the past and never had a problem with getting the issue sorted one with the other. And I did a little meme which I was quite proud of Gimli saying, I asked for one replacement acolyte, they gave me 3.
It was good. For me, I wanted to see him in the boat. I'm not going to lie. I'm a big fan of that Gimli. That phrase as a meme.
Yeah,
but it was good. I used it for poppadoms on my personal Facebook not long ago. I think I ordered 2 poppadoms. They gave me 3, and it was like I asked them for 2 golden poppadoms. They gave me 3. Yeah, it's good meme. You did well.
Yeah, so I mean, it was instant. As soon as I messaged them, it was like, yeah, just send us a picture of your receipt. Sent it, right, no problem. Next thing, they didn't even then reply to say, yeah, that's fine. The next email was, your Forge World order is on its way.
Yeah.
So it's just like, yeah, sweet, happy days. So yeah, well done for that.
Well done, GW Customer Services. G-Dubs. Josh thinks he's going to convert Thorin out of the Dwarf King with 2-handed axe and the axe head above the level of his shoulder. Replace that with pick head and lay a shield on the floor. Very nice. The Banners is in, and that's a name I don't recognise.
No, I don't.
He says, have you conquered Conquest yet, Steve?
Conquest.
Yeah, the magazine up here.
The magazine. Well, no, they're all there. So I've got all the boxes, the whole collection there. But now we're on a new edition, and there's a new magazine coming out, which is
Mortal Realms.
No. There's a new 40k one. for the 9th edition. Yeah, new 40k one. It's I've already subscribed, so I am going to be reigniting that series on Top Table and doing exactly the same thing, but better, because I know a little bit more about the game now. So so I'm going to start a new series on Top Table to do with that. If you're interested, just keep your eye out for that. As soon as the magazine is released, which I think is in July, that's when it'll be appearing. So every probably 4 magazines, I'll do an episode with a battle report for something in it and talk about different things. Maybe do some painting tutorials and the like. So yeah, I'll be doing that. That'd be cool.
That sounds like easily the second best magazine-based YouTube series you'll be working on.
Yeah, boy.
Without a doubt. He also says, I've also realised Sam has the most normal name out of all the rules. Yeah, it is weird, isn't it? It's like a Hobbit being called Dave. I've pondered that in the past. He's got.
It's not short for Sam. It's not short for Samuel, or is it? Samwise.
Yeah, Samuel. You know, he's got an Uncle Andy.
That's it.
He mentions it. He mentions it in the Lord of the Rings. I think it's in the Lothario chapter. He goes, "That's like my Uncle Andy used to say." Like, your uncle what? And that must be short for like Andy Gorn or Andy Wise or so. But Sam definitely talks about his Uncle Andy, which is cracking. Every now and again, something proper weird from The Hobbit sneaks into Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
Like that fox. Remember the fox at very near the start when Sam and Frodo set off in the Shire, and a fox wanders past them, and the fox thinks you hear the fox thoughts.
I can't remember
The fox walks up to them. As they were sleeping, a fox walked past, and the fox thought, "Oh, that's weird. 2 hobbits out and about. I don't know what that's about. I doubt nothing will come of it." And he never found out anymore. Something like that. It's like, did I just have a stroke? What happened then? And it's like a bit from The Hobbit or something. But yeah, fox wanders up. And then of course we don't know what he says because what did the fox say? But maybe we'll find out in the future.
I've really cheekily just jumped onto my next colour, but it's a little tiny bit. So I'll just get this.
Brutal. That is brutal.
I'll just get this on now and then.
Ashley Fisher says, as someone who's not had the joy of playing games yet, I like to follow Wittgenstein's advice, whereof if one cannot speak, therefore one must be silent. I like that. So you can only, so maybe suggesting that use them in the game first. Nathan T says, to follow on from Ashley, in the words of Jarrett Reddick, a philosopher, Jarrett Reddick, of course, being the lead singer of Bowling for Soup, try not to talk when there's nothing to say. Oh, what's that from? Yeah, I know that song. It's a slightly slower one from Bowling for Soup. But indeed, quite like that. All for chatting. I like a good chat. Thomas Sherlock is in. Hi, everyone. Hope everybody's good. We are indeed. Oh, and we're on to the scenery. Nathan T says, the Morris scenery is awesome. The Battle Games of Middle-earth guide always look good. Yeah, the guide specifically for that was in the Fellowship Journey book. The one I remember. There might well be one in Battle Games of Middle-earth as well. But it was the Fellowship Journey book that had the really clever idea for making the Dwarad Elf that I think Zahir's kind of like built on or developed or whatever. But I was planning on making it over the summer, and I was like, nope, I'll just pay for it. Larry says, you're making it very hard not to impulse buy one of those. Do it, man. Do it. I literally can't understand the situation where I'd not be like, do you know what? That's 60 quid. I'm having one. Ashley Fisher says, beautiful looking Morris scenery, resisting the urge to order one. Don't resist it, just buy it. And then this is when the multi picture comes up. Nathan says the multi-set pick looks like David Bowie's Labyrinth. Yeah, it does a bit. Chris from CB Miniatures says the scenery looked grand. Dwalin Grudgebane says temp dowels. I presume that's temporary wooden doweling. What's a temp dowel, Steve?
Don't know.
You don't know?
Nope.
Building, mate.
Nope, don't know, mate.
Don't know?
To dowel or not to dowel?
That is the question.
There's either a dowel or there's not. There's no temp dowels in my vocab.
Nah, exactly, and that's from a professional dwelling. So sort yourself out. Oh, you also suggest magnets. That'd be cool. Gators and says, evening all. Sorry, I'm late. What did I miss? Got a rum and cola ready, but no painting guide. What did you miss? Some Haldirs, some gin. I had a baby. I bought some Moria scenery. Steve's painting. It's remarkable. He started another colour. We're disgusted, frankly. That's about it. We're about to dive into some good Haldir content. Warwick Griggs. I'm off, guys. Massive congratulations, Damian and Emma. Have a great few weeks. Still episode 35. Thank you so much. CB Miniature Painting Studio. I'm off for tonight, guys. I will certainly catch up over the weekend. Haldir, great night, everyone.
Hey.
Nick Gardner, here I am. Rejoice, for this model is my expertise. Nick Gardner.
As I live and breathe.
I want to say a special mention to Nick. It's an elf week. Nick's been waiting nearly a full year since Legolas week. Nick Gardner, he loves his elves. And finally, for Nick, we have an elf week. I hope you're enjoying it, sir. I hope you're letting it all wash over you. We've got a few elves coming up as well. We're not too far away from a Galadriel and an Elrond, so it could be an elf-tastic few months. Joe Holzman is stressing that he wasn't actually saying that about his profile. He was referencing a discussion. I like this. Where he goes, no, I'm not angry. I'm one of the good ones. I like this. It's like, no, we're not angry in here. He says, in case it wasn't clear, I was referencing a discussion where the guy is historian as a paperweight unless he has 3 wounds. He's only got 2 wounds, defense 8 and 3 fate. Rubbish. He'll be dead in seconds. 1/6 of the seconds less than a different dwarf. Frederick says, you forgot YouTube doesn't allow links in here. Posted names of multiple other stores that still had dice and the comments have disappeared. And start screaming, there are still dice out there, people. Use the Google, but avoid dodgy websites. Solid internet advice there from Frederick. Nathan says, Damian, can't we all be happy? Bloody hippie, but not wrong. Gator says, haters gonna hate, just as Taylor Swift taught us, I believe. But people loving the game like me and you. Oh, thanks, man. You've got Steve to deal with as well. We'll always buy new models and be happy. I won't buy new models. I'm really taken by this idea of just getting Steve to buy them for me. It's really worked out today. I really enjoyed it. It feels good. It tastes. Hang on. It tastes like victory.
Nobody likes a gloater. Nobody likes a gloater.
That's not true. That's not true.
Just loads of little bits on this model.
I thought we were talking about how you had to buy me dwarves.
I'm so over it.
Steve. Say hi, you're right. We're just talking about how you had to buy them. Dan Collister, GW customer service is second to none, full stop, in any industry, full stop. I agree with that. They're very, very good. Nathan T, you're going to like this. Just realised Steve has his TTG shirt on again. Sneaky. I know, right?
Yeah, we've been here. We've had this conversation. I have had my battle streams on, both of them on this week. So they're in the wash.
Mm.
In fact, I think I had my battle streams. In fact, I did have my battle streams on my super stream that I did for Curse City, and I advertised this stream on said stream by going like this.
I'm just saying, Steve, the internet will know.
Yeah, check it, man. Check it.
Check it, man. Go back, check it. You hope no one will ever check.
Check it.
If you did, that's a heroic effort.
Yeah, I did.
All those Curse City fans in saying, what the hell is this?
Yeah, what's wrong with this guy? Who is this guy?
What am I watching? The banners. You're not going to believe this. I don't know how much this will mean to you from the GBHL. He's the first age subscriber, formerly known as the Dr. Pepper Machine.
Oh.
He says he went on a diet from being, so there's no Dr. Pepper anymore, there's just banners. Larry says, I think we're in kind of weird Fox territory. Larry says, I always love how the trolls have really normal names. Yeah. Tom. What's he got? Azog, Bolg. You're like, Tom. I'm Tom, everyone. It just feels like he God knows Tolkien revised all the rings enough, but it feels like a few things just slip past him, you know. Obviously, the Trolls and the Hobbit, of course. But what can you do? Dan Collister, love that little fox passage in the book. It's delightfully weird. Yeah. The banner says he should have rebanded as Larry Miller. And Nathan says, bowling for soup, ridiculous. Of course, it's ridiculous. And it makes me feel so ridiculous. A pocket full of posies. We fall down on the inside, something on the outside. Next thing probably sounds like this. It's a good song. Nathan T, song name, not an adjective for the best band in the world. I know. Carl Daly. Carl Daly is in Evening All, customary Skype at work at the moment. Looking forward to finishing off 2, maybe all 3 of his HALDIR models a bit late when he gets home. Larryman hasn't got the space. What's that for? Trolls, maybe? Hasn't got space for something, who knows. Zahir is in. He's got a YouTube account. We've got him in.
He'll have a channel next. He'll have a channel next.
Yeah, absolutely. Do it, man. Get a YouTube channel. Zahir of the building of the wonderful Moria terrain is in. And hopefully we'll be inundated with orders. He says, first time watching this live. Dan says, it's absolutely ridiculous that you can't remember that Bowling for Soup song name. And Zahir's managed to get things working. Finally, Carl Daly says, well in, Steve. Painting again on the stream. Get in, lad. Hashtag
Oosh.
boom.
Oosh.
What a lad. Hashtag mank lad.
Let's. Said no nerd ever.
No, thanks for taking over the chat, by the way. It's really appreciated, mate. Nathan T says,
I'm 3 colours after that initial colour.
I don't doubt it. It's all right. You can do the deep dive into. Nathan T says, this is controversial.
Go on.
I've never seen a battle stream shirt on a TTG stream.
Yes, you have. A couple of times, you fibber.
Hey, mate, don't shoot the messenger.
You fibbers.
All I did was is try to instigate them to say this sort of thing. I didn't say it. All right, that wasn't me.
It's been on loads of times, but yeah, it was on Sunday.
Joe Holzman's got your back. To be fair, he was wearing his B-Sime shirt on during the giveaway stream. Yeah.
Yes, Joe.
All right,
Joe's my boy. Joe's
your boy. You can pat your TTG heart stamp there if you want.
Yeah.
There you go. Good use of and then not bad. Not bad for you, Holzman. Gator says, by the way, just realised Steve was painting. I thought I was on the wrong street. I know, and he's not even reading either. He will finish this colour though. Dan Cole says he did wear his B-Sime shirt on the Curses City stream, in fairness. Yeah, fair enough. We'll allow it. Joe Holzman is still waiting for Steve's sexy glasses to come out. Generation Shift 1992.
Whoop.
Matt Davis is in his house. Hey guys, hope you're all well. Massive congratulations again, Damian Emma. Thanks, dude. Larry Miller says Dwarrowdelf. That's what he's talking about. He hasn't got space for Dwarrow. Well, the great thing about this Dwarrowdelf is it all packs down quite nicely. Larry, you'd enjoy this. I haven't repacked this very well, but all of that Dwarrowdelf, right, arrived. This is a good one for Larry. In this box. So this is a relatively small box, but you can fit the whole of that Dwarrowdelf in it. Now, Larry
and some socks.
Yeah, but Larry would historically send one model in a box this size. But you can actually fit the whole Dwarrowdelf in there. So I don't know why you're saying you haven't got space, Larry. You know, everyone's got space. I don't know. Well, that's enough. The banner says, "Uh-oh." This is good. Are you ready for this? Yeah. This is from Larry. Damian asked him to finish one colour. I painted 3.
I'm on a roll, man.
Oh, it's good. It's good, Gimli. It's good, Gimli. I like it. Dan Collister says, "Give it an inch and it will take a mile, Damian." Lying through the chat. Yeah. What I don't know. I think he's talking about you lying there. I think it's probably it's just one more colour, please.
This is why I don't normally paint on like and do the stream and say it, because I can't do the two.
Because sometimes you help. No, it's all good. I like it. They get excited when you paint, and I like watching it. Nathan T says, "I take it back. I missed the logo on that stream, and I apologise." I like everyone in the B-Sime community is so nice. Everyone's like, "Oh my god, I was wrong. I'm so sorry. Let's all be friends." Whereas on the internet, they're like, "I can't believe he's 115 points. I'm so angry about something that won't affect me." Yeah. Oh, lovely stuff. And Nathan says, "My statement stands. I haven't seen it." Good news. Thanks for flying through the chat there, Steve. We have caught up. And so I think we can talk HALDIR. Yeah. Let's jump into HALDIR. I know you're still painting, Natch, and I don't want to stop you. So I think I'm going to start with a deep dive. Yeah, rather than starting with a magazine, because I know you've got your fancy new toy to show off. So.
Oh yeah.
I went digging. I know our battle streamers see. I feel quite confident saying they like this bit now because it's happened a few times. I went digging through my books looking for HALDIR, and I'm sorry to all the HALDIR fans out there. There's not a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Like, bear in mind that a lot of our HALDIR love comes from Helm's Deep. That's obviously not in the books. And Tolkien doesn't say a lot about HALDIR. which is quite good fun. In his letters, like hands down one of my favourite Tolkien books. In letters, this is what's the final number on this? Let me check. 340. Oh, I don't want to read the last one. Last time letter we ever read is really sad. 354. There's 354 letters in this book.
Yeah.
He doesn't mention HALDIR
at all.
Not once. Not once. I'm going, and before anyone starts screaming and typing, I'm going from the index. You know, I haven't read every one. I've had a baby, but HALDIR is not in the index of this, and the index is fantastic. So, you know, read into that what you will, because he talks about a lot of characters, but HALDIR never came up as something artifact, and he's only ever in Lothlorien. But there are a few things. So I'm going to be mainly digging through Treason of Isengard, which is volume 7 of the History of Middle-earth, and it's the one with all the drafts from the Lothlorien stuff. And I wanted to start with, in between all the drafts, you also get these wonderful sections that are called The Story Foreseen From. And what basically happened was Tolkien would finish writing something, like a section, and then he'd jot out his notes for what would happen next. You know, he'd get to the end of a section and go, and then they're going to do this, and then they're going to do this, and then they're going to do this. And this is the story foreseen from Moria. So this is written in 1939. So it's 2 years after The Hobbit's published. He's writing The Lord of the Rings. And he's written The Bridge of Khazad-dûm, essentially. Yep. And then he's looking forward to what will happen next. And this isn't particularly about HALDIR, but they're obviously about to go to Lothlorien. But it's fascinating seeing what he thought would happen next, essentially. And you've got all this stuff. So I'll just read through some of this. So they're going to go to Angle, as he called it at the time, which is basically Lothlorien. Frodo feels it's his duty to go to the Fire Mountain. Aragorn and Boromir want to go to Minas Tirith. Boromir takes Frodo apart and talks to him. Even then, he begs to see the ring. Frodo sees that evils enter the company. He climbs a tree to escape Boromir. Sam is lost. He tries to track Frodo and comes on Gollum. Gollum leads him to Frodo. Frodo pleads forgiveness and feigns reform. So there's a fair bit of similarity there. But then when we get to kind of the other characters, this is where you're getting stuff of Sam and Frodo are going to get to the topless forest. It's not done by the sun. And they're going to fall in with Treebeard and the three giants. That's Sam and Frodo. Legolas and Gimli are going to get captured by Saruman. The Lord of Minas Tirith is slain. They choose Aragorn. Boromir deserts and sneaks off to Saruman to get his help in becoming Lord of Minas Tirith. Later on, Aragorn kills Boromir.
Bloody hell.
Yeah, I know, right? It's cool stuff. There's no Helm's Deep of any kind. Treebeard turns out to be a decent giant. That's nice. And then the Ents go to essentially Minas Tirith and kind of break that siege. If any one of the hobbits is slain, it must be the cowardly Pippin doing something brave. Tragic. And so that's a kind of rough outline of kind of where he was at the time, which I just find like proper fascinating. But in terms of the Lothlorien stuff, at that time, this is what he predicts will happen when they get to Lothlorien. Orcs at night, but a pleasant adventurer with wood elves. That's nice. That's nice. That's what it'll be a pleasant adventure. And it does, that seems quite familiar to be honest. It does happen. So that's how he foresaw things would happen, that they'd leave Moria and they would have some sort of pleasant adventure with wood elves. And I wanted to, before we jump into the HALDIR stuff, I found this quote that doesn't make it into Lord of the Rings. So this isn't particularly about HALDIR, but it's about Lothlorien. It's really, really beautiful. And as I said, it isn't in the published book, so I thought it was worth reading here. So this is from Frodo's perspective. And it's as soon as he sets foot upon the far bank of the Silverlode, a strange feeling had come upon him. That's what's in Fellowship. That's the quote from Fellowship. But instead, it was going to say this: as soon as they pass Silverlode into Angle, Frodo has a curious sense of walking in an older world, unshadowed. Even though wolves howled on the wood's border, they had not entered. Evil had been heard of. Orcs had even set foot in the woods, but it had not yet stained or dimmed the air. There was some secret power of cleanness and beauty in Lorien. It was winter, but nothing was dead. Only in a phase of beauty. He saw never a broken twig or disease or fungus. The fallen leaves faded to silver. and there was no smell of decay. That was quite nice. But yeah, as I said, doesn't make it into the published work. And then the actual event of, compared to some of the things, the event of the episode of Haldir taking them to Galadriel is really, really similar. From a very, very early stage, Legolas tries to climb the tree. He hears a voice up there. They get called into the trees. They spend the night there. Orcs attack. Gollum tries to climb up the tree. They then cross a river on ropes and they get to Caras Galadhon. And that's all very, very, very similar right from the start. And what I really like is this. This is in 1939. As he drops down from the tree, who are they and what do they say, said Pippin. They're elves, said Sam. Can't you hear the voices? They say, said Legolas, that you breathed so loud that they could shoot you in the dark. So that's in the book. That's in the published book. And obviously in the film, it's Haldir that says it, not Legolas. But right then, one of Haldir's kind of coolest opening lines was from the earliest versions of this story in about 939. And then the very first version where he appears, welcome, they said in their ordinary speech. That means the common tongue at the time. Then one spoke slowly. We speak seldom any tongue but our own, he said, for we dwell now in the heart of the woods and do not willingly have dealings with any other folk. Some only of us go abroad for the gathering of tidings and our protection. I am one. Hathaldir is my name.
Hathaldir, eh?
Huge news. Unbelievable scenes. Hathaldir is my name. My brothers Orphin and Rimbron. Speak your tongue but little. Hathaldir. So that's his original, in the first manuscripts, his original name. Now, let's be clear. We've got Haldir at the end, and before it's Hat. So I can just already feel like Larry Miller is having a field day with this. But his name is Hat Haldir, which I presume at the time would have been pronounced Hathaldir. Yeah, but it's written Hat Haldir. And I presume the reason Tolkien changed this was because he was worried that when Games Workshop started releasing the models, everyone would kick off that Haldir wasn't wearing a hat. in a very elf helm sense. Can you imagine if we had Hathaldir and everyone's like, oh, here's the new Haldir model? It's like, yeah, like nice Hathaldir model, GW. I like his sword, but where's his hat? And then everyone would have to write the comments like, he's not called Haldir because he wears a hat. And that come on, guys, come on. And I'm sure that at the time Tolkien was aware of this. And he went, it's just not. I've already got Elfhelm. I've got Ironfoot. I've got Stonehelm. Games Workshop are going to have enough problems. I cannot have Hat Haldir. But I do. So I just get the feeling that somewhere out there in Watford, Larry Miller has never been happier at the idea of a Hat Haldir. He's always been quite a fan of Thorin's coat, and I can just imagine that if it was Hathaldir, all the chats that we'd have about have they released a Haldir with his hat yet or not, and it's the path not taken, sadly. But yeah, Hathaldir is the original name in the manuscript. But wait a minute, here's my next mic drop moment.
Go on. In
the notes,
yeah,
in a rejected draft for this passage, in content otherwise very much the same as given, the three elves are called Rimbron, Rimdir, and Haldir. So in a draft of the thing I've just read, he's Haldir. And so Christopher Tolkien says, when this last name replaced Haldir, it was thus a reversion. He also makes a note that Hathaldir the Young was the name of one of Barahir's companions on Dorthonia. So originally actually Haldir in like notes and drafts.
Yeah.
It was never written into the manuscript. Then he becomes Hathaldir. And then obviously as we will hopefully see, he reverts to standard Haldir.
Good old Haldir.
Good old classic, good old new Haldir. And that is in, we're on 4 on that, so I didn't make a note of that. So that's on the Galadriel chapter, and it'll be note 4. Here we go. So then this is that's the Lothlorien chapter. This is the chapter after, which is Galadriel. They were clad in grey mail, and from their shoulders hung long white cloaks. Here dwell Celeborn with a K, by the way, and Galadriel, the lord and lady of the Galathrim, said Haldir. And that is the first occurrence of Haldir instead of Hat Haldir. I'm going to go with Hat Haldir rather than Hathaldir. I like Hat Haldir. A few and it's also got two L's, Haldir. A few lines further on, the name is spelled Haldir, and so remains. Haldir was the original name for this elf. So he calls him Haldir with one L. He then changes it to Hat Haldir. He then changes it to Haldir with two L's, and then he changes it to the Haldir that we know and love, which is quite good fun. One kind of nice bit I found, there's a scene in the Fellowship of the Ring in the book where Frodo and Haldir are looking out and they see Dol Guldur far away.
Yeah,
and that's in here from the very early start with a couple of nice changes. There lies the fastness of southern Mirkwood, said Hat Haldir. For the most part, it is a forest of dark pine and close fir, but amidst it stands the black hill Dol Dugol, where for long Dol Dugol, where for long the necromancer had his fort. We fear it is now rehabited and threatens, for his power is now sevenfold. A dark cloud lies above it. So we have Dol Dugol instead of Dol Guldur.
Yeah.
And he's also still the necromancer. I'm pretty sure if you read the Fellowship of the Ring, that's the enemy, because at that point he's then Sauron. But at that point, there's a really nice. That's a link to the Hobbit, right? So he's named as the Hobbit and the necromancer, and so clearly at this point he's still the necromancer in the text, which I thought was quite good fun. Mary chats to him. Oh yeah, and I think this is the change in his brothers. At this point, one of Haldir's brothers is still called Orphin, as in the original draft, at one occurrence, and then he's changed to Orofin, which is with Fin. And in Farewell to Lorien, he's Orofin, and it's in Fellowship of the Ring, it changes to PH for Orofin. The other in the draft text, Rimbron, is now Romrin, which becomes Romrin in the course of writing the manuscript, and then later, of course, becomes Ringmel. So some kind of fun stuff there. And then I think 8 is my last bit about Haldir. Oh yeah, this is quite fun. There's just, these aren't actually that. I realise I'm going to move off Haldir now. That's about it for his development, but nothing else happens with Haldir in the kind of history of Tolkien's writings. You know, his name changes a bit, but he's very much there as he appears. You know, it's almost his name changes, but beyond that, his role is pretty much the same. And yeah, he is a bit part. I think we give him a little more prominence than Tolkien did because of the films and because he went to Helm's Deep. But that's pretty much it. And Tolkien never really wrote much more about him. But there were, in the end, in the course of rereading these couple of chapters, I found a couple of really nice bits that I wanted to pick up on, which is one. Remember in Fellowship of the Ring in the book, they all get blindfolded. Yeah, they say we've got to blindfold Gimli. And Legolas says, blindfold the dwarf. And Gimli's like, I'm not being blindfolded. And Legolas is like, blindfolded dwarf, stupid fat dwarf. And Gimli goes, if I'm going to be blindfolded, he better be blindfolded. And Legolas is like, what are you talking about? I'm an elf, mate. I'm not being blindfolded. And he says, that's the deal. And then Aragorn, you know, always the negotiator, says, we'll all be blindfolded. And Legolas is all like,
stop being a douche, Leggy.
Yeah, Leggy's like, I'm not being blindfolded, mate. But he's like, we're all going to be blindfolded. So then they all get blindfolded. And then there's this lovely, lovely line, which is proper sassy Legolas, that doesn't make it into the book. So when they then meet the next set of elves, it says, what is this? Said one of the elves, looking in wonder at Legolas, who's blindfolded. By his raiment of green and brown, he is an elf of the north. Since when have we taken our kindred prisoner, Hat Haldir? And Legolas says, I am not a prisoner. I'm only showing the dwarf how to walk straight without the help of eyes.
That's how he rolls.
That is some solid Legolas. I like that. And I would have liked that in the movie, a bit of blindfold Orlando Bloom going, I'm just showing him how to walk in a straight line while Gimli stumbling around behind him. So I thought that was quite fun. The sassy Legolas that we talked about in the past, that's kind of not present in the
Legolas, I'm that weightless. I don't put a dent in snow, but I also don't blow away in the wind.
Yeah. Legolas. And then there's another point here where, just as nothing to do with HALDIR again, but as a fun little aside, Christopher Tolkien says that this is just a convenient point to mention it, that there's an error in the book, in The Lord of the Rings. There's quite a few of them, but this one. In The Fellowship of the Ring, he says, Pippin says, I hope if I do get to sleep in this bed loft that I shan't roll off, but it should be bird loft. So, you know, when they're up in the flat, up with the Wood Elves, the line that Tolkien wrote was, I hope if I do get to sleep in this bird loft that I shan't roll off. But then someone did a TypeScript for Tolkien and they misread bird as bed. And so if you open your copy of Lord of the Rings, Pippin will say bed loft, but what Tolkien wrote was bird loft.
Bird loft.
Which bed loft, I suppose makes sense, having a bed up there, but bird loft is like, it's going to be up there with where the birds sleep.
Yeah.
I thought that was quite good fun. So a few little tidbits there. And that's all the kind of behind the scenes stuff I had for HALDIR. But I thought I'd give HALDIR the last word, because he gets a couple of really nice pieces of so this is now, we're in published territory here. This is some really nice stuff that doesn't make it into the film. We did this bit with Faramir. These are lines from HALDIR that make it in. HALDIR says, this is about Legolas is moaning about being blindfolded. Yet I must walk blind while the sun is merry in the woodland under leaves of gold. Folly it may seem, said HALDIR. Indeed, is the power of the Dark Lord more clearly shown than in the estrangement that divides all those who still oppose him. Yet so little faith and trust do we find now in the world beyond Lothlorien, unless maybe in Rivendell, that we dare not by our own trust endanger our land. We live now upon an island amid many perils, and our hands are more often on the bowstring than upon the harp. Some good stuff. And then he says, Mary says, if I had known what the world outside was like, I don't think I should have had the heart to leave it. So that's Shire. Not even see fair Lothlorien, said HALDIR. The world is indeed full of peril, and in it there are many dark places, but there is still much that is fair. And though in all lands love is now mingled with grief, Galadriel, plagiarism, it grows perhaps the greater. Some there are among us who sing that the shadow will draw back, and peace shall come again. Yet I do not believe the world about us will ever be as it was of old, or the light of the sun as it was aforetime. For the elves, I fear, it will prove at best a truce, in which they may pass to the sea unhindered, and leave the Middle Earth forever.
Very nice.
HALDIR, ladies and gentlemen. He's got some nice stuff there. It's a bit like the Faramir quote about the bright sword and all that. It's nice stuff that they make into the movie.
Yeah.
There we go. There's about as deep dive as you can go for HALDIR. It has to be quite a shallow dive because there's just not that much water in there, but it's hopefully some fun little tidbits for you.
Yep.
Do you want to catch up on the chat?
So you want to hold off on the magazine because I've just been setting it up.
Yeah. If you why don't you catch up on the chat? I'll chuck a bit of paint on, and then
where were we up to?
That's a cracking question. It was Matt Davis had just arrived, as memory serves. I hope you're all doing well. Dwaradel, Larry Miller says, hope one colour, painted 3. Nathan T, my statement stands, I haven't heard it. I think that's it. So we're on to Carl Daly saying you don't normally paint because of the Moretti, Steve. Banner said this is Damian's excuse not to paint. They take it in turns like a gentleman's agreement, of course.
Yes, got that. Yeah, Nathan
got that,
T.
and then Nathan. There we go, lads.
Talk about Aomer instead. Joe Holzman says, so far Steve's had 33 turns of not painting today. That's very true. Very, very true.
It's my turn to not paint.
Carl says, I need to get that book. Yeah, it's interesting. The thing is, just keep tuning in. You don't need to buy it. David will just cover it all.
I'll read it all eventually. You want volumes 6, 7, 8, and 9 of the histories if you want how the Lord of the Rings was run.
Larry says, I bet Tolkien wouldn't have a HALDIR box either. No, definitely didn't even talk about it.
Definitely not. He would be in his top 30.
There's your answer why HALDIR's not got his own box either, you see. Gaetan says, what is the name of the book? I need it.
That book is called The Treason of Isengard. It's volume, did I say it's 7? 7 in the history of Middle-earth.
Yeah. Hajinder says, popped into wish you a good stream. I shall be watching this back tomorrow when I get time to paint. Damien's appendices has also inspired me to build quest scenarios and collect the models.
Oh, sweet.
That is super cool. Super cool. Joe Kelly says, this is timely as it's HALDIR week, but unless I'm mistaken, we haven't had a new elf released from GW or Forge World since Thranduil and Elk, and that was 4 years ago.
Is that really 4 years ago?
Doesn't seem like 4 years ago, does it?
Is that true? No. Oh, we had a Legolas Defenders of Lake Town. That's a re-release, isn't it? It's an old one.
True that.
Not really new.
Joe also says, I've been waiting patiently for the new High Elf Heroes or Warriors, or really any new elves at all. Any thoughts on what might be coming along? Well, I think it's pretty obvious what we're going to be seeing imminently. And I think we have spoke about this a lot on. Let me move my microphone. I don't know if you guys can hear me. We have spoke about this quite a lot. We kind of think a lot of that kind of age of things with high elves and stuff is going to depend a lot on the TV series. That's what would make the most sense, I think.
Yeah.
From GW's point of view, anyway. Because why not? Get some free marketing. Makes complete sense on a £100 million project. It may as well.
If I was doing that job now, there's no irrelevant of whether you had the license or not. You couldn't, in all good conscience, be making a Last Alliance supplement, knowing that you might get the license. Yeah. I just can't. Do you know what I mean? Just tactically, it's
well. The thing is, you'd please everybody now because everyone would be like, "Yeah, this is what we've been waiting for." And then the series would come out, and GW would make a new line of high elves, and everyone would be kicking off saying, "Oh."
Yeah, but all the work could go to waste, right? If they're working on it now, and they get the license in 6 months, you'll never see the stuff they've done.
Yeah.
It's just not worth it.
Yeah. Joe says 2 elves in Defenders of Lake Town. That was released last year. Dan Collister says, don't need new elves, the current ones are immortal. Nathan T, already too many elves. Larry Miller says, we had plastic leggies since his dad came out. And Nathan says, when are we going to see a Battle Streams in Middle-earth spin-off with Damian deep diving into the lore? Damian?
Well, the series?
Yeah.
Unlikely, can't be bothered.
He can't be busy. The baby's here now. The banner says, how much do you know about the deleted scene of the Moria goblins coming to Lothlorien? I don't know much about it other than the fact that I've seen the deleted scene. That it's unedited, isn't it? It's not. Do
you know what's mega cool? There's I want to say the very first trailer. There's an awesome shot of Legolas. So it's the goblins are on the front of the Moria Angmar sourcebook, right? Like on the mountains. And they were meant to pursue them into Lothlorien. And there's a shot in the very first trailer of Legolas running into Lothlorien, turning around and firing an arrow that was obviously meant to be at them, which is cool. And you've seen there's lots of promo shots of the elves standing over the bodies of their goblins. But on the extended version of the Fellowship Ring, in the extras, you can watch the storyboards, like animatics.
Yeah.
They got the animatic for that sequence. So you can actually watch what was meant to happen. And what happens is Legolas turns, so they're being chased, and it looks like they're all about to die and get swarmed over by goblins. Legolas turns around to shoot his arrow, and then basically hundreds of arrows come out behind him. So it's like he turns around to fire a single arrow before he dies. And then 50 other elves shoot from the forest and gun them all down. And it's really, really cool. And it's only in storyboard fashion, but it's on there on that very first disc of behind the scenes stuff. And it is super cool. But I think that, as far as I can see, that was meant to be it. There was never meant to be a big battle. It was just this huge flurry of arrows would gun them down. It's well worth a little look if you want to.
I've not watched the appendices from the extended series. It must be 8 years plus time.
There's 3 really cool bits on there. There's that one. There's the Rapids chase that never happened with Urux shooting at the boats, and there's the original prologue, where you get like Gil-galad being killed and being set on fire and all that sort of stuff. And they're only storyboards, but they're still really cool little ideas of what might have been at one point. But yeah, so that's what I think was going to happen. You can see that shot being filmed, and it's in the trailers. Legolas spins around and shoots an arrow, but then what was never done, because it would have been an effect shot, was like 50 arrows fly out and gun down all the goblins. And I think that essentially would have been it for the scene.
Yeah, that would have been cool. That would have been really cool. Excuse me. Where are we up to? Matt says, been a long drive back home, so I'm not staying tonight, but caught a bit of Damien's Lord chat. I'm definitely catching this back up. Good man, sleep well. Nathan T. Banners, that was a key scene missing to establish HALDIR a little. Shame it never made it, as it was used in the initial trailers, correct?
Yeah, there we go.
Joe says, but why hasn't he then changed Elf Helm and Stone Helm? Michael Curtis, HALDIR's overpriced as he is. Imagine if he had a hat too. Yeah, at least another
thinking about that. I can't. Whenever I was reading that, I was like picturing it as a baseball cap, right? Like not like. I need to do a quick run to Emma, but it's a genuinely quick run.
Yeah, no worries.
It's swapping a lamp over.
I'll keep flying over.
You got this, right? You got this.
Yeah, I got this.
Right, I'll see you in a couple minutes.
Carl Daly says, I wish they had included that scene as well as the wargs attack before Moria. I always found those two parts quite interesting and would have liked to have seen it. Which bit do you mean? Do you mean the bit where they're in the trees around the fire? Am I remembering that correctly? It's been so long since I read those books. I have them on probably once a year. I listen to the audio books, but I have the audio books on whilst I'm painting and potting around and checking Facebook and stuff. So you only take bits of it in. I like so much of the stuff we talk about. Like I forget. I'm like, oh yeah. Gaetan says HALDIR had a brother, right? What was his name? Am I wrong? Is that Orifir? Is it Orifin? Yeah. Joshua Bryant, Rummel and Orifin. That's the one. Are his two brothers. Orifin to date has not made it into SBG. No, he hasn't yet. Carl echoes that. Al Mullin, evening guys. Just finished work, so glad you're still here. Gonna do some Legolas tonight. Only elf I have. Yeah, get comfortable, crack on, my friend. Make sure you post it in the whip thread, which we will visit very soon. I can't believe it's 5 to 11 already. The banner says to Nathan T, there are photos of the scene in the movie guide and the first rulebook. Yeah, there's loads of them all over the place. Of them all, like standing over the dead goblins. It is a shame it didn't make it. Gator says, oh yeah, thanks. I knew there was one. Forgot about the other one. Would be nice to see Orifin in the game. I think we will at some point. Carl says, maybe we will if we get the Mirkwood book. Maybe they'll release him alongside a new version of his brother wearing a hat. How's he showing him if he's blindfolded? Question winky face. Jolesman, love a bit of Legolas up there with the box comment. Larry says, I thought Steve was going to say he needed to finish another colour just then. I nearly did, but I've got the wash on. He's looking all right. He's at base. I've got all the base colours on and the wash on, so I'm pretty happy with that. Let that wash dry, and then the washes. And then I'll start reapplying the base colours. Michael Haskell, how do you doing, mate? I quite like the film taking HALDIR and his fellow Elves Helm's Deep. What did others think? I thought it was super cool. I thought HALDIR come across as super cool. I remember watching the movie and being pretty gutted when he met his fate. Yeah, it was cool, and I think even though it was very short, I think they done it very well to show the already established friendship with Aragorn, obviously. Yeah, I thought it was really cool. It would have been nice to see more of him, I think. Nathan, Aragorn, the negotiator. Aragorn, nice. The banners, HALDIR with HAT is OP. Michael Curtis, Damian, do you know about John Radcliffe, The History of the Hobbit? Well worth checking out if you enjoy the histories of Middle. Well, he's literally just coming back. How about that for timing? So I'll get him to. I'll mention that to him, Michael. Now when he plugs his earphones back in. There he is. We're just waiting for him. Yeah. So here he is.
Hola.
Right, everyone, don't say out, people.
Always the same. One of these days, I'll come back from this, and you won't do that. One of these days.
It's funny that you just watched. You just say Michael Curtis just posted. He said, "Damien, do you know about John Radcliffe, the history of the Hobbit? Well worth checking out. If you enjoy your history of
Return to Bag End. I've got the first one. That's the second part. Paperback. It's really, really good. Very, very similar sort of thing, but it's done by John D. Rateliff instead of Chris Tolkien. My first part, I think I've got hardbacks. Doesn't fit on that shelf. Yeah, very good. Smaug was called Prifton.
Who knew?
Gandalf was called Thorin. Makes no sense.
Thorin the wizard.
Yeah.
Laurie Miller. Speaking of which, when is that keeper video coming? I have a keeper to finish off. Tongy winky face.
Is that to me? What's a keeper video?
Keeper video. Are we doing another keeper video?
Don't know. I don't know what he means. I might have missed some context there.
I don't know. Gaetan says, what do you think of this uncut version that could be released? Just saw a Facebook post about it, so I'm not sure how true it is. About 8 days long. What do you think of this uncut version that could be released? Uncut version. What are we talking of, the Lord of the Rings? I've not heard anything about that. I don't know, mate. I don't know. Larry says, I was picturing a Stetson on HALDIR. Josh says, that one is a joke in reference to the original director releasing his version of Justice League. Right, okay. Gaetan says, disappointment. Never enough of Middle Earth. Well, we'll have plenty to get our teeth stuck into very, very soon. That's a point, actually. You know what we should do, David? When the series does come out.
What should we do, Steve?
We should do, like they do the Game of Thrones, where they had like a show after where they just talk about the episode.
Oh, Thronecast.
Yeah.
How was the series cast?
That'd be cool.
Can you imagine the comments? Oh, Steve, they all hate it again. They're really angry.
Amazon paid too much. It's overcosted.
Really
they overcosted.
They're really furious.
They overcosted.
I just saw Michael mentioned about how they're going to Helm's Deep, which obviously something that I didn't get to. What did we think? Did you talk about it?
I just said I really liked it. I would have liked to have seen a lot more of HALDIR in the movies. I think the movies portrayed him very well, and I was genuinely gutted when he died. Spoilers.
Huge spoiler. My mate Chris, who hasn't texted me today. You know Chris, who sometimes texts in. Not my best mate. I remember Chris' date. I saw it for the first time with him. I'd seen it once before, the 2000. We went to see it, and I remember him sitting there. And I don't think it was when HALDIR died. I think it was when the elves turned up, and he went, "Oh, it's just Peter Jackson taking liberties now." And I'll never forget that quote. And he was sitting there, no. And I don't know if he still thinks that, but for him, like the elves turned up at Helm's Deep was too much. It was And now everyone forgets about it. Like,
it's the norm.
Yeah, everyone moans about the Hobbit and sort of they changed so much of the Hobbit. It's like the whole army of elves came to Helm's Deep and they killed HALDIR. And everyone's kind of fine with it because guess what? It's not about how much they changed it. It's about how much you like Lord of the Rings and don't like the Hobbit. But yeah, I think it's awesome.
Yeah.
And I did go looking to see if what happens to him. And like I say, Tolkien just he couldn't care less about HALDIR. He never sends him off to the Undying Lands or anything. He never says what happened to him. So we don't know if he was slain in battle or
he
if
could still be there looking for his hat.
Guys, have you... Celeborn?
All the other elves were saying we didn't want this alliance rebuilt.
It's been ages. Galadriel, I've been guarding that thing you told me to guard. I've been guarding the hat. Anyone? He's still there, mate. He's still up there. Still up that melon.
Oh God, where was it up to? Oripha is also an elf, the father of Thranduil. He dies during War of the Last Lands.
Yeah, between Oripha and Oriphin.
Nathan C. Anyone else remember the Guild Ball Union top hat fiasco? Could repeat with HALDIR. I never really got into Guild Ball. I tried, and I just couldn't. I liked the idea of it. I liked everything about thinking about it. Like, I thought I could like this game, but then it moves.
I like guilds. I like balls.
It just moves so quick. It just like, you know, if you
football,
weren't on the ball with it, like, but weekly, like new things were arriving, and it was just it just got a bit silly. I couldn't keep up.
It's dead now, so it's not moving very fast. So now's the time to get into it.
Yeah, it's community driven, and they got Disney character profiles in there, everything now. Yeah, Disney character profiles in it. Disney teams.
Really?
I seen the other day. Yeah.
That's cool. Who's in it?
Just Disney characters, mate. I don't know. I just read it.
Right.
Yeah. It's Guild Ball, isn't it? It's Guild Ball. So I didn't go, oh, this is interesting. I was just like, I did what I always do when I skim through them. You know, like, I bet you must be the same as me. You must be in loads of groups on Facebook that you keep saying to yourself, I must leave this group.
I'm really not.
Oh, I am. I'm
not into many.
Oh, I'm in tons of them. And I keep thinking,
I don't kind of hold myself about like you do.
I need to leave this group. I just can't bother clicking the button.
Click.
Nathan says Damian farted as he left. Damian's always farting. Always farting.
I'm sorry.
Larry says a certain channel host said he was going to make a video about the history of the Keeper of the Dungeon and his production history.
Oh yeah, no, I know what he's talking about. Yeah, I did.
Nothing gets past Larry, I tell you.
Yeah, so basically nothing's been done on that since then. Is the honest truth of that. I've got a kind of Word doc that's got, I don't know, a couple of thousand words written on it. But it's whenever I mentioned it, presumably I mentioned it when I was thinking this is quite near being finished. I haven't done anything more on it. So I think it'll happen. I've got that script, and I've got hundreds of pictures that I've screen grabbed of tweets and of press releases and stuff. So I'll do it at some point. But yeah, it was meant to be called something like Battle Streams Long Listens or something like that. And I've completely traced the history of basically Azog Borg and the Keeper of the Dungeon, and hopefully it'll be quite interesting. But it's just a case of finding the time to do it, mate. But yes,
because you could have loads more time now, mate.
Yeah, well, exactly. You've probably got the Fantasy Fellowship instead of that. I would say that. I'm not going to blame Macklin and blame the Fantasy Fellowship. I reckon if we hadn't started doing that, you probably would have had that video by now. So it's something to do with that. But yeah, hopefully it won't be too long.
One day.
Good.
All good things.
All good things.
Gaetan says, Steve, when is the board building video coming out, if I may?
Yeah, Steve, where's your video?
Which one?
They're on
which
us
one? Which one? Because it sounds like I've made a promise here that I have no recollection of. And I'm in the middle of a lot of different projects. So there's a board behind me which I'm not doing a video on, which I just need to get finished. But then there's a board base underneath. You can just see it there. Look, underneath that board, which I will be doing a video on. Which I'm quite excited about because it's a little bit different than most of the terrain and board videos that I've done in the past. So yeah, I think you guys will like that one. So that'll be coming. It's probably, I'm not going to lie, with my schedule the way it is, it's probably going to be summertime, that one, like June, July, I reckon. Banner says, on average, in hours, how much hobby time have you done this past week? I've done quite a lot. If I had to add it up, I'd probably say at least 10. I think. What about you, Damien? Loads, ain't you, mate?
I think I'm actually genuinely quite pleased because it's more than I thought. But I reckon about 2.
Yeah.
I had one night in here. I did a bit on Treebin and did a bit on HALDIR, and I'm going to take that as a massive win, given the screaming symbiote's arrival.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think about
this is the most hobby time I've had this week already.
Yeah, I think if you're
what's mental, I'm going to give it. I like
what's mental.
I like to shout out my wife as and when I can, like as what she hears. She asked me. She's in there at the moment with the baby, and we've got these little lamps, these little leg lamps that you tap to. Her one died. She texts me saying, "I'm really sorry. My lamps died. Is there any chance you could swap it for Charlotte's?" And I went in and she went, "I'm really sorry." And I was like, "It's all right." And then I gave her the new light. Yeah, and she went, "Thanks." And actually, as I'm saying this, she sounds like a terrified wife, doesn't she? But she was like, "I'm really sorry to interrupt."
Did you do that? Did you do that thing when you left, where when you was a kid,
I was like, it's all right. I could, if you need me to, whatever, I could do nappies and stuff. But do you know what? She's a hero. She's like, go and do your stream. Go and do your stream for 4.5 hours. I'm so sorry. You're going to have to come into the bedroom and pass me a small lamp. I was like, do you know what? It's all right. Do you know what? I think that's a good deal. I get 4.5 hours.
It's ammo as well, that though, mate, for the future. Remember that time? Remember that time midstream where I came in and gave you that lamp?
She's a good girl. She's a good girl. She's a good girl. I'm lucky with that one.
Yeah, you are. She's a belter. She's a belter, mate. I have lost where I'm up to though, which is a nightmare. Banner's asked about the hours. So if you're asking in general, it varies with me from week to week. If I'm totally honest. Like 1 week I could get a load of hours in, and another week I could get one if I'm lucky. I think you'll probably be the same as well, won't you, Damien? Depends on work. Depends on work life, I think.
It does depend on a lot of things. I think I try and do. It very rarely works, but I try and do like an hour a night. If I could get to an hour a night, I'd be really, really happy. Yeah. And then sometimes, obviously, you get 2 hours or 3 hours, and sometimes you get none, so it maybe balance out. But I always think that in my current situation, that's pretty good.
I think that's a bit of good advice as well. If you sometimes, especially for painting, I think if you want to keep your painting at a certain level, because I fail to do this all the time, like If you paint every night, even if it's only for 10, 15 minutes, do something every night. I think it keeps you where you are. But then if you don't paint for a week, sometimes your painting level really drops. Ben
did a good video about that, didn't he? Ben did a video about
the 15-minute,
15 minutes ago.
I think, but yeah, because didn't him and Coxie do a thing where they did it?
Oh, some sort of challenge or something.
Something like that, yeah. But yeah, I think it is really good advice. Really good advice. Destro says Rummel is my 2-year-old son's middle name. There you go.
That's cool.
Yeah. Josh Bryant says the elves at Helm's Deep work quite well for the movie, but it definitely does undercut one of the themes of the books, which is the men learning to cope by themselves. He also says, and yes, Haldir's character and relationship with Aragorn is portrayed quite well in a little screen time he has. Yeah, I thought so. The banner says,
"We come to honor that allegiance."
You are most welcome. Is Rummel canon?
Watch out, though. He's dodgy. Dodgy.
Is Rummel canon or GW creation?
It's canon.
There's a cool rule as well in the game. Nathan T. Did Tolkien mention Gildor again? He was fairly flippant with the elves. I couldn't tell you. Damien's your man for stuff like this. Damien's your man. Damien's what?
I don't think he does.
You're in a pub quiz. You want Damien on your team.
You want someone who's wasted their life for 30 years reading about elves. I don't think Gildor pops back up again. No.
Well, Larry Miller just says underneath. He says yes. Now that could be in response to that.
That could mean anything.
It could be anything. Tom Turtle says, hello. Just got back from the pub. No stream on the TV this country.
Got back from the what?
Pub. The pub. He's been in a pub.
What's a pub?
Pub. It has been great seeing everyone in a pub. I have had a little bit of green eye. I'm not going to lie, but I'm gonna hold off. I think another week or so. Let the madness die down, and then go have a quiet pint with some friends.
Do you have?
I've got two actually.
How is your mum?
Well, it was funny. I think it was Tuesday night. We've got I'm still in the WhatsApp group, but I don't play football in the moment. But there's a load of us who used to play for a vets team, like older, like some of the dads from the school and that. And I'm still in the WhatsApp team, and they all went to the pub on Tuesday, and they were just like posting pictures in the WhatsApp group. And I was like, you bastards! I just thought it just looks really nice to be in the pub. Everyone was smiling.
Everyone was
happy.
with each
other.
It was
great. I was just like, oh man, this sucks. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I am looking forward to it. Where was we? Josh Bryant, 2 banners. He's the odd space where he's both. Rummel is mentioned in the text Lord of the Rings once as brother of Haldir and his company of March Wardens. The banner says Steve in anime Kiwi. Anime Kiwi Girls Group. I must leave this group. Oh, right. I must leave this group. Never does. Right, I get what you're saying.
A good group.
It's solid group, mate. Solid. It's a reason I've not left. Joshua says GW extrapolated from there, and his presence in SBG is GW's invention. Laurie says working on this HALDIR. I'm surprised how little green he's wearing.
Mine is dripping with green.
Dripping in green, mate. I always just assumed he was in green because of the official paint jobs. Reese says, good night, guys. Having an early night. We'll catch the rest of the stream tomorrow. Awesome stream as always. Take care, Reese.
Right, dude.
I'm assuming you're working tomorrow, Reese, because you're normally a bit of a night owl. The banner says to Joshua, sounds like canon on not on the fence or in between. Nathan T, following on from Gaetan asking about Steve's table, we haven't seen a lot of use out of the fold down table yet. Put your finger out. Hey, listen, it's folded down. I don't know what more you want.
It's doing it.
It's down.
It's
doing its job there. It's folded down. It's got things on it.
That's what that table lives for. It's fulfilling its life's purpose.
Pull your finger out, he says. What do you want it to do? What do you want me to do? Is flip it up and down?
Do you know, mate? I think that's exactly what they want. I think that they want to see the fold-up table folding up and down. I think like
an 80s TV quiz show. You know, the ladies that just used to show the prizes.
And here comes Steve. She's so appealing. Come on down and do your dealing. But what you've currently, the problem is, Steve, what you've got there, mate, is a table.
Yeah.
Everyone's got that.
Yeah.
The USP of your table is it folds down. If you just leave it down,
it's a table, mate.
It's just the table, mate.
Yeah, but when this board's finished, goes up, and I've got all that space.
Do you know?
And do you know what else as well? You're mocking it. Next time we're doing a live battle report, and we've got nowhere to put my table. Yeah. I'll just fold it down.
I'm not mocking it, mate. I don't know why you think I'm mocking it. I wanted to show you something. I was quite inspired by your fold-down table.
Yeah.
You're obviously a trader. You know a lot more about this stuff than me. You give me a lot of advice about this thing, but I was quite inspired. And over here, I don't know if you can see. You see this sofa?
Yeah.
It's under some stuff at the moment.
Yeah.
I've actually converted that into a fold-down sofa now.
Right.
So that will actually fold up onto. I'm not going to do it. It's down at the moment.
You don't want to show off it.
No, I don't want to show off. I'm going to use it just at the moment as a sofa.
Yeah, but when you don't need it.
I don't need that. I'm just going to fold it up. Don't ask to see it.
Oh.
It's a sofa at the moment, but it can fold up. Should I need to?
That's class, mate. It's world class.
Thanks. That's all you, mate.
Watching the next stream now, I'm going to make sure that bleeder's folded up.
Next stream, that thing's going to be rammed against the wall.
I'm going to be sat right back in the corner like you. Can you hear me? And it's all Nathan's fault. The banner says, congrats on the screaming symbiote fella. Josh says to the banners, yeah, the name is, the appearance is all GW and canon, spelled that way, is an artillery piece. You mean cannon? Ah, okay. We're correcting each other.
I think we could allow typos in the Facebook chat, Josh.
Yeah. It's a flippant comment. Nathan T says, if Damian plugs a Stella, now we all know the truth. Got cannons on the brain, says Banners. Nathan T.
If I plug a Stella.
I think it was because when I said, did you do this on the way out?
Oh, good. I think wife beat a guy. That's what everyone's here for.
Classic. See, it's been that long since we've been in the pub and talked nonsense. We've forgot all the old school jokes, don't we?
I've forgotten how to say we was on a race
Nathan T, but seriously, you've clearly got a winner there and earned some mega brownie points. Yeah,
she's a good one.
Michael Haskell says, pretty sure Gildor crops up in the final journey to the Grey Havens.
Does he? That's good.
And Larry says, my yes was an answer to the Banners question about if Rummel was Tolkien or GW. Yes. Is it Tolkien or GW? Yes. Al Mullin, yeah, defo hold off on the pub. It's been a bit of a mental time this week. Yeah. Joe Holzman says, with your normal friends. I won't have anything to say to him, will I? I've not seen him for over a year.
Here's some exciting news.
Go on.
Gildor. I've got mentions of Gildor 79 to 83, 84, 103, 130, 169. Fair enough. 576. Wait. Who's chatting about Gilder in the Two Towers? And 1005. Oh, let's find out. 576. I'm more intrigued by that one than the 1005 one, which is probably Michael's Grey Havens. Oh, here we go. So this is in the Palantir. This is at Isengard. Hello, here we go. Hello, said Mary. So that's what is bothering you. Now, Pippin, my lad, don't forget Gildor's saying, the one Sam used to quote, do not meddle in the affairs of wizards. So someone's quoting him there, which is quite fun. And then 1005. Big book. Oh, here we go. Michael Haskell. He's off his nuts on red wine, but he knows his stuff. Frodo and Sam halted and sat silent in the soft shadows until they saw a shimmer as the travellers came towards them. There was Gildor and many fair elven folk, and there, to Sam's wonder, rode Elrond and Galadriel. Elrond wore a mantle of grey and had a star upon his forehead, and a silver harp was in his hand, and upon his finger was a ring of gold with a great blue stone. Vilya, oh my God, he's got one of the rings. What a twist. Mightiest of the three. Ooh, so says Elrond. But Galadriel sat upon a white palfrey and was robed all in glimmering white, like clouds about the moon, but she herself seemed to shine with a soft light. On her finger was Nenya, the ringwort of... She's got one of the rings as well. The ringwort of Mithril that bore a single white stone flickering like a frosty star, riding slowly behind on a small grey pony, seeming to nod in his sleep, was Bilbo himself. Not a single word about what Gildor's wearing or any of his rings. That's rude. There you go. Well played, Haskell. I think that's it, though. I think he gets a single mention. Elrond came up, lovely. It had a harp, lovely gown, big ring. Galadriel was there. Oh, white gown, ring, horse, great. Gildor came too. No one cared. Haldir, though, he could have said that, couldn't he? He could have said Gildor and Haldir were there.
Yeah.
Didn't care. Didn't care.
Right, I'm nearly at the end of the chat, and then what we're going to have to do, mate, is we've got a couple of things to do. So we've got to flip through the magazine, and we've got to jump into the Facebook group. So these last few comments I'll do. Now, Damon, you haven't wasted your lifeline lorries. You're now peaking. Larry says, I think it needs to be flipped every stream. Oh, the table.
Should absolutely do.
Kenneth Vick says, Gildor goes to the Grey Havens with Elrond, Frodo and Co. in the last chapter of the book. Gaetan says, maybe not a question for B-Sime. According to you, which GW profile is the most accurate compared to Tolkien's original lore? God knows.
I had a pop of that in Harry's podcast, which I haven't listened back to.
I've had way too many beers to even think about that.
I think it's Tariel.
You reckon? Yeah, I think you're right there, mate. I think you're right. Definitely just captures that essence. The banner says, Steve is the Bob Ross of folding tables. Less hair, mate. Less hair. Callum Lomas, evening all. At least I caught the end of live today. Welcome, Callum. Joshua says, it'll be Frodo and Sam. Oh, I've just put my hand in my paint palette. Be Frodo and Sam talking about the advice that Gildor gave them at page 500 and odd. Larry said, maybe he shows up at Helm's Deep. Winky face. Joe Holzman, God, at this rate, even Gandalf will have one too. Nathan T. Wasn't Gildor on his way to the Grey Havens when the hobbits left the Shire? Did he get lost? And the banner says, I think I know Damian's, but what is Steve's first encounter with GBHO, James and Jamie? From the One Ring, and putting a post out saying, is anyone in Manchester? And those two chaps responded, and the rest is history.
History, man.
It's crazy. Larry Miller, quick guys, Larry Miller, quick guys, keep saying them to hold everything up. Shut up, you. Joe Holzman says it's the Undying, surely, and Gaetan says too much thinking. I agree. I'm happy with Tariel anyway. Right, okay. I think should we do Facebook first, and then it'll give people another chance to get in
Yeah, love it.
Yeah.
Love your work. Love your work.
So, what I'll do is I'll flick to that screen. Oh, sugary sugar. Hang on. Let me click that and that. Why is that not working? Oh yeah, it is. Oh, flipping heck, Damian. It's gone to pot, mate. So we want it to be big. Just give me a second, people. I'm just trying to make it so everyone can see what we will be doing. Okay, here we go. So the whip thread. Let's have a look. So we've got Joe Holzman.
I'm just trying to find it. I've got Uruk High Siege Troops whip thread. It's not that one, is it? It's not that one, right?
No, I've got Joe Holzman, Haldir and pretzels at the ready. I'm going to just make that a little bit bigger. On the wrong screen.
I can't see what you're doing, and I've decided in my mind.
So okay, you're on the same post, all right?
Yeah, I am now. Yeah, I just need to make a new note.
So we've got Joe Holzman.
Still making new note.
Yes, it's a button, mate. But this is why I don't leave groups. It's only a button, but it takes so long.
Joe Holzman, and we're off, sir. Joe Holzman.
Orofsky's. So Joe Holzman is in. Frederick Schultz got some drinks and offers bar, the magazine, and some ents, as he doesn't have a Haldir.
At least he's got his ends now.
Yeah.
It's true we got held up in the post.
Sam Huddy's not in, but he's got the dwarf vibe. He's on the dwarf vibe.
Frederick Schultz. Hang on, I've just written Frederick Schultz. He's not in.
No, he's not in, mate. He's not in.
Oh my god, that could have any sort of madness could have happened. Sorry,
that could have been a disaster. Josh
Deleting
Bryan.
Frederick Schultz doesn't feel right. So sorry, was Sam Huddy in?
No.
Madness.
Josh Bryan is in, painting the same Haldir as you, and he has an apple turnover from his local bakery chain.
Oh, nice. Has that got icing on the top?
It's got icing. I thought it was an iced finger at first.
I wouldn't expect an apple turnover to have icing on.
I love iced fingers.
I love apple turnovers.
Not mad on fruity tarts.
We know. No, it's not. No, it's family friendly. It's not a misogynistic podcast. Don't.
Oh dear. Mr. Nathan Talbot is in. Who'd have thought? Fruity tart.
Nathan seems to be making progress. Oh, he's got a bottle of red wine. I like that. That's what he was talking about. 19 Crimes of the Uprising. I didn't realise that was the name of a. That's cool. I like a bottle of red and a Haldir. What a night!
What a night!
What a night! What else are you working on there? He's nearly finished some Knights of Minas Tirith. That's very cool.
Very cool. Michael Curtis is smashing out Haldirs like there's no tomorrow. 3 Haldirs.
3 Haldirs. Tried it.
That's not 3 entries though, Michael. I must make this clear. That's not. I repeat, not 3 entries.
We know what you're up to, Michael. Classic, trying to buy the raffle.
Colin Higgins, cup of tea and Haldir. Nice mug, Colin. Can I just ask? Is that a Le Creuset mug by any chance?
That is a good mug. We look pretty good in that as well. Normally we look fat and unattractive, which can't be real in these patches.
Yeah,
but we look pretty good in there.
Yeah, I think we're losing a bit of timber, mate. Between
must be. I think it's the only thing that makes sense.
Yeah,
given what we're eating and not exercising. Oh, here's an Easter egg. You've got a cheeky orange in there as well.
I've been threatening to go for a run for about 2 years.
I think you were threatening to eat better at the start of this stream. Meanwhile, Twix.
I mean, to be fair, I've not touched my Twix.
Have you not?
No, I've not touched.
I've eaten nearly half the egg.
But I am onto another bottle of beer, which I'm going to crack open now while we're here. Michael Haskell, is no Haldir, I'm afraid, but he's back on his.
Look at that glass.
Citadel Guard. It's very fancy, isn't it?
I like that. That's like a Denethor glass.
You know, that's weird that you say that. I was
Why?
literally just about to say the same thing.
Oh,
I'd expect to see that next to a plate of tomatoes in front of Denethor.
I'd get you to like punch your B-Sam logo if you're wearing it.
Yeah. It's on my heart, mate. I got tattooed. It's under the t-shirt. Joe Parker's in.
Love it.
Bo Wood Elf Haldir, it looks like. Is it? Or is
Great
that
Haldir.
Yeah.
Such a good Haldir.
Yeah. He's also painting that weirdo.
What is that?
That looks like it's that Matt Necromunda or something, doesn't it?
It looks like Tom Harrison on the weekend.
Yeah. Frederick Schultz is getting some glamorous shots of us. Thanks, Fred. Cheers, buddy.
You still look pretty thin, though.
We do look thin. It's because we've had haircuts.
It's like I'm trying to wrestle Pac-Man away from the screen. No, Pac-Man. You've been playing in the mud all day. You can't.
Nathan Hackman. He's working on a lot of dwarves. The cool. Oh, there's a lot of Forge World stuff there. The cool stuff. The really cool stuff. Yeah, really nice. Reese, he's in. Looking nice, that Reese, as well. I'm pretty jealous now that I didn't go for the contrasting silver chainmail like you have. Yeah, that's annoying.
Yeah, that looks beautiful. Is he? Oh, wait. Read the comment, Steve. Read the comment.
Please don't comment, Jones. I'm not paying another but paid a few different holders. Ah, right. Very, 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 very honest.
Yeah.
Michael Breyer. He's in.
Haldir.
He's got a sword Haldir.
Have we missed Reese? Oh no, sorry. Reese Taylor's also posting other Haldir as well. Done 3 of them.
Yeah.
Michael Breyer.
So Michael Breyer's in. Larry Miller is in. He's got some dark rum on the go and a Galaxy Ripple. Solid snack choice.
We've got a Michael Brewer progress book there. He's doing the base coats, looking good.
Yeah, seen the base coats, yeah.
I'm on to Larry now there. That's a cool. Oh, God, it's a magazine. Have you got that picture on screen at the moment, Larry?
Yeah.
I was literally going to say, well, that's quite a cool setup he's done with the wall and the elves. No, it's just a magazine.
It's the gym. Thomas Macklin is working on Iron Hills, looking good, Tom.
Thomas Macklin is
very good.
God, I love that man. He smells so good.
Callum Morseman, he's in.
They are looking. I've just got to one Tom's. They're looking really good, mate.
Yeah.
Like you're painting them on the sprues like a psychopath, though. I just can't get on with that.
Yeah, you're breaking the rules.
It makes me feel ill. Callum Morsman, awesome work, Callum.
Callum Morsman's in. Chris McKittrick is in. So I think you should do that with your Haldir. Look, he's bent the sword arm so it's like diagonal rather than straight up. It looks far better.
It's more than that, isn't it? He's done something with the head, isn't he? That's not the same Haldir head, I think. You're talking about the second one from the left, right?
Yeah.
I feel like he's done something to the head there. Put a hat on it. He's put a hat on it. It's Haldir.
He's got his cap on, mate. He's got his cap on. I mean, it cost him 10 points. It cost him 10 points extra.
Chris,
he's got it.
Chris, if you're watching, please confirm if your Haldir is wearing a hat. Tolkien will be delighted with you. That is fantastic.
So Chris is in. Leon Curie's in. He's ready for a wash and more highlights.
Lovely. We're just checking out Leon's work in progress. It's a nice looking gold he's got there.
Yeah, it's like a rich gold. Stephen Ryan is in. Copious amounts of gold.
Working from green. That's what you've been doing, isn't it? Working on the golds.
Yeah. Well, I've got all my base colours and my wash done.
Very nice.
Tom Turtle is not in. But
that is not Haldir.
No beard.
What is it?
Found this while looking for reference material, says Larry Miller.
What is it?
Haldir Potter.
Are all the other characters Haldir? Are they?
No. You got Aragorn. Is
of course, yeah.
Snape. I can't see that.
That's Frodo as possibly as Ron. Is
Ron
that?
Weasley, yeah.
How I love that.
I mean, who and why? It's took some time, that, hasn't it? It's took some time.
It's not the best Photoshop I've ever seen, but it's not quick.
Yeah.
You've put
I mean, they've missed a trick there. What's the owl called? Hedwig, isn't it? Not changing that to Y here, but there you go.
Yeah.
Remco is in.
Doesn't even sound like Harry.
It begins with H. That's it.
Remco Keegstra.
Yep.
Lovely.
Chris from CB Miniature Paint Studio is in.
Oh, they look nice. Gold. Why have you painted his face gold?
See,
Chris, I know you're watching.
He's obviously just base coated the whole thing in gold, hasn't he? Because gold covers most of the.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, because the
base
looks
looks like he's pissed off Goldfinger.
Nick Gardner is on also Haldir with sword.
He better be painting a Haldir. I'm just saying, if Nick Gardner's not painting a Haldir, I'm going to kick right off.
Well, that's what he's. Excuse me. He says, "Here we go again," and he says, "This one's trash, anyways." I would take your trash one any day of the week. To be fair,
You got a bowstring on him.
Yeah,
that is a cracking looking Haldir. Look at the face on that.
Yeah, that's cool.
So good.
Dwalin is working on his Bayonne diorama, which is very, very cool tonight. I like
great.
The orc in the tree looks great. The pose
is that a thimble up there?
What in the tree?
Oh, no, it's just normal.
It's a warg rider. It looks pretty cool.
Very cool.
Yeah, and then Dave Fredericks painted his Haldir back in 2010. I remember being really happy with him at the time. Still holds up well. We'll come to it in the magazine. Actually, we're going to say something, but we'll come to it in the magazine in the painting guide because we'll talk about it.
I like that. Steve's got something to say.
Yeah, something to say.
What does say?
Tom Christian is in. He's working on 3 Haldirs.
Look at that. Look at that Haldir threat. Haldir in the magazine. Yeah. Triple threat Haldir up front.
Ashley William Hampstead Reed. He's in. Looking good, man.
Is he also, can we just go back to Tom Christian there? Is he doing, he looks like he's doing the Helm's Deep one in a green scheme, which is really cool.
Let me click. It always messes up the, yeah, it looks like that, yeah.
Looks very fun.
Yeah. Yeah, Ashley's in.
That's not Haldir, mate.
Is it not Haldir? Is that just a normal elf?
Isn't it? Oh, maybe I don't know, maybe it is.
I think it is Haldir.
Unbelievable scenes. The chat's going wild. No, maybe it is. I think that is Haldir.
Yeah, I think it is, yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
Ignore Damian, Ashley.
Yeah.
You know what he's like, mate. You know what he's like. He's had a gin.
Brain, mate.
He's had a gin. Sam Earnshaw is in. Gave the Steve approach a go tonight. Stripped and painted a model, but one base cut down and drank sufficient beer to prevent the paint going where you want it to go. Yeah, my eyes were going a bit funny, but I got there. I'm happy with him thus far. So Sam Earnshaw is in. Nathan Hatman's not working on Owls. He is working on the Ruffian leaders, but they're looking cool. I love those models. Those 3 models, well, 2 of the 3 anyway, are 2 of my favourite models in the range for sure.
Whoa, that's a big guy.
They're great. They're great.
What are we saying? Like when you say favourite models in range, is that like how many is your favourite? Like top 10, top 20, top 30, top 40?
Top 20.
Top 20?
Yeah.
That's big.
They're cool models, man. And then he's painting all the Hobbits as well. Again, all very, very cool models.
Yeah.
Carl Daly is in. The man, the legend.
What a lad. Well,
2 Haldirs.
I think he's double Haldir.
Yeah, he's not messing about tonight. He's not here to make friends.
Here to paint tiny miniature replicas of Haldir.
Al Mullen is painting his Legolas because it's the only elf that he has. I hope you're enjoying your journeys into Middle Earth, Al.
Yeah. He started with the Fellowship, isn't he?
Yeah,
what's that gribbly thing in the background?
That looks like it could be off Curse City, maybe.
Looks a bit like you.
Yeah, maybe. Got 8 more comments I need to click, so I'll click that. George Sutherland is in.
Hello.
Yeah, boy. Frederick's on his ends. Nice work, man. They're looking good. Nice base. Like that a lot.
Yeah, that's nice. Is that Is that? Yeah, he's just painting it. I was wondering if that was like green stuffed leaves, but no, that's grey paint job.
Are you crazy? Tom Egbert is in.
That's a great freeze frame of me.
Yeah. A close up of Frederick's bases. Yeah, it's them dried leaves, isn't it? And Nathan Tolbert is bringing the Denethor glass up a notch.
Oh, very nice.
Very nice. No HALDIR from Julian tonight. He is on Wild Men. And then Larry's just confirming it's still the magazine, David. It's still the magazine.
Do you know what I'm going to do, Steve?
Go.
I'm going to our email account straight away.
Do it.
I'm not going to look at the YouTube comments.
You're going to cut him off.
Joe Achille has not sent an email. The one time I've bloody checked.
Right. Okay.
If I ever meet that guy, I'm going to have a word with him.
So that is us caught up on the Facebook chat. What we're going to do now is we're going to have a peruse through the magazine. We're going to do things a little bit differently this week. I've done a little bit of jiggery pokery, and we might be.
I'm not going to believe this. This is going to blow your mind.
Yeah, this is crazy. This is like Sky TV Sports.
Yeah, this is
Sky TV Sports. This is Sky Sports stuff. Next thing you know, we'll have arrows. We'll be highlighting players running up the wing. Are you ready for this?
This is what you come here for 3 hours after the start of the stream.
So basically, I can flick through the magazine. You can, as we're talking about it, or as Damien's talking about it, you might not have the magazine to hand. Don't worry about it. We got you, man.
Don't need it now.
Yeah, we got you. So I'm just staying on the front cover till you tell me to turn, Damien.
Oh, see, I'm having a look at the YouTube thing now. There's no magazine there yet.
Yeah, don't worry about that.
So in my past, they haven't seen it in the future. Oh, look at that! It's good. That's the cover, isn't it?
Yeah, that's how we roll, mate.
Indeed. So you've got both of us in the bottom corners as well.
Yeah, mate. I don't mess about.
He does not mess about. That is true. He doesn't mess about. So we started off kind of Siege and Helm's Deepy stuff, didn't we? In the last one.
Certainly did.
So we're going to see. So we're going to see the next stage in that. So shall we jump in?
Yeah.
Oh God, you're going to jump in 20 seconds time. I've just realised.
Yeah, no, I'm over. I've turned over. Don't you worry.
Yeah, we get HALDIR at Helm's Deep. We get this kick-ass big. I presume if I say kick-ass big picture, is your finger going to start pointing at the big picture and that sort of stuff?
Okay, well, it is
that kind of magic going to happen?
Now, right? It is.
That's real. I mean, it's not happening for me. I'm in the past, but I can't wait to see that. It must be great for them. It's cool. Good Photoshop, You look at that cutout. Look at all the Uruks on the causeway and the gaps in the ladder and the rope. That's really good Photoshop.
Definitely one.
Oh, I can see the finger. That's good. It's really good Photoshop. Like, particularly 2002, 2003. I'll be pleased with that. Shall we go on?
We're on.
We're HALDIR at Helm's Deep. Some good blurb. And is there anything? It was HALDIR who gave the Fellowship Sanctuary boring. Now at Helm's Deep, the elves of Lothlorien await the coming of Saruman's Uruk Hai, ready to cut them down with a withering hail of arrows. Lovely stuff. So fighting in the fortress. So we get the kind of rules for siege rules, and it's basically movement, isn't it? Yeah. There's a giant recap box. Can we get some tickly finger on that? Which is great. There's some parts of this article that I can't help thinking are a little space filling. It's like this in this month's playing the game. We'll have a look at what we did in last month's playing the game. It kind of goes over like the fight phase and defending barriers.
I'm going to start with the finger now. It's getting a bit seedy.
There's 4 fingers tickling it. I like it. But it's kind of the standard stuff that we've had in the game for a while about defending doorways and stuff, and nice little pictures within these walls we will outlast them. That's quite cool. But nothing it's part of the siege rules, isn't it? This page though, the next double page spread, I really like.
Yeah.
That's a cool photo down the bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got some kind of sexy stuff going on in the fortress that we're going to have a look at, mate. And I did find this. It was quite fun. On point 2, where it says fighting beside precipitous drops, a warrior who loses a fight must back away 1 inch from his enemy, and if unable to do so, is trapped. Trapped warriors take double the usual number of strikes, as described in Pack 4. A warrior unable to move back because of a seer drop can choose either to remain where he is or jump. And you can't do that anymore, can you?
No.
I think that was true up to the Hobbit rules, and it only changed in this edition, or maybe it changed in the Hobbit edition. But you used to be able to choose to jump.
Yeah.
And now you have to take it. And there's a little change there, which is kind of fun. I quite like the old version, to be honest, that you could
I do.
choose to chuck yourself off. Do you remember? Were you there at the Desolation Stockport where we had Dol Guldur set up?
The maze. Oh yeah. It was. Yeah,
and we were playing. Me and Tom weren't playing in the tournament, but we had the whole scenery setting up, and we were playing like participation games throughout it. There was one game where our Golb at the time, the Keeper of Dungeons didn't have a profile, but Golb was there. He was on the top level, so it was like 6 stories high, and he was trapped by, I think it was Thranduil, and he was fighting Thranduil, and he chose to leap off. In his move phase, he leapt off because the falling damage from 6 stories was less likely to kill him than being trapped by elves, and he survived. I remember him like landing, 6 stories down and taking whatever it was, 8 strength 3
just
hits.
Getting up and dusting himself off.
It was cool. It was good. It's a good little mechanic. There's also stumbles on the stairs, which I went and dug into War in Rohan. We've still got this, but I wouldn't have known it. This is the sort of thing that I would come up in a Warhammer World quiz. If a warrior is forced to back down a stairway when you're fighting, make a random roll to see if he stumbles. On a roll of 1, 2, or 3, the warrior stumbles, while on a roll of 4, 5, or 6, he steps nimbly down. It can't be adjusted by might. If he stumbles, he takes double strikes.
Oh.
Yeah, see, that's the noise I made. I wouldn't have known that, would you?
No.
I would have thought he probably took falling damage or something.
Yeah.
So if you back away downstairs, you've got a 50-50 chance of being trapped, essentially.
See, if I was playing a game right now on a stairs, just won a combat, I'd probably just expect them to back away down the stairs.
Oh, what, without any ill effect? Yeah, but I did go digging. That's in War in Rohan, so I don't think that's in the main rule. Is it in War in Rohan? Maybe it's not in War. Hey, do you know what? Maybe it's not in War in Rohan because that's just siege equipment. I think that might actually be in the main rulebook, but it's in the current edition. Definitely.
Yeah.
And then you get next pack.
Oh yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
So we've got 4 pages of the rules, and
yeah, we're not even at a halfway page. It's
half of them were like last pack, and then the next pack is next pack. It's like I think I really like the picture at the bottom, but I think they've been a bit kind of the rules for moving up and down the stairs. We've got to make them last 4 pages. It's going to be a tough ask, guys. It's a tough ask. So yeah, I mean, it's a bit of the siege rules. We obviously know them, but I thought it felt a bit strung out personally. I don't know. And then on to the next page.
Yep.
We have the Helm's Deep campaign. Do you want? I mean, you've got a magazine there, mate. If you've read it, do you want to talk about this?
I've not read it, mate. I'm not gonna lie.
Right, okay, brilliant. You're just a glamorous assistant.
I won't lie to you.
This is basically, there's that again, a recap box that says what they did with the Moria campaign of like linking the scenarios together.
That looks cool.
I love that picture. That's really awesome. Good Photoshop. To get it in perspective like that. Cool. And then they do it for the Helm's Deep campaign. So they've got, it's kind of like the stuff we're used to now in like in the various books where you've got like the death of a hero and the order of battle stuff between. It says the winning the campaign, the size of the win, the most games wins the campaign. So you're going to play a bunch of different games. Your heroes have to roll to see if they survive, and so on and so forth. And then over the page, you basically get them, and it's the Elven attack scenario is the first one, which is from Pack 4 way back when, which is quite a cool idea. But they obviously repurpose it to be, I think in Pack 4 it's probably like Last Alliance or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
But they repurpose it to be for Helm's Deep. And then they put the, the results. So they put this campaign special rule. So if the Uruks win, there's no effect. If the Elves win, there'll be 5 fewer Uruks at the Deep in Wool. So you get, we're used to those now in the new books, but you're getting that idea of Impact. Then we get Hold the Fort, which I think was from the last issue, with the really cool cocktail stick fort. We then get the Deeping Wall, which is looking ahead. You can see there it says Impact 29. We're going to get the Deeping Wall scenario.
Yep.
And then the final battle is Retreat to the Hall. So the basic idea is you get to play all these 4 scenarios that kind of digs back in your back catalogue, which is quite good fun, including Retreat to the Hall. And that's our first picture of at least one assembly of the castle we're going to make. It looks pretty good, right?
Yeah, it looks cool.
It's a pretty cool little thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then in classic battle games in Middle-earth style, you can play these 4 scenarios that you've gradually built up, or optional scenario, the Battle for Helm's Deep. Or you could just conclude your campaign with the Battle for Helm's Deep. This is a massive battle for which you will need many additional models. If you have extra models around, or you can combine forces with a friend or two, make it for a grand and fitting finale to the Helm's Deep event. And if you've got this massive Helm's Deep board, kills me every now and again. They drop one of these in. Those 4 scenarios on those 4 boards that you've got on your screen, they look quite achievable, even the one with the big castle.
Yeah, I mean, literally look at it there, and then or you could play this scenario
Or you could try
on this movie accurate diorama.
Alternative approach.
It's not movie accurate. There's only one Legolas on it.
Yeah, why? I never understood that on the Games Workshop board. Why would you not build the Deeping Wall? Why would they build a board like that and they don't build the Deeping Wall? It just cracks me up.
Yeah.
Oh, anyway. So then over we get playing the campaign, and then so these 2 guys are going to take it on, and these are basically it's quite cool. It's like it's only 2 pages, but it's a battle report.
Yeah.
So it's the first 2 campaigns. We get Elven Attack and Hold the Fort, and I will say I was quite impressed that if you look at the pictures for Elven Attack, future Steve's finger, and present Steve, if you look at them, can you see that they actually say on there? I quite like this. So they're playing the scenario from pack 4.
Yeah.
And they say, where is it? Because this scenario is set on quite a small scale compared to more recent ones, Mark and Richard decided to pool their forces by combining their miniatures collections. They were able to fight the battle using 20 Uruk-hai and 16 elves. So basically, this is quite a nice idea of them doubling the number of models required.
Yeah. So
the photos you get are of their game. Yeah. It's not the photos from pack 4. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
It's a really and they're actually using that road. I recognise that rock, that they built a few episodes ago. So I really like that they've actually gone and clearly, I think they played it, but they've at least set it up.
Yeah.
And taken new photos of it, and I thought that was quite good. Until I got to Hold the Fort, and I've actually got. I'll hold this up for you. This is past Damian's note. Let me go on to Zoom. Can you see that post-it note? Is that shining?
Yeah.
That is. I don't know if it's. I don't know if it will show.
I can't see what you've wrote.
It's a cross with a sad face.
Sad face. Yeah.
Pointing to that picture.
Yeah.
Because that picture is from the previous issue.
Ooh.
Yeah, I know. I was like, have they taken loads of new photos? And it's not quite in Bitsbox territory. But that photo of Aemma riding into the Uruks, it's not the end of the world, but it is. It doesn't mean they didn't play it, but it is from the previous issue. Yeah. Not from a new version of that game. But as far as I can tell, the one beneath it isn't. So the one beneath it with the Uruks charging the Rohan guys, that doesn't appear in the previous
right.
No. But there we go. And then we get another preview. Next pack. In pack 29, we present the next scenario in the campaign, The Deeping Wall. Lots of previews. We will also discover how Richard and Mark fared when they played through the game, along with the consequences of the results. The exciting climax of our campaign, Retreat to the Hall, will be presented in full with the battle part in packs 30 and 31. So you're on 28, and you'll be bold, exciting things coming, big things coming in issue 31. It's looking quite far ahead.
All the things.
Oh, there's so much exciting content for you guys. Then we're on to HALDIR Painting Guide.
Yeah. This is one of the things that I referenced to before when I said I won't say it now, I'll say it at the thing.
Mm.
I think this was the first painting guide. Because I remember doing this, and when I'd finished following the instructions in this painting guide, I was like, "Wow, I painted that!"
Oh, really?
Like really happy with how it turned out. Yeah, I think it took a step. This HALDIR. If you look at in a minute, we'll flip over and you'll look at the finished HALDIR. I think it looks class. I'd be happy with it now.
You think this is a step up
Yeah, definitely.
in terms of the quality of the painting guides?
Textures on the, bringing out the different textures and things like that. I think it looks awesome.
Well, there's actually a box in here about using washes, isn't it?
Yeah.
Where they're, I don't know if that's on screen at the moment, but
the amazing chestnut ink.
Does it also say? Is it going to say it's when to use inks down there? There we go. It's on the painting essentials box over on the side. That's what I was thinking of. Inks can be very useful when painting, as applying an ink wash is often a better choice than a watered down paint wash. So that is the step they're kind of introducing using washes as opposed to just thinning your paints to use as a wash. If I turn it over, yeah, so it's pretty good. And then if we go over to the Captain's Cloak, I highlighted the Captain's Cloak in here just because I thought it was a good red. I quite often struggle with red to make it, the highlights look like a highlighted red as opposed to a pink or an orange. And I thought they did a really good red.
Yeah.
And their recipe was red gore, so it doesn't really matter what that red is these days, but your bright red, and then mixing in vomit brown.
Yeah.
And vomit brown is now towelite ochre, I think.
Yeah.
And so that was the highlight color. So it might be worth a go. You've got it on screen now. It looks a bit, I don't know if it will come across on mine, but it looks a bit pale on yours, almost washed out. I don't know what that is, if the camera, but I don't know if it'll do the same on mine, but it's quite a bright, vibrant red that they get.
Yeah.
But yeah, I thought that was an potentially interesting tip. Maybe try towelite ochre.
What do you highlight your red with now?
I go into an orangey area. I think I use like Bestigor Flesh. Is it that one? And Deathclaw Brown, I think. I tend to do that. But I don't paint a lot of red.
When I'm doing, I'm the same. I don't paint a lot of red. But I got, these are my highlights so I use Chiquero Orange and then Vallejo's Sunny Skin Tone.
Can you hold them up?
They're on the, they'll come up in 20 seconds on yours.
Well, I'll just wait for the future then, shall I?
Yeah. So I just mix those into my base red when I'm doing reds. The skin tone is a great highlight for red. It's slightly richer than Kislev.
Which skin tone?
It's a Vallejo colour. It's sunny skin tone. I'm sure
you mix that up with the red.
Just start adding it more and more, then like the last highlight will be like a dot of that. But I start with Chiquero Orange and then the sunny skin tone.
Chiquero Orange looks quite similar to the one I use, which it might be. It's one of the Bestigor Flesh, maybe Deathclaw Brown. I think it's a Deathclaw one, but I can't see it at the moment.
Yeah.
That towelite ochre, it's all in there. It's using a kind of yellowy brown rather than a white, I think. I thought that was quite a good little tip there.
Yeah.
And then the other thing that this is maybe to help people out who are painting the Armoured HALDIR, because I haven't gone back and looked at the one that I painted 10 years ago, but I was amazed by this, that he's got finger guards.
Yes.
So it's 0.6, you can see it there in the middle of the right-hand page. There's a bit of a light reflection on his face, but it makes it really, really clear that his top two fingers on his right hand, they shouldn't be painted skin color.
Yeah.
They should be painted like a dark brown because he's wearing a finger guard, which I hadn't realised before.
Yeah, I just popped mine up because that's how I did mine. Should come up in a minute.
So should you be, I think you'd get away with it, but it might almost feel like if you painted it skin color, I reckon you might think, oh yeah, I've got yours appearing now. Yeah, exactly. I think you might almost feel like you've got a mould line down it if you paint it skin color.
Yeah.
Or something like that. But,
well, if you look at the picture of the non-HALDIR elf on the page, he's got the finger guards as well and he's holding his sword, so they must all have it.
Yeah, good point. That HALDIR is looking nice, by the way. There you go. And then do you want to chat about finishing touches because you were so happy with this HALDIR?
It's just this. I think this painting guide is now assuming that you're at a level that you can put the base colours on. You know how to put a wash on. I think there's a lot more detail in that finished HALDIR on that page than there is in any of the previous models that we've seen painted.
Yeah. They're not embarrassing to look at now, are they?
No, I think it looks class. The highlights on the black, on the sleeve, and on the boots. There's a lot going on this model. It's a busy model. There's fine detail on the bow, on the gold etching on the bow, and I just think I just remembered following it. I remember seeing that picture at the end and just assuming, oh, obviously mine's not going to look like that, and I did it, and it wasn't far off. And I remember thinking, oh, actually, you know what? These tips work. They work. It looks good.
I like as well because his hair looks good, and as actually in point 5 where it talks about the blonde hair, it says it's like next level stuff where he says you can paint the hair in the same way you painted Legolas's blonde hair in pack 8, or you can use this. So it's already taken.
Yeah.
And then it says if you like how HALDIR's hair looks using this technique, you can repaint Legolas's.
Yeah.
And I think it is that kind of thing of almost admitting or acknowledging that those early ones were, they were starting techniques.
Basics,
and now, and now we can push it a little further. It's also it's issue 28, so it's fortnightly. So we're basically about a year, aren't we? You have 26 in a year, so it's like you've been painting for a year now.
Yeah,
I think that's a bloody good model if you've been painting for a year.
It's class.
But the face, that picture in the middle of your screen, there is actually, where I'm seeing, there's a light right over it. But the face is brilliant.
Yeah, I'll move the page so you can see it.
You're not getting eyes in it, but the highlights in it, bang in the middle of that right-hand page.
Yeah.
It's a real big close-up of the face. It looks really good, right?
Yeah, it does.
It's really, really nice. So, yeah. No, it's quite nice reflecting on that for you. I quite like that. You remember this one?
It's very good.
And then, shall we go on to the last article, which is Build a Castle?
Yeah. It's a shame on this one, actually. It's a shame, isn't it?
What?
That they made the castle out of water tiles.
Yeah. Absolutely. Why is your castle made of water? You're right. You're absolutely right. Yeah. But it is. It's the polystyrene ceiling tile. Choice of kings.
Yeah. No. In all seriousness, pages 16, 17 through all the way to, is it 21? Yeah, to the end of the magazine.
Six pages,
step by step, how to build fortress walls and towers, which is basically a carbon copy of the old fortress kit that you used to be able to get from GW. It's basically how to make that yourself at home, and it is old school building. We've all been to either tournaments, hobby clubs, hobby shops, and we will have all played on scenery exactly like this at some point, I think. It was like the go-to, and everyone was the same. The battlements, the square towers, they join together. It's a great, simple design. It's classic, and the instructions here on how to make it are really basic, really easy to follow, and also rather than they show you how to make it a little bit different by adding detail. Having the cornerstones on, weathering it. Adding little details like the culvert, the ladders, etc. It's great. It's great. It's the perfect starting point into building. I built that. God knows where it is, but I built that. Like me and Cole used to play on that.
I built a fortress, but it was for Warhammer Siege. It wasn't Battle Games Middle Earth, I've still got that. It's my parents' garage. I think I built a wall with a gate, 2 walls, and 1 fortress. I never finished it, but it wasn't polystyrene ceiling tile. It was textured paint. Yeah. And I was really proud of it at the time.
Yeah. I built this exact model. Like I look at that model and it looks exactly like because it's just dry brushed. It's not. Yeah. There's no like.
And then green splashed over it, right?
Yeah, I didn't have the green splashed on it. I think we used black. I just watered down black paint and we just put black paint on it, and it looked fine. It looked cool.
Watered down green ink can be used very sparingly to create the effect of moss patches on the walls.
Yeah.
I'll have you know.
It's great.
Do you like the polystyrene ceiling approach? Is it?
I mean, it's dated now. It hasn't aged well because of the time we live in now with the accessibility to 3D printers and different materials that have become common for using, and the way that like extruded foam is used now, like a more dense foam for you can carve into. It wasn't as around then as easily as it is now. These are all quite modern products that have originated in the building industry for insulation purposes, but just so happen that they're perfect for modelling in them. When these magazines are out, those types of foams weren't around.
It's using packaging polystyrene and then gluing sealing tiles to it, isn't it? Rather than using XPS
foam. It's showing you how to. This is stuff that's readily available to most households, and considering what you end up with, I think it's great. I love this stuff. I love it. It's talking about walls and really good
fortresses, and they actually say the gatehouse is a more involved project, which will cover Impact 29 spoilers, and the fourth corner tower will be a larger one and covered in 31. I think it looks. I don't know if I'm properly drunk on rivers. I think it looks better as water than it does as walls now.
Yeah, it does.
You know what I mean?
It does.
Like, I've kind of convinced myself that looks like really good. And like you say, I love that. You're like, why have you made your castle out of water?
See, looking at it now, if someone said to me, I need you to basically rewrite this article, I would carve bricks into the surface of that.
Because you hate yourself.
Yeah, I mean, it would be more time consuming. It wouldn't be hard. It would just be more time consuming. But I would carve brick shapes into that.
Are you on the stream? Are you still on page 20? You are at the moment in the past.
Yeah, 20. Yeah.
So the thing that the Steve Crow touch to this is it all looks quite quick and quite doable until you get to making stairs. You see that picture in the middle where he draws them out. It's like, hang on, how are you gonna? You've got a slope. How are you going to make this into stairs? And then it's that picture, which at the moment is in the middle left. And it's like, and then it's right at the end, it's your edge highlighted. You're nearly finished now. All you need to do is just quickly cut out 400 stairs. And that's what that's there's no way around that, is it? It's not gluing steps together. It's like just cut out.
Cut them out, mate. Just cut them
out. Just quickly cut out. A fine-tooth saw, such as a modelling saw, is ideal for detail work like this. Nothing. I'll give them ramps, mate. There's nothing ideal about that. Nothing ideal about that at all. But it does look good, and we've got to give a shout out. I know you mentioned the culvert already, but we've got to give a shout out for Larry for alternative approaches there.
Yeah.
It's good. Always good to see alternative approaches in. Can add torches like in the sewers. Did you stick? You put torches on, didn't you? You did the little. Yeah, it looks good. It's like your mum. Be sure to position the torches in places where models can conceivably reach. Sorry, yeah. Don't put them in silly places. And a little thing I'll put in a culvert in. And then the little lean-tos, using the techniques in 13, 20, and 27. Towers, wall supports, shacks, or even a lean-to like the one shown below. It's cool.
Yeah.
And that kind of picture there that you've got just above alternative approaches, showing a couple of the sections, laid out next to each other. I think it looks good.
Yeah, it's cool. Perfectly acceptable.
Yeah. If you haven't got one at home, it's a cheap and easy way of making it.
I actually think that I've got in the attic space in here a box that's got all like my offcut bits still. So it's got one of the very first. Do you remember the first foam cutter things you could get? I think they were from GW. They'd have like a can.
Like the hot wire
put the batteries, the hot wire cutters, and it's just got all the offcuts from these tiles from when I made it. I've not got the actual walls, but I've got the bits that were left over. I thought I'll use them again, and just never did. And they're in a box. I'm sure it's up there because it's got the hot wire cutter in it, which I never ever visited again. And that's it. That's that done. Let me just flick the old screen back. Where's my cursor? There we go. So yeah, that's good.
We're back.
Let us know what you thought about the magazine. Let us know what you thought about the flick through on screen. I thought it was pretty cool, man.
That's good. I liked it.
Very involving.
It's pretty good. You got to be into castles.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm almost against this because it's another terrain guide, 6 pages of 6 wasted pages of how to build a castle I'll never build and moving around castles. But if you haven't done it before, you're a year into collection. It's probably really good.
Yeah.
I like the campaign. And you like the painting guide.
The painting guide was really good, yeah.
I think this is a pretty good one.
It's all right.
I don't think it's challenging for best one, but
no,
I think it's an enjoyable issue for me.
Yeah, it's all right.
What I'd like people to do while we have a stroll through the profiles is, as ever, stop commenting and just tell us what you think about HALDIR. If you use them in games.
To do that, they have to comment.
Stop commenting about everything else you're commenting about, and then if you tell us like, well, I'm going to go jump through the books and look at his profile over the years, and tell us, do you use him? Do you like him? Is he good in the game? That sort of thing. So let's like steer the discussion towards the profile.
Yep.
And I'll jump in. He was here. He was in Fellowship of the Ring, the very first edition of the game. So we'll start there, and he has. Where is he? Where is he, precious? He doesn't exist. There he is. HALDIR, and the model is the one with the sword. Yep. He was 55 points. Seems cheap. Fight 6. He doesn't get a profile. You can't use him. You got HALDIR with this issue.
Yeah.
There's no HALDIR profile in there.
Maybe just getting ready for issue 31.
You can't use him. Wretched business. So he's 55 points, fight 6. So I think that's the same. Strength 4, defense 4, 2 attacks, 2 wins, courage 5.
Yeah.
3 might, 1 will, 1 fate. He's got an elven blade, and he can also take a bow and take a cloak. So obviously no armor in Fellowship of the Ring era. And he can shoot twice in the shoot phase. That sounds pretty similar to me to current HALDIR, except he's 55 points.
I'm just trying to find current HALDIR now. There he is. All right, so current HALDIR. Go on, read that profile again.
55 points.
Yeah.
3 might, 1 will, 1 fate. Fight 6, 3 plus shoot value. Strength 4, defense 4, 2 attacks, 2 wounds, courage 5.
Okay.
And you can take a bow for 5 points or a cloak for 10 points. And he's got expert shot.
Yeah.
So who's that?
I know you're going to come to this profile, so I don't want to point out the changes.
Huge spoilers.
I don't want to. I was just curious myself.
He feels cheap. Feels cheap to me. 2 Towers edition. Ooh.
No special rule in there, no.
He had expert shot.
That's it, yeah.
Yeah, but at that point, elves could move through forests, so woodland creature wasn't a rule. In the 2 Towers edition, still 55 points. Exact same profile. He can now take armor. So he's exactly the same, but he now, because he goes to Helm's Deep, there's an option for 5 points to take armor, and his value would go up by 1 to defense 5.
So it's not heavy armor; it's just armor.
No, it's just armor, because that changed in the new edition, right? Galadhrim got better armor.
Yeah.
So it's pretty standard. Return of the King. He's dead by this point, so he really
no fate.
He shouldn't be in here really. He must be the same profile because he's made no progress. Same stats, 55, 311. Yeah, he's exactly the same. So Return of the King era is exactly the same. It's 2 Towers era.
Yep.
And then we're on to Blue Rulebook. Probably still my favourite. Could never decide between this one and the Hobbit one, but it's always this one for nostalgia. Oh, huge news. 70 points. That's a 15-point jump.
Yep.
From Return of the King to this. Huge news for HALDIR fans out there. He does get a courage buff. He goes up to courage 6, which I was waiting for.
Yep.
Everything else is the same. He's got Woodland Creature now as a special rule, which he had in the other editions. Still got expert shot, and still got the same options.
Okay.
It's basically a 15-point increase for 1 point of courage.
Yep.
So that must also be as a balancing of maybe other elves in the game. So he just got a nasty price hike.
Yep.
In that edition. So yeah, he's now at 70 points with the profile I think that we are familiar with.
Yeah.
Okay. Then next is the one that most people in the GBHL will be familiar with, which is Free Peoples. And at this point, he's in the, is it Mirkwood and Lothlorien armor list? Yeah, Lothlorien and Mirkwood. We get HALDIR, still 70 points, so that's the same. Exactly the same profile, 311, and exactly the same options. So that's the same.
Yep.
That's the same profile as in the blue rulebook. But check this guy out. We also get HALDIR Defender of Helm's Deep. I have a feeling he came out in like a White Dwarf PDF before this book.
Right.
You know, do you remember there was like a PDF called like Reinforcements and stuff?
Yeah.
So I think his rules were published after that blue rule book, but before. He's exactly the same profile. He now comes with the elf bow and he comes with the armor. He's 75 points. So he's 5 points more than normal HALDIR. And he gets the bow and armor.
Bow and armor, yeah.
That's a bargain.
Yeah.
He gets allies till the end, which is he's a banner if he's in range of Aragorn or Theoden. That's good. And he gets one final blow. If HALDIR is slain in close combat, he immediately makes a single strength 4 hit on every enemy model that was part of the fatal fight. So, I mean, that's just demonstrably better. I thought this is really weird. I mean, I never really played this army, but I thought there was a choice to make between your HALDIRs, you know. But you'd always just take Defender of Helm's Deep, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
So he's 5 points more, and you get for 5 points more, you get armor +1 defense, a bow, a banner if he's in range of Aragorn or Theoden, and the chance to kill everyone he touches for 5 points.
There was no other payoff for that.
No, there's no downsides. I thought maybe he had 0 fate or something. Unless I'm missing something there, and you can still take the elf cloak.
That was weird.
But yeah, I suppose that people, you know, in that era would have just automatically taken HALDIR Defender of Helm's Deep. But he was a 2 profile guy. So if you wanted, you could take the crap HALDIR in this edition of the game, or you could take the good HALDIR. That was the choice you had there, which is good. But yeah, you had the different profiles there, which is quite nice. So the previous ones, and then that brings us way up to date to the future, which I believe you have there then.
Yeah, it kind of just incorporates the 2 that you've just read out, really.
So he's more like the first one, isn't he? Because he's 70 points price wise.
You got to pay for the stuff now, haven't you?
Yeah. So he's somewhere between the 2, because with the gear, the Helm's Deep HALDIR was 80 points, and if you give him the bow and the heavy armor now, he'll be 85. So he's gone up 5 points, but he's now in heavy armor, so he gets defense 6 for the first time. Yeah. Because the Galathrim got that, and then he still gets the other rules. So he's the most expensive he's ever been, but he's also got the best profile he's ever had, because he can get to defense 6. Yeah. Well, not too much change really. He basically got armor, then the Helm's Deep rules. Yeah. And a courage buff.
He's what's the name? He's victim of that thing, isn't he? Where it's not a terrible profile. It's just that there's better options for elves out there.
Well, I never used to. It's not an army I've ever played, so I never use him. But Jamie always used to use him. That's in Free People's era. Yeah. Jamie always used to swear by HALDIR, and I wouldn't tell you when he used his like kind of woes elves, and he had a lot of tournament success with them. He always used to say HALDIR with his grey man, his little grey man that no one ever saw coming. They were always worried about his other heroes, and HALDIR with 3 might and 3+ shoot and 2 shots a turn was really, really good. And I want to say, as mad as it sounds, I think sometimes he took him over Legolas. Yeah, you know, he valued the extra elf in his army, or maybe even an extra 2 elves. And HALDIR was really good. I know he really rated him. But yeah, I think I've literally only ever used him in scenarios and stuff. So I don't really know.
Yeah, I've not used him. He's never been on a list that I built, but he will be. Hence me painting him up tonight. at some point.
Do you want to jump into the chat and fly through it and see where we stand?
Yeah, I was just checking on the Facebook. There's no other entries. Where were we up to in the chat? Do you remember?
Gilder goes to Grey Havens. I've got that. Steve, Bob Ross shows up at Helm's Deep. Gandalf will have one too. I feel like we've read this. Maybe that was when I was downstairs. Here we go. Yeah, Larry Miller, Creek 10 to hold up. Joe Holzman, it's the Undying Surely. Gayton, Too Much Thinking, I agree, happy with the Tarot answer. Michael Haskell, don't think Celeborn gets a mention in the Grey Helm's journey. Seeing Galadriel on a white horse in a film like and when she was departing would have been good. Josh Bryant, he doesn't. Celeborn forms the realm of East Lorien, Middle-earth. After Galadriel, Don Barnett is in Living Legend. Don arrives, mentions Tariel. Didn't she have her own magazine? She did indeed.
Nathan T says, I was on Harry's podcast. I'm offended you've not listened back to my meta-breaking insight.
I haven't, sorry, mate. I literally haven't had a chance to listen back to any of it.
Frederick says, finished my Ents, did a forest base with some leaves and branches like I did with my tree beard. And Josh says she did get her own issue of SBG magazine. Fun read. Michael says, cool, Joshua, thanks. Gaetan says, sorry to Nathan, we'll catch up later. The banner says, what is the Patreon name if I search the app?
Battlestreams
in Middle-earth.
I like the sound of
that. I was close to not having to like the video, but the fruity tarts got me, said Joshua says, I didn't realise that they were laughing at that. I thought they were laughing at the poor guy who missed up my turnover for a Hobbit hole build.
No, we were not to take away from your Hobbit hole. We were absolutely laughing at fruit.
That's the level of we're very childish. Basically, we're very childish. The banner says Damian might be into fruity tarts. Show some respect. Joe Kelly says, good news, Damon. You don't need to check Battlestream's email this week. I've got 3 Haldirs, but all are painted. Converting a mounted Lindir's head, Riv Knight body, and horse, and high elf arm.
Sounds cool.
It's an unmade Warcry guys who cut their faces off. Ah, right, okay. We asked, remember we said, what kind of model is that?
Oh, okay, yeah.
The banner says, good lord. Callum Lomas, both of those screenshots make it look like Steve is highly entertained by the mad objects Damien is holding up to camera. I was highly entertained. Gaetan says Reese's Haldir is ace. Yes, it was. He's a very good painter, is our Reese. Let me. Don't stop.
You sound like Sailor Black when you say Reese.
Reese. Nathan T. Reese should enter that Haldir into Steve's purple comp. Purple arrow fletch is enough. Certainly is. Larry Miller says they then wear them on their belts as they don't like to waste a good face. The banner says the screenshots need to stop. LOL. Larry Miller. That's what I was looking for at the start, Damien. It was cheaper to get Haldir with it than on his own. Joe Osmond says it's.
What's he talking about? What's that?
I'm assuming because you shared the Haldirs, no? Joe Holzman says it's Hathaldir. Nathan T. I'm probably behind, but it's just occurred to me what a huge service you guys have given to the community in recent times. It doesn't matter the theme; a whole bunch of people turn out to paint. It is very cool. It is very cool. It's very cool. We are aware of the vibe that this stream has, and we're very honoured to have you guys with us. It warms our hearts genuinely. Their backlog, and that can only be good for the hobby. Haldwig, says Max Mallis.
That's the Hedwig thing.
Hedwig, Haldwig. Don't question wine, Damien, says the banners. I love Dwellings Beyond conversion, but where's the axe, says Nathan T. Larry Miller just states it is Haldir. Gaetan, but not only for the hobby, but also for the people in it. I had quite a few personal problems, but you guys, Damian and Steve, but also all you guys following the streams, helped me going through those times. And for this, I'm so thankful. of being part of this community. Well, we're thankful that you're part of this community, mate.
Who was that saying that?
Gaytam.
Oh, thanks, man. That's really lovely.
It is really nice. But we've said this before on other streams. We're just the two monkeys, like moving the parts of this crazy contraption. It's you guys that make it what it is. So thank you to you guys. Al Mullins says, yeah, it was a Curse City Gremlin marker in the background of my pick. Nathan T says, completely agree, Gator. Mental health is hugely important, and anyone keeping us out of trouble is vital. It's been a tough time. This lockdown stuff's been a nightmare for everyone.
Steve summarises 2020.
Yeah,
this has been a nightmare.
It's a nightmare, mate. It's been a nightmare. Nathan also says, Damian going to the email before anyone calls him out.
Yeah, I'm on this now.
And there's no one there. Larry says, great, the 1 week I actually have the magazine and they get a mag cam. Oh dear. Gator says, it is to Nathan, and your comments always make me laugh, which is something rare in these times. I think that's it, so thanks for that, man. It's like Sky Sports, but without any scouse mank arses scribbling over it.
We've got a mank arse.
Yeah, I'm a mank arse. Larry says, hey, well, there is a mank arse. Yeah.
Oh,
Frederick says, wow, they use chestnut ink on the golden armor. I've never had the legendary GW chestnut ink, but I have the current coat of arms chestnut ink wash.
I've got it, and I did it. I painted 8 Last Alliance high elves years ago, and I did it. I used GW burnished gold and then GW chestnut ink over it. It looks mint. It was so good, and I think I've still got some, but not nearly enough to do like an army with. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, there you go. Check that out. Chestnut
the wash.
That is so good, but there's very little in there.
It's weird how you get these paints that everybody loves and they just stop doing them in it. Yeah, because they never give us an alternate Devlin mud.
Yeah, it's now and all in it.
Well, no, Devlin mud it had a brown tint to it.
Oh no, it's Agrax, isn't it?
Well, Agrax is too rich. Devlin mud was like a murky brown.
Do you know the I can't imagine I haven't told you this over the years. Do you know the thing about the One Ring and Devlin mud?
What? No.
On the One Ring, people wouldn't have realised at the time, but you often saw people describing things as Devlin mud, meaning crap. Like you'd also say that's total Devlin mud, right? And it was almost like a running gag, whatever. And the One Ring was programmed. It was a find and replace thing. It was like a language thing. So if people said crap or shit, it replaced it with Devlin mud.
Devlin.
True story.
I love Devlin mud. It's just got everything in it. Max Muller says, wow, that finger motion. Yeah, boy.
Someone has just pledged £5, so I'm going to imagine that might be. Is it Gayton that was asking?
Congratulations.
You
are in the Patreon chat.
whoever it was.
Brian C.
I'm presuming. Yeah, Brian C. Thank you for your
thank
pledge.
you very much. Awesome. You will have to drop either myself or Damian a message on Facebook so that Facebook will allow us to tag you and add you to, God, I can't get my words out, add you to the Patreon chat. So drop one of us a message on Facebook. You can say what you want. It's just so we can add you to the chat. Wasn't going to name names. Larry says Nathan. Joshua Bryant says, time for me to bow out now, I think. 3 hours isn't too bad. Let me know if I win anything. Take care, man. Nathan says, I really miss chestnut ink wash. Yeah, it's cool, man. Carl Daly says, was chuckling at the fingering twice. Damian's reaction. It's just the word. Do you know why I'm finding it so funny? I had
you said fingering, isn't
it? I had what's his name? Mickey Flanagan, is it?
Rourke.
No, Mickey Flanagan, the comedian.
The comedian, yeah.
I had him on, and it was on the thing where it just kept playing his different clips, and one of them was about said word. And as soon as we just started talking about it, I was just like,
dreadful word.
Dear me.
Honestly, Michael, come on. You're better.
Back in the game. Joe Achilles says, sorry, Damon, I'll send an email later on. You can check it again when you do the 3 a.m. diaper change.
Appreciate that.
Nathan says, sleep tight, Joshua, sweet dreams, and don't let the bugger bite you. Michael Haskell says, eyelid to drop in. Time to bow out very soon. Have a great weekend, all. And you, Michael. Always a pleasure,
Michael.
mate.
Solid guild knowledge, mate.
Yeah. Joe Garman, after a hard day's work, I come back to you two at the turn of the tide. Good evening, all. Welcome, Joe. Larry says, lolled at the next page with the thoughtful looking Harmer with a note saying Harmer wasn't in this battle. He was
what?
actually he is actually relevant now. I'm sad. Harmer was on. It was like the first page, was it? Page 7.
I was struck down by Wild Rider before he can reach Austin. This is a dead man who doesn't get to take part in these events.
That's why he's got that look on his face, like, oh.
Play, Larry. I mean, he dies, doesn't he? He dies at Hell's Deep in the book, right?
Mm.
Maybe that's what he's doing. It's the actor going, I should have been at Hell's Deep.
I shouldn't have died there. Frederick says, wasn't Haldir just added to the film to replace Arwen like the second Legolas, and were the elves originally designed to be Rivendell elves?
No. When Arwen was there, Haldir was there as well, I believe. I could be wrong.
I remember the conversation about Arwen being there and then them deciding not to. What was the reason why? I can't remember the reason. Was there a reason? Was it just...
Some people say it's fan reaction, which I don't really buy. But I think they just... all the behind the scenes stuff say they just, throughout the course of the film, they decided to go in a different direction. There's chatter that, they read online early reaction to the idea of Arwen warrior princess, and they didn't like it, so they changed it, and Liv Tyler got upset. But I think it's also I don't necessarily think it's Liv Tyler got really upset. I think it's that they decided it wasn't right for the character, and so changed it.
Yeah,
you can still see her.
Nathan T says, pretty much Frederick, early screen test told PJ fans were a fan of Arwen arriving, but she's still visible in a few shots. Larry Miller says, I feel this episode needed more next episode comments. Banners, Damian should ask for Steve's fatherly advice. On what?
About what?
I think Damian's learnt not to take my advice on anything.
Making a fold down table?
Could be.
I like Steve's advice. We've got a lot of time for Steve.
God, where is it?
I ever need to build a conservatory, I say, Steve, how do I do this? And he say, I can't help you, mate. Just get someone local.
Yeah. Put 75, put 85% of the cement in and the other 25%. do an 85-25 mix of sand and cement, mate.
You should write painting guys as well. 85-25 mix.
Joe Husband says, I'm mixing scale colours pink flesh. Then if it looks too pink, I slap on a red wash. Gaetan says, Steve, would you have a non-metallic metal technique for the gold? No. Non-metallic is a technique I have never, ever attempted. If I'm totally honest, it's probably a lot just through probably laziness. Not laziness, but it's just that I tend to have to get stuff painted quick, and non-metallic painting just seems like it's going to take a long time, so I've never attempted it. And I quite like metallics, to be honest. Larry Miller. Well, now I have 7 Ls who need their fingers repainted. Joe Holzman says,
paint the finger guards.
I use pictures from the website of their sculpture as reference, spotted the finger guards, then forgot to paint them on. So you knew about it, you just didn't do it. Richard Clammer says, hey guys, seriously late to this stream. I think the old Haldir armoured with bow is a great model, but the unarmoured ones are terrible. I think the armoured one's definitely better of the 3.
Unarmoured with bow is a great model.
Nathan T. Apparently, Nathan, I can't say that. Richard Clemmer says, seeing all that foam is making me feel sad for Lockie's casting fail. Yeah, I watched that video. That was pretty heartbreaking.
What's that?
Just Lockie's video on him casting the Minister of sort of battlement stair things.
I haven't seen it.
Yeah, he had a bit of a mare. It worked out all right, but he didn't get as many done as he wanted, and it cost. I'm sure he said it cost him $1,500.
What?
Yeah, silicon and resin's expensive. It's the reason that I've never done the actual lake town board that I want to do. I'd love to do a lake town board with like 50-60 mil resin base.
$1,500.
Yeah.
God, it'd take me an awful lot to convince me to spend 1,500 quid on something.
I know.
For the, it'd have to be really, really good and a one-off, and really, really impressive, and look like you could do something cool with it in the future.
Yeah, I think I'd just make them individually. I wouldn't try and cast them. I think for that cost, because you've got to think. Yeah, all right. Time-wise, it's quicker, but it's $1,500. Like, you could definitely make the amount that you needed if you took a week off work.
Yeah.
And it won't cost you as much. Carl says, those cutting out the stairs are equivalent to edge highlighting a work minister.
Yeah, exactly. It's exactly that.
Joe Holzman says, I'm excited to see where the hill comes into play. Larry Miller, how much of Middle Earth is ceiling tiles? I have a fun HALDIR fact, actually, he says. Nathan T says, HALDIR thoughts, largely irrelevant to me because he's an elf. That said, I liked him in the film, so I used to use him pre-war bans. Leon K says, HALDIR is very good in his opinion, since he became a hero of valor. And Remco says, HALDIR, least fave named elf hero. Never used him. Maybe someday I will. Anyway, good night, guys. Awesome stream as always. Until next time, stay safe. And you, Remco. Thanks for joining us tonight, mate. Leon says, he's great for competitive yellow alliances. Although I have to say that Legolas is probably the better option. Yeah. I think it depends whether it's like Damian said. What Jamie said. Jamie obviously preferred that extra elf. So whether you think the extra elf is better than having Legolas,
you might have used him with Legolas at some point, but I'm sure there were times where he took him instead of Legolas.
Yeah.
And he always used to rave about him.
Gaten says, HALDIR for a nice film, movie, Helm's Deep, Legion. Always nice with a couple of elves. That's what I'll be doing. Tom Turtle says, even some Scarlet with Wild Rider Red over Mephisto and Red are good, I found. Yep. I think I've used that in the past. Charlesman says, there's still a choice. Do you want good HALDIR or bad HALDIR? Larry Miller says, I thought you lost expert shot.
Right. Oh.
Maybe. Do you want to have a quick look?
Oh, did he?
I might have the page up, actually.
That would explain everything. He does. That's exactly it. He loses expert shot. Yeah. Well done, Larry. How did I miss that?
Larry Miller says,
I knew there was a. I was like, what?
You're looking at it
discussion.
Like,
yeah.
I mean, it is 12:30, so we'll let you off. Mr. Harrison once did a wound taking my Thrall's reusable faint point with HALDIR's dying blow, says Larry. And he also says, I think back in the day, you wouldn't really use that HALDIR unless he was with Aragorn or Theoden.
Yeah.
Gayton says, Nick is the expert in elves. No, what do you think if you're still here? Larry says, my fun fact was, when I was a kid, when the movies were relatively new, I had a friend who was convinced HALDIR was called Mike O'Branigan because of the Elvish. Because of the Elvish. Because of the Elvish Aragorn says when he shows up. I love how that's your fun fact, Larry. I love it.
Oh, because he says Myko Varnin. It's Myko Varnin, isn't it? He says Myko Varnin. He said that sounds like Myko Brannigan. Oh, that's incredible. Myko Varnin Haldir. Myko Brannigan Haldir.
Myko Brannigan.
Myko
Imagine if he was just called Mike. Mike the Hat. Cockney gangster to Lothlorien hero.
What did your friend think Haldir meant then? Myko Brannigan Haldir.
He probably just thought it was Elvish. Oh,
it must be that. It must be Myko Varnin.
Oh dear. The banner says, "What was your last hobby-related purchase?" Two blisters of dwarves this morning.
Now mine, it's harder for me to remember because I haven't bought any dwarves today. It would have been the Ents for me. I bought well, I suppose actually my Dwarrowdelf scenery. Hobby related, but models were definitely the Treebeard Quickbeam, a Plastic Ent, and Fangolder.
I've gone a bit crazy in the last few weeks with hobby stuff. So I've got 2 blisters of dwarves this morning. I've got the Cursed City novel, but it's for a giveaway. I bought a load of inks from Element Games to fire through my airbrush. I'm trying inks with my airbrush. That's my next thing that's new. I try and test myself every now and again and do new techniques, and inks through airbrush seems to be a pretty cool
for hobby bingo
thing. I bought Cursed City and 2 Ents. Yeah, it's been a pretty crazy month.
What's yours? Who's that? Branches, banners.
The banners, yeah.
What's yours? The banners.
Nathan T says, "Are you guys going to Harry's event in July? The date works well for restriction, easing even if our face will be hidden." I've got a ticket. I'm just going to see what happens closer at the time, but I've got a ticket.
I wouldn't have thought so. I don't know. I don't know if there are space. Harry actually messaged me earlier about it. I hadn't had a chance to reply to him. It feels too early for me. And baby stuff.
I'll be surprised if in July we can get, because he's saying 60 people. I'll be surprised if 60 people can get together in a room in July, but we'll see. I mean,
the current thing is,
well, they're saying mid-May, aren't they?
June the 21st. All the restrictions lift.
All the restrictions.
Yeah.
So they're going to go from 6 indoors to
yeah. That's the current roadmap. June 21st is all limits on social restrictions lift.
I'd be very surprised.
I'm very excited for June the 20th when coronavirus leaves the UK.
Yeah, we don't have to worry about it no more. Larry Miller says the magazine. Don't know what that means.
The magazine.
The banner says, "I think I'm a Patreon now." Welcome. Yeah, just like I say, give one of us a shout on Facebook so we can add you to the Patreon chat. And thank you again. Joshua Crosby says, "Still got 2 chestnut ink pots. I used to be obsessed with it." Nathan T, "I'm very excited. Someone finds my comments funny. Become a patron and you'll have access to me live on the week off Zoom calls." Yeah, we've said it before, haven't we? We've said it before that if you like the chat in, not that me and Damian are actually chatting. If you like the chat in the chat that everyone else is talking, the Patreon chat group is something else. It's it's become its own kind of entity, isn't it? It's amazing. HALDIR now has finger guards, says Joe Holzman. Nathan T, "I still can't see the finger guards because I've been I'm not going to go there, Nathan T. I'm not going to go there. But Nathan T also says $1,500 would pay for my year's purchases. Yeah. Joe Holzman says it'd have to include Tariel for $1,500. Gaetan says, "Had to hold off on the new dwarfs, but we'll get them in a few weeks." And Larry says, it was the thing that I got HALDIR cheaper with and what I was looking for earlier. Still don't know what that means.
I've been listening to him talking about getting HALDIR cheaper with something for 4 hours, and I don't know what he means.
Yeah, don't know. But yeah, I flew through the chat, mate. We're all caught up laughing.
Flew through it.
Shall we? Because it's getting on. It's 20 to 1. I reckon I've got till about 1 o'clock before my eyes start to close. Shall we?
Let me
Hang on.
finish the
Let me check. Let me check the Facebook. Make sure.
Yeah.
There's something wrong with my mouse. It's not working proper. Was Josh Crosby already in?
Oh, you've done something to let me paint that involves me stopping painting. That's bent. Josh Crosby. No, the last one I have is Todd Egbert.
Right, Josh Crosby's in.
Okay.
That's the that did. So
the last one after Todd.
Right. Yeah. So we're just waiting on you, Damian.
Well, Steve, I thought, given that there is a few strands of HALDIR here to paint here, because I've got the sculpt without the hat.
Yeah.
This is just HALDIR, not hat HALDIR.
Yeah.
Don't you have an announcement?
Do I?
Don't you need to tell the viewers what you've done?
What have I done, mate?
About the next stream.
Oh yeah. That's a true thing. Right, I better get the date up then, don't I? No doubt.
You can hear them shifting forwards, going, "Hang on, this is big. What's going on here?"
Right. Okay. So fortnightly stream. The next one falls on the 30th of April, which is the Friday. Unfortunately, it is my wife's birthday on the 1st of May, and we're going away for a couple of days, all being well. And
Would you like me to sing her happy birthday?
Definitely not, mate. Definitely not. I like physical time.
Slightly hurtful.
So yeah, so I won't be here.
Like physical time.
I said no because I like physical time.
Well,
so what we've decided, we've had a little chat, and we've decided, as rogue as it is, we don't want to skip a week, and we thought about sort of doing an off week, but then that would throw everything off, and we're not against doing that, in certain situations, but if we can sort of keep it, as what's the word, clockwork as possible, then that's what we'll do. So what we've decided is, I go on the Friday. We will do our stream on Thursday, the 29th instead. So
what?
Yeah, it's crazy. It's midweek, mate. It's midweek.
Thursday.
So we're going to do the next battle streams, and it is a one-off. But the next battle streams will be Thursday, the 29th, and that will be. I may as well, while you're doing that, mate. I'll carry the torch. We're going to be on issue 29. Hey, I didn't notice that. What? Issue 29 on the 29th.
No.
Mate, that is freaky.
I will not believe it.
That is freaky. And in issue 29, shall I give them a little overview of the...
As well, if that's the first time we've done that, in 3 issues' time, that will never happen again.
There you go.
Because we'll be past the date.
It's like it was meant to be, mate. So, looking at the back of this issue, it gives us a little foresight into issue 29. And it says, in your next gaming pack...
Look at you with your magazine. I'm so proud. You're all grown up.
In your next gaming pack, King Theoden prepares to fight to the death. Learn the rules for scaling the walls of an enemy fortress. Play out the moment when Saruman's explosives blast through the deepened wall. Paint your Theoden model, which would be cool. Because I do actually have the new plastic Theoden that I need to paint. Nice. Construct a mighty gatehouse for your model fortress. Plus, you get a metal King Theoden miniature. Now, I'm assuming, Damian, we are going to allow any Theoden.
Yeah, it would be. Yeah, that's standard hero week would be any Theoden on that.
Warg Attack Theoden, new plastic Theoden, any of the fine cast or metal Theodens, any Theoden you have or want to paint will be accepted into the draw. So I'm looking forward to that. So that'll be Thursday the 29th. Obviously, we'll remind you closer to the time, but just so that you know. We'll probably be able to do it a little bit earlier.
As we get a preview, can we get what's going on with the range? Are we into Return of the King? Return of the King models on the back? Or are we still in this weird hybrid territory? Oh, so it's still Return of the King starter and metals with 2 towers, plastic still.
That's
crazy times. Crazy times.
How they're rolling, mate. How they're rolling.
I've opened up my drawer because I've primed a Theoden a year ago, I reckon. for the stream, and he's not in here. And I think at some point I've thought that stream is so far away, I'm going to put him back in the case. But I've got my Theoden primed and ready to go. I'm doing Defenders of Rohan Theoden helmet under his arm. So that's quite exciting. What's the play in the game bit next time?
Playing the game.
What are the rules we learned?
Playing the game.
Yeah, on the back. Yeah.
Oh. Learn the rules for scaling the walls of an enemy fortress.
I'm getting really tired of learning how to move around a castle.
Yeah. I think are we only halfway there next week?
There's only so many weeks I can learn to move around different parts of a castle. But yeah, Theoden week. So yeah, indeed, any Theoden. I don't think there's any sort of nasty surprises there, are there? Like, I don't think there's any sort of, young Theodens or old Theodens or Hobbit era Theodens or anything like that.
No. I think I'd like to see some of the Warg attack Theodens. That'd be quite cool.
He's been so close to being painted by me a couple of times. He's white, he's undercoated and ready, and he's been in the Let's Paint Him twice. He was nearly painted for the GBHL campaign 5 years ago, and then he was nearly painted again. And he's gone back in the box now. He keeps coming out as a almost ran,
It's a cool mini. Right, let's do this draw, man. How many we got?
We have got Joe Holzman, Josh Bryant, Nathan Talbot, Michael Curtis, Colin Higgins, Joe Parker, Michael Breer, Larry Miller, Callum Morsman, Chris McCurrick, Leon Curie, Stephen Ryan, Remco Keegstra, CB Miniature Studios, Nick Gardner, Tom Christian, Ashley Hampstead Reed, Sam Earnshaw, Carl John Daly, John Sutherland, Todd Ebert, Josh Crosby, and no email from Joe. For a total of, don't be over 20, come on, be under 21. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22. Quick to the fantastic pot of Michael Curtis dice.
What were you doing it on? What have you got? Have you got a D22?
Slightly higher than D20 is what I'm after.
D30 you'll have, won't you?
Definitely got D30. I feel like I've got a D mid-20s.
Have you got you know what you could do?
What could I do?
You could roll a D6 on a 1 to 3.
Yeah, go on.
No, I'll throw it through. It's not going to work.
I want to hear this. What happens?
It's not going to work. It's not going to work, mate. It's not going to work.
What happens if I roll a 1 to 3?
It's not going to work.
I then roll 4 more D6. And then I add them up, and I times that by the amount of times I've bleeded.
As I was saying it, my brain was going.
I have found a D24.
Oh, that'll do.
For that classic courtesy of Michael Curtis. Just going to move all these naturally rolled 6s to the side. So
how many have we got? 22.
22, yeah. So we will be re-rolling a 23 or a 24.
Yep.
Shall I change over? Shall I pass over to the dice cam?
Or to D-cam?
As ever, we will be doing it in the order that people appeared.
Yep.
And this is what you're winning. Oh, solid 2.
Solid.
And the battle games in Middle Earth dice.
Evil players winning a roll off there.
I'll win you a roll off.
Yeah.
There's a gag. There's a gag for anyone who joined us early. Here is our D24.
Yep.
Are we ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Everyone's excited.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Am I doing it?
Yeah, always the same.
Yeah, go for it. Oh,
it's a 22. Did you see that creep over?
Literally. You know what? He's got in right at the end, hasn't he?
That's Josh Crosby. He's already won a dice.
He's snuck in at the end.
You know what? I think he's won 2.
I think he's won 2. I think this is his 3rd dice.
I think it's a hat trick for Mr. Crosby.
I think.
Let me open up the spreadsheet. This is unbelievable, scene.
The crowd are on the pitch.
I think it's all over. Crosby has nicked the raffle, quite frankly.
Yeah.
So 34. What's date today? 17th. Oh no, 16th would be the day of the stream. 16th, 4th, 21. Josh Crosby. I said 22 entries, didn't I?
Mm-hmm.
He gave it a good go, did HALDIR, but he wasn't really ever challenging, your Faramir's or your Sams.
No.
He has. Josh has won too.
He's loving it. He's loving life, Josh.
He's on he's almost getting a set of these black dice. Josh, I've actually got 2 still sticking in the post. This is your dice. It's a bit like This Is Your Life, but with less enjoyable memories and more
dice.
Another dice. There we go. Let's switch you over. Lost zoom to. Oh, he's painting again. He's painting again.
Yeah, I've just noticed something on my
sneaky bit of
on my HALDIR. If I don't do it now, when I've noticed it, I'll forget tomorrow.
This has absolutely never been seen. We've never seen 1 a.m. Steve painting.
1 a.m. Steve. 1 a.m. Steve should not paint.
There we go, Josh. This will be in the post to you. I believe I've got your address. God knows I've sent you enough dice already. But congratulations to Mr. Crosby. I'm gonna jump in and catch up. See what people were saying. The magazine. There's a magazine. I think that's right. It was a thing that. Oh yeah, God, I still don't know. Oh, the magazine. The magazine. That's why I think I get it. That's why Larry kept saying the magazine. He's saying it was cheaper to buy HALDIR with the magazine than on his own.
Right, I get it now.
Oh, we got there. It only took us 4.5 hours. Joe Holzman, back at those doors quick. I hear they've lost the license. I don't think I need to get the doors, do I? Have you got them?
No, mate.
Frederick Schultz, this is the banner said, "Am I in?" That's the Dr. Pepper machine. I don't know, without knowing your real name, the banners. It's
patron.
He's talking about the patron, is he?
Yeah, is he?
Well, I don't know. Well, is he? Is that?
He's the one who's just joined.
Oh, he was someone C, was it? Is that right? If you're talking about the patron and you are Brian C, yes, you're in. Frederick Schultz, this is big. What's going on here? I don't know what he's talking about. That is literally as we're talking about, the big news about the stream. That's Frederick going, this is big. Nathan T says it's unacceptable. Frederick says, no Steve on B sign. Who's supposed to fly through the chat and get drunk? No, I mean what? That's not.
Because I think he's jumped the gun when I said that I won't be here on the Friday.
I see now. He'll always be. He'll always be. Who's supposed to fly through the chat and get drunk so he can close his wet palate?
You guys.
I mean, you've spat in the face of that tonight.
Yeah, I've outdone myself.
But on a lot of weeks, that is a cracking description of you. Who's gonna fly through the chat and get drunk so he can close his wet palate? Gator says, Thursday? Then we need to take Friday off. Yeah, we figured a lot of people kind of half have Friday off at the moment anyway, in the crazy world. We'll see how it goes. The banner says Thursday. Blech. Frederick Schultz. Well, at least no uni for me on Friday, so staying up late on Thursday is okay with me. I've got uni on Friday. I teach a lecture on Friday morning, so we'll have to see. I've just got another patron notification. That's quite exciting.
Get out of town. You crazy guys.
Coming in. You can see whoever you are. That's Gayton. Gayton has joined us as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, man.
Hugely appreciated.
It is massively appreciated. It means a lot.
It's awesome news. So Frederick says, staying up late on Thursday is okay with me. Also got a plastic Theoden to paint, or even made to order Warg Attack Theoden. See, you've got made to order Warg Attack. My Warg Attack is sort of 2003 glued to a base for 15 years Warg Attack. He's old school Warg Attack Theoden. Al Mullen says, Theoden, great. I actually have him. Oh, that's cool. So Al must have because he did Al buy the Pelena box set as well? Yeah. He's got a Theoden. There you go. You get to actually join him on the stream. Harry Bates has joined us.
Bit late, mate. Bit late, lad.
It's early for a minute. What's going on, fellas? You've got much left in the stream. Not too much, mate.
No, mate.
We're catching up with the chat, and then we'll be calling it a night. We have concluded business. Frederick asks, "What about my Theoden box? Is that looking for Theoden? I don't have a Theoden box. I'm not as organised as Steve. I've only got 43 small compartments, and they're all full of HALDIRs. Nathan T, second plug for patrons. There will probably be a Zoom chat on the Friday. We can't all be as selfish as Steve. Yeah, that'd be cool. That seems to be becoming a regular thing for the patrons, which is really good fun. Doing on non-stream weeks a Zoom call, which is quite good. Joe, I'll have to make it a whole week of Theoden. Can't possibly paint all 5 of mine on a Thursday. A week of Theoden, that sounds fun. Coach Rules looks like the picture on the cover of the next magazine is flipped. It's flipped. Oh, I love it when Frectory spots this stuff. Yeah, look at that. It is, You've seen that?
What's that?
The photo, they flipped them the way they're riding down the causeway.
Mm.
The picture of them riding down there is flipped.
All right.
Like Photoshop reversed. Which is kind of bizarre because it actually looks like they're riding down it the correct way. So I don't know quite why they would have had to do that. But yeah, good spot, Frederick. The banner says, yep, I think that's about the patron possibly. Joe Holzman, that will win you a roll off 50% of the time, every time. I think we're into Crosby territory here. We have Frederick Schultz saying, wow, in capitals. Joe Garland says, well played, Crosby. He's so good at this game. Hat-trick hero. Joshua Crosby is still in, so the hat-trick seems appropriate for Hat Haldir. Probably overused at this point from Larry. I don't know what that's about. And Larry Miller, oh, God, I love it. Josh Crosby entered for 1 dice. They gave him 3. The banner's confirms that he is Brian C. Larry says, I keep getting weekends off at the moment. Gayton says, thumbs up, Jimmy, for joining the Patreon. Look forward to the Patreon chat. Heard it's pretty crazy. It is literally a mental or, perfectly sedate, but quite busy. Joe Holzman says, I think this chat, but 24/7. Harry Pate says, bloody Australia and the time difference. Have a good one, fellas. Stay safe and yourself. And Stephen Crow, I have flown through the chat.
Legend.
And that's us.
That's it, man.
How's your HALDIR?
All right. Yeah. Good progress. Don't know how. I've turned the overbig camera off.
It's looking good. I'm pretty pleased with mine. I feel like he's an evening away. I was meant to do the stuff I've done last night, and finish him tonight. Didn't do any painting last night, so I'm pretty pleased with where he is now. And
the bit I went back to was his midriff. So his midriff, I'd painted gold.
It's cloth, mate.
It's not even cloth. It's like on the shots of the film, the movie outfit. It's like plasticky. It's weird, but it's red anyway.
It was really weird. I just realised that. I was like, why don't we just look? There's no picture of HALDIR.
Yeah,
HALDIR painting guide.
It's got that other elf with the blue cloak.
Yeah, but there's normally really good reference pictures there.
I think when it says the captain's cloak as well, rather than Haldir's cloak, I didn't really understand why it said that. It says Captain Haldir somewhere, but
Captain Haldir's cloak.
It's weird, isn't it?
Poor HALDIR. I mean, we're not. I'm feeling maybe whoever did this magazine didn't like HALDIR. Do you want to put a profile for him? No.
Might have been talking.
Guest editor Tolkien. Should we let them use him in their games? No, I hate him. All right, should we put a picture of him? No, put that other elf. Put Jeff in. I liked Jeff. I don't want HALDIR in there. All right, but it's just that we normally put the pictures. No. All right, sorry, John. We do normally, however, let them use them on. No. Right, yeah, fair enough, John. Yeah, okay, no profile, no picture. Stupid HALDIR. I'll teach you. I already did that. I bet he asked for that one because he hated him so much.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep you out of the game.
Yeah.
So you get to tune in a mere 13 days.
13.
For issue 29.
12, yeah? It's the 17th.
From Saturday.
It's the 17th now, yeah.
Theoden issue. Will Theoden get a profile? Will Theoden get a picture? Will we ever get a profile for
Will Theoden be mentioned?
Yeah.
Did he sail off? Did he?
Will Tolkien ever let HALDIR be in an issue? Will he edit another issue? And will we learn how to scale the walls of an enemy fortress? I reckon ladder. I reckon that's the answer.
Yeah, that's what I'd go with. I'd go with a ladder.
Learn the rules for scale. I reckon it's ladder. It's got to be ladder.
Yeah. Yeah.
But there we go. We are home and dry. I've enjoyed tonight. As
it's been fun. Thank you everybody for joining us as per usual. Yeah, I mean, I've got I'm 60% of the way there with HALDIR. I'll finish him at some point.
Yeah,
I'll finish him, or he'll go with my what are they called? Haloth and whatever it's called.
Yeah, Aldor and Haller.
Yeah.
I'll either finish him or I'll strip him and start him again next week. I want to give a big shout out to Larry for sorting me out with this model. There's no way I'd ever buy this model or paint it. This model exists and will be painted because of battle streams. And yeah, like you, I will now finish him in the next couple of streams and then chuck him in the box and never use him. Just want to highlight Leon K has said, I really enjoyed the stream as always. I was really happy to be able to repaint HALDIR live with you because HALDIR was the first Wargaming mini I ever painted. Thanks a lot.
That's awesome.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's
and then lots of people just saying the normal things about good stream, got something done, I'd blow a bloody big hole in the wall if it was me. that's Joe Holzman's how to scale a wall, just blow it up, mate. But yeah, it's been good. I enjoyed that. I'm pleased with that. Still don't like it. It's a rubbish. It's not a good model. It's a rubbish.
Yeah. Tilt his arm.
It's too late now. It's paint on it, mate.
Yeah, good late. Right. Let's call it. Thank you again, everybody. We will see you in 12 days. Ish.
It's going to be like 12 days and 13 sleeps or something like that.
Yeah. So we'll see you then, anyway. 29th. Have your Theodens ready. No doubt to all the patrons who are still in the chat. There's still 30 of you watching, you crazy people. We will be chatting between now and then for sure in the Patreon chat. The Patreon chat actually, have you noticed that whilst we stream, the Patreon chat's still going crazy?
They're always chatting away.
It freaks me out.
We'll be in there for the after party, pot noodles, cup of tea, toast.
Pot noodles,
see you all in there.
A palate cleanser of pot noodle and a brew. But yeah, we'll see you there. And thank you. Take care. Stay safe. If you are going out for a little cheeky pint, look after yourself and, take precautions still. We want to see you at the next battle streams.
Use protection.
Use protection. Yeah. I nearly did a fingering joke, but I won't.
It's below us.
Right, I'm going. I'm off. Said too much already. See you later, everybody.
All right, guys.
Bye-bye.